The drama starts with showing a Grim Reaper, also called as Scheduler, playing a guitar, sitting on the top of the building and looking at the person he is going to reap. Three young women are stuck in a traffic jam in a cab while rushing to an engagement ceremony. The bride-to-be, Ji-hyun, known for being emotional, is on the verge of breaking down. Her best friend, In-jung, takes charge, suggesting they continue on foot when Ji-hyun's heel breaks. In-jung selflessly gives her own flats to Ji-hyun and runs ahead in her stocking feet to save the day. Elsewhere, architect Han Kang is working at his desk and only remembers the engagement ceremony when reminded. He dresses in his suit and heads to the venue. The scene is set up to mislead viewers into thinking he is the groom-to-be, especially as he nervously adjusts his tie, appearing like a hesitant bachelor. However, it's revealed to be a fake out when he arrives late, bursting into the ceremony just as it's ending. The happy couple remains undisturbed by Han Kang's late arrival, avoiding major drama until it becomes clear Kang isn't the fiancé, but someone who wishes he were. This subtle tension becomes more apparent as Kang interacts with the couple. Ji-hyun greets Kang warmly, but he coldly ignores her, focusing instead on her fiancé, Kang Min-ho. Ji-hyun seems used his dismissive behavior, but continues trying to win him over, though Kang resists, likely to hide his feelings. When Min-ho asks Kang to hold Ji-hyun's hand to prevent her from tripping, Kang awkwardly avoids it, prioritizing self-preservation. Only Ji-hyun's father notices something off about Kang's behavior. Min-ho explains that Kang is a childhood friend of Ji-hyun's and a brilliant architect, adding context to their complicated dynamic. On the lower end of the income spectrum, Song Ji-hyun lives a bleak life, eating instant ramen in her small apartment and working a monotonous job at a convenience store where she appears emotionally drained and unresponsive to others. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun's father receives troubling news, prompting him to drunkenly urge Ji-hyun and Min-ho to marry immediately, hinting at undisclosed financial pressures. Despite their initial reluctance, the couple agrees, and Min-ho formally proposes. During a dinner with their wedding party, Kang's discomfort is evident as he remains distant yet oddly aware of Ji-hyun's preferences. The couple recalls their first meeting during a hiking trip flashback where Min-ho rescued Ji-hyun in the rain, further deepening Kang's visible frustration. In-jung, the seemingly perfect best friend, appears overly accommodating, possibly masking her own feelings. As wedding plans progress, Ji-naive and self-centered nature shines through, amusing her friends. In-jung, who recently moved out to make room for the wedding preparations, may feel subtly displaced, adding another layer of complexity to her character. Late at night, Song Ji-hyun faces a robbery at the convenience store where she works. Unfazed by the robbers' threats, she daringly challenges them, leaving even the police baffled by her indifference to danger. Meanwhile, Kang tries to withdraw from being a groomsman at Min-ho and Ji-hyun's wedding, citing his usual detached demeanor. Min-ho agrees, unaware of Kang's deeper emotional conflict. Kang's search for a woman upon returning to Korea hints at unresolved feelings, possibly for Ji-hyun, whom he now avoids. When Ji-hyun confronts Kang, insisting he be part of the wedding as both her and Min-ho's close friend, Kang coldly rejects her, clarifying they are not friends and hinting at past grievances. Ji-hyun is hurt but admits she doesn't hate him, despite his harshness. Min-ho describes Kang as sensitive, having endured significant pain, adding depth to his character. The dynamics grow more complicated as In-jung, Ji-hyun's best friend, works as a secretary for both Ji-hyun's father and Min-ho, creating potential tension in their relationships. The situation suggests underlying conflicts that may surface as the story progresses. Ji-hyun shops for bridesmaid dresses, carefully selecting one for In-jung to match her with a groomsman. Meanwhile, the Reaper on his motorcycle prepares for a scheduled death but is disrupted when Ji-hyun, still haunted by a past tragedy, attempts to step into traffic. A man saves her, causing a multi-car pileup that complicates the Reaper's task. Amid the chaos, Ji-hyun avoids a motorcyclist but crashes into a truck, seemingly unharmed. She stands up only to see her own body in the car. Realizing she has died or is experiencing an out-of-body moment, Ji-hyun, in a state of shock, realizes she is no longer in her physical body, which is critically injured and unresponsive. She watches helplessly as her family and fiancé, Min-ho, grieve over her comatose state in the hospital. Unable to interact with the living world, she encounters the Reaper, who identifies himself as a scheduler responsible for guiding souls at their scheduled time of death. He explains that Ji-hyun's death was an unscheduled accident caused by Ji-hyun's suicide attempt, which disrupted his plans. The scheduler informs Ji-hyun that she has two options: accept her death and move on to the afterlife, or prove her life's worth by finding three people who genuinely love her. Evidenced by their tears for her, this condition offers her a chance to return to life if she can demonstrate that her existence holds significant value to others. Ji-hyun, desperate and unwilling to accept her fate, clings to the hope of finding those who truly care for her. The scheduler explains to Ji-hyun that not all tears count toward her goal, only pure tears of genuine love, excluding family members, will suffice. He demonstrates this at a funeral, showing how most tears are tinged with selfish emotions like pity or courtesy, while only one woman's tears, representing true love, emit a white mist. Ji-hyun, confident she can find three such tears within her 49-day deadline, accepts the challenge. The scheduler then introduces her to Ji-hyun, the woman whose body Ji-hyun will temporarily inhabit. Ji-hyun, a 28-year-old orphan with a troubled past, is connected to Ji-hyun's fate, though the specifics remain unclear. Ji-hyun reluctantly takes over Ji-hyun's body after she falls asleep. Waking up in her new form, overwhelmed but determined, Ji-hyun declares, "I'm Shin Ji-hyun," as she begins her quest to collect her tears and reclaim her life. After cleaning up in a dingy bathroom, she complains about looking like a hobo and ventures outside. The scheduler, a Reaper boy, appears, startling her, but she quickly warms up to him, breaking one of his rules by revealing her identity as Shin Ji-hyun. He scolds her, reminding her of the three rules: she must never reveal she is Shin Ji-hyun or face immediate death. She can only use Ji-hyun's body from 10 a.m. to midnight with penalties for lateness. C3, she must earn her own money and not harm Ji-hyun's body. Ji-hyun, though initially careless, promises to follow the rules, setting the stage for her challenging yet comedic journey to collect pure tears and reclaim her life. Ji-hyun confidently assures the scheduler she can easily collect 3 genuine tears, even joking about earning extra years for more tears, but he dismisses her optimism. He provides her with a cell phone counting down her 49 days, a panic button for emergencies, and a loan of 49,000 won to start her journey. Ji-hyun, still in Ji-hyun's body, takes a taxi to the hospital, where she watches her loved ones grieve by her comatose body. She reminisces about her past with Min-ho and checks for tears, but finds none after splurging on shampoo and lip gloss. Ji-hyun visits her friend's apartment, suspecting they might be with Kang. Meanwhile, Kang, brooding over their high school memories, heads to his Italian restaurant, leaving his architectural career unexplained. Ji-hyun's determination to collect tears and her interactions with the scheduler set the stage for her emotional and comedic quest. Ji-hyun, in Ji-hyun's body, visits Kang's restaurant and orders her favorite dish, eating heartily. However, she realizes too late that she spent all her money and can't pay. Kang steps in and covers the bill, letting her go. Grateful, Ji-hyun vows to repay him once she's back to her normal self. Sitting at a bus stop, she finally remembers she's completely broke, highlighting her naivety and the challenges she'll face in her quest. She searches for a job but finds nothing she's qualified for, so she ends up back in front of Kang, begging for even a temporary position. He initially refuses, but seeing her bruised face and nervous tick reminding him of Ji-hyun, he offers her money instead. Offended, she rejects the handout and storms off. However, Kang, too proud to chase after her himself, sends a waiter to offer a job long hours with low pay. Despite the harsh terms, she happily accepts, only to realize she needs to borrow bus fare. Exhausted, she wonders why she's so tired, then realizes it's because she's using a body that should be resting. At home, she looks for a place to hide her shampoo and stumbles upon boxes filled with Ji-hyun's pre-accident belongings. Excited to find non-hobo items, she stashes her things there. Though it's still early, she decides to lie down, and the moment she falls asleep, Ji-hyun's soul pops out of Ji-hyun's body. Strangely, she no longer feels tired, but quickly realizes she's powerless in her spirit form, unable even to open a door. In a panic, she presses her emergency button. Probably the worst mistake the Reaper ever made was giving her that thing. Meanwhile, Reaper Boy is vibing at a club adorably. I might add when his phone buzzes with a painful, torture-level vibration that forces him to answer. Turns out he can't ignore it even if he wants to. He appears expecting a real emergency, only for her to ask, "Can you open the door?" His face says it all, pure exasperation. With heavy sarcasm, he asks if she seriously summoned him just for that. Completely unfazed, she explains that it is an emergency for her since she physically can't open doors. She then wonders why, since ghosts are supposed to be able to pass through things, right? The Reaper, talking to her like she's 5, explains that she isn't fully dead, hence why she can't pass through things. She recalls how Minho walked right through her at the hospital. The Reaper clarifies, to people who see her as dead, she is just that. Interesting, so the rules depend on perception. Ji-hyun stirs, making Ji-hyun uneasy. She asks the Reaper to get her out of there. She still sees Ji-hyun as a stranger, but he reminds her that schedulers don't interfere and it's her job as a 49er to adjust. Then poof, he's gone. Ji-hyun watches Ji-hyun's bleak routine instant noodles, then work. They silently stand at opposite bus stops, mirroring each other's loneliness. Later, Ji-hyun visits the hospital, where Minho watches over her comatose body. He whispers, "What should I do?" She pleads for him to just cry, to stop holding it all in. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun's secret admirer, who saved her from the suicide attempt, visits the convenience store and expresses concern for her health. Ji-hyun, realizing he's her rescuer, insists on repaying him for the hospital bill and asks him not to interfere further. The next day, Ji-hyun, now in Ji-hyun's body, cleans up and dresses nicely, surprising everyone at Kang's restaurant. Heaven. However, her lack of waitressing skills shocks the staff, including Kang. At the hospital, Ji-hyun's family and friends struggle with her comatose state. Her mother has a breakdown, while In-jung cries over old photos and Ji-hyun's wedding dress. Ji-hyun, unaware of these tears, continues her quest to collect genuine tears, hoping to reclaim her life. Ji-hyun struggles to stay awake at work until Minho walks in asking for a drink. Suddenly, she's wide awake, giving him way too much attention. Kang notices immediately, his competitive instincts kicking in. She oversteps boundaries, but can't help herself, it's Minho. Kang, irritated, sends her home, but instead of leaving, she waits outside for an hour until Minho, drunk, is carried out of the restaurant. She rushes to help Kang, but is what the hell, lady? Expression says it all. He tells her Minho is his friend's fiancé and is about to fire her when she realizes the time and bolts mid-sentence. Meanwhile, Minho broods at home and his grief seems off. It's not just sadness, there's guilt mixed in. Could it be that whatever betrayal he's about to commit has already happened? Kang visits Ji-hyun in the hospital, expressing his frustration and grief by scolding her for lying helplessly, contrasting his tough demeanor with his tender gesture of leaving a pink rose. Ji-hyun, in Ji-hyun's body, arrives later and tearfully comforts her sleeping father, though he cannot feel her presence. The next day at Kang's restaurant, Ji-hyun struggles with basic tasks. Spilling water on a customer, Kang steps in to clean up and teaches her how to pour water and set a table, skills she should already know given Ji-hyun's hotel experience. Ji-hyun's incompetence raises questions about her ability to maintain her cover while navigating her quest. Ji-hyun nervously lies, claiming she lost her memory in an accident, specifically task-oriented amnesia, where you forget how to do things. Kang isn't buying it, but she insists he can check online, even adding that it happens all the time in dramas. Skeptical, Kang tells her to prove she worked at the hotel in an hour. She scrambles to HR, picks up her wages for cab fare, and asks for the document. Someone recognizes Ji-hyun, but Ji-hyun avoids any conversation. Feeling uneasy about her host's past, at the hotel cafe, she watches the servers and wonders if Ji-hyun once worked in such a nice place, what happened to her. As she turns to leave, she spots Minho heading toward the elevator. She smiles and follows, but the doors close before she can catch up. Watching the elevator go up past the restaurant floor, she wonders what he's doing here. Then she turns and finds herself face to face with In-jung. Ji-hyun discovers that Minho and In-jung have been having an affair. Shock, she follows In-jung to the 18th floor of a building, where she witnesses Minho pulling In-jung into a hotel room. The revelation devastates Ji-hyun, triggering a flood of emotions and memories as she realizes the betrayal by her fiancé and best friend. This moment marks a turning point in her quest, deepening her resolve to uncover the truth and collect the genuine tears needed to reclaim her life. On the day of the accident, Ji-hyun had excitedly run out of the dress shop in her bridesmaid's dress to show In-jung, only to spot Min-ho across the intersection, sitting in his car with her best friend. She had watched in shock as Min-ho tenderly kissed In-jung's hand, completely unaware that Ji-hyun was standing right there witnessing their betrayal. That moment shattered her. Distracted and overwhelmed, she had struggled to process what she had just seen until, in her daze, a bike crashed in front of her. Back in the present, the memory hits her like a wave. The truth of that day, the real reason for her accident, it had nothing to do with fate. It was them. Overcome with emotion, Ji-hyun collapses to the ground. Ji-hyun, in Yi-kyung's body, is devastated after catching her fiancé Min-ho secretly meeting her best friend In-jung in a hotel room. As she crouches in the hallway, a waiter notices her suspicious behavior and alerts Min-ho. Min-ho steps out to investigate, but Ji-hyun narrowly escapes into the elevator, avoiding a confrontation. Though Min-ho wouldn't recognize her as Ji-hyun, the close call adds tension to her already emotional turmoil. Min-ho dismisses the incident but notices a small ornamental ball on the ground outside his room, something that had fallen off Yi-kyung's shoe. A seemingly insignificant detail, but one that will surely resurface at the worst possible time. Meanwhile, Min-ho's true motives start to show. He tells In-jung that Ji-hyun's father is too distracted by grief to handle the matter of Ji-hyun's land. His solution? They need to find Ji-hyun's official seal, the key to her legal assets. In-jung is horrified, digging through Ji-hyun's things behind her back, especially now. She breaks down, saying that her heart feels like it's going to shatter, but Min-ho coldly replies, "But it won't." He tries to justify their actions, insisting they aren't responsible for what happened to Ji-hyun, but In-jung, racked with guilt, finally says it out loud. "It could be because of us." A flashback takes us to that fateful afternoon. In-jung had met Min-ho in his car, both of them filled with fear, not just over their affair, but something bigger, something with serious consequences. She had even hesitated, suggesting they stop before it was too late. I can't go this far, but they had. And now Ji-hyun's life was in ruins. Devastated, Ji-hyun presses the scheduler's panic button, demanding answers about her accident. The scheduler evades her questions, calling it a secret of nature, but Ji-hyun's emotional plea softens him slightly. He maintains indifference to her personal drama, refusing to reveal more about the affair. Ji-hyun cleverly throws his own rules back at him, pointing out she can't confront Min-ho without revealing her identity, leaving the scheduler momentarily speechless. This exchange highlights Ji-hyun's growing determination and the scheduler's begrudging involvement in her quest. As Ji-hyun watches Kang walk away, she feels completely defeated. But just as she's about to break down, he suddenly reappears, poof, reminding her to focus on the present and the 46 days she has left. His words snap her back to reality, making her remember why she went to the hotel in the first place, to get Yi-kyung's work history. She rushes back to the restaurant where everyone already assumes she's a liar who faked her re-summy. But to their surprise, she actually returns with proof of her employment. Kang, still skeptical, reminds her that she was supposed to be back in an hour and she's way past that deadline. Struggling to hold back tears, Ji-hyun stammers out the real reason for her delay. She had seen her fiancé with another woman at the hotel. Despite his tough exterior, Kang is a softie at heart. Instead of firing her, he tells her to show up for work tomorrow and takes her papers. But just as he does, Ji-hyun collapses at his feet, completely exhausted. Kang takes Ji-hyun in Yi-kyung's body to his restaurant-attached quarters after she faints, showing unexpected care by ensuring she's comfortable and even ordering food for her. As he watches her sleep, a tear slips from her eye, and Kang reflects on her strange interest in Min-ho, seemingly believing her story despite its absurdity. When Ji-hyun wakes up, she's touched by Kang's kindness, but suddenly remembers something urgent and rushes out, leaving her bag behind. The staff, suspicious, examines her belongings, and Kang notices a whistle that reminds him of Ji-hyun's from their first meeting, hinting at a deeper connection between them. Ji-hyun returns to Yi-kyung's apartment, preparing to leave her host's body. Though she still has daylight hours left, she has tasks that are easier to accomplish in spirit form. Learning from past mistakes, she remembers to leave the doors open so she won't be trapped. She heads to her father's company, waiting for In-jung to leave work. Meanwhile, inside the office, In-jung hesitates but ultimately follows Mimuna's advice to move forward without her. She searches Ji-hyun's desk for the seal proof that Ji-hyun had a job, even if it was likely more of a paycheck than actual work, but there's no seal. As In-jung leaves the building, Ji-hyun trails her, feeling a mix of anger, confusion, and desperation. Though In-jung can't hear her, Ji-hyun pleads for answers, wanting to understand how the betrayal even began. To Ji-hyun's shock, In-jung goes straight to her house and enters her room. Just as she is about to start searching through Ji-hyun's belongings, Mom walks in, struggling to accept Ji-hyun's accident. Mom questions why In-jung is in her room, seeing it as a sign that everyone is already treating Ji-hyun as if she's gone. In-jung leaves the house after an argument, and Ji-hyun overhears her phone call with someone referred to as Appa, mentioning she couldn't find Kid. Ji-hyun doesn't fully understand the situation, but finds the Appa unusual since In-jung's brother is far away. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Dad asks Minho about the contract for Ji-hyun's land. Minho reassures him that it's taken care of, which reveals he hadn't fully completed the task when expected and is now trying to fix his mistake. Ji-hyun follows Minho to his apartment, grappling with her feelings about his infidelity, since he seemed to love her and shared everything with her. However, she's shocked to find In-jung waiting for him inside, revealing their secret meetings and her knowledge of his passcode. Her anger shifts when she overhears their conversation about a seal which Minho needs for a deal. Ji-hyun had thought she gave him the seal, but it turns out she accidentally gave him lipstick instead. Minho's comment about the land Ji-hyun might still have suggests a plan to use her father's finances for their own gain, making their actions seem more sinister than just an affair. Ji-hyun, disillusioned after leaving Minho's apartment, reflects on the scheduler's task of collecting 3 pure tears, realizing it's more difficult than she expected. That night, she briefly takes over Yi-kyung's body to lock the door, showing her growing reluctance to face the world. Meanwhile, Yi-kyung heads to work, bringing cash to repay a good Samaritan for her hospital fees. He offers to explain why he was at the accident site, but she's uninterested, although he intrigues her with a cryptic statement. Later, Yi-kyung notices something different about herself. When she touches her hair, it feels cleaner than usual. After Yi-kyung comes home from work, Ji-hyun spends the night listlessly, feeling detached from her task. She doesn't take her allotted time and lets Yi-kyung live her own dreary life. The two women, burdened by their struggles, mirror each other in their sorrow. Ji-hyun wonders if Yi-kyung has experienced a similar betrayal. The night turns to day, and with 44 days left on the calendar, Ji-hyun tries to avoid her scheduler phone, but it's caught by the scheduler himself. He warns her not to waste her time, threatening to call the elevator to heaven. This motivates Ji-hyun to get up, and she reluctantly returns to Kang's restaurant. Thankfully, Kang's attitude is more resigned now, and he offers her a meal, which she appreciates more than she realizes. She silently thanks him for his care, something she didn't notice when she was alive. Kang and his manager are shocked to see Ji-hyun in Yi-kyung's body improve her waitressing skills, as her previous incompetence had set very low expectations. Later, Seo arrives at the restaurant, and Ji-hyun is initially happy to see her, but her mood sours when In-jung accompanies her. While taking out the trash, Ji-hyun encounters Minho, who thanks her for helping him when he was drunk. Ji-hyun, unable to hide her anger, coldly asks if she's supposed to remember him and walks away in tears, leaving Minho puzzled. Ji-hyun overhears a conversation where the girls have decided to take turns caring for her since her parents are worn out. Minho mentions the difficulty of managing her father's company, while Kang emphasizes that her father's well-being is more important than the company. Ji-hyun is rattled to learn her mother is in poor condition, unable to eat or sleep. She drops a pitcher of water, and Kang stops her from cleaning it up, sending her to rest. Outside, Ji-hyun takes a moment to cry, apologizing to her mom. Her moment is interrupted by the scheduler, reminding her she has an hour left to return to her body. Realizing her work hours are until midnight, she braces herself to ask her boss for an early leave. Meanwhile, Kang and Minho are discussing business, with Kang hired to design a building on Ji-hyun's land, a project Minho is involved in. Ji-hyun barges in, requesting the adjustment to her hours, glaring at Minho. Ji-hyun in Nikkyun's body explains to Kang that she can only work until 11 p.m., citing someone at home who depends on her. Kang reluctantly agrees, surprising Minho, who questions Kang's unusual leniency. Minho teases Kang about his apparent interest in Ji-hyun, while Kang deflects, noting Minho's seemingly composed demeanor despite Ji-hyun's condition. Minho puts on a brave face, claiming he's acting as Ji-hyun would have wanted, but Ji-hyun, overhearing, scoffs at his insincerity. Realizing Minho's true nature, Ji-hyun decides to retrieve her official seal before he can use it for his shady plans, determined to protect her family and thwart his schemes. Ji-hyun calls the scheduler, asking for the ability to move things just long enough to retrieve her seal. He refuses, sarcastically suggesting she needs a voice recorder that constantly reminds her he's not involved in human affairs. She tries to convince him that something shady is happening with her father's company, and even asks him to get the seal for her, which he laughs off. Before leaving, the scheduler casually mentions that if she says a certain phrase, doors might open to her. However, Ji-hyun, not catching the hint, grumbles that he's been no help at all. Frustrated by her lack of understanding, Ji-hyun asks her boss, Kang, for a favor, explaining she's broken promising to repay the taxi fee she borrowed. She needs to leave for 3 hours during a time when the restaurant is empty, and pleads with him not to fire her over this request. Kang, softened by her persistent charm, agrees, though it's clear he's starting to warm to her. During her time off, Ji-hyun arrives home when the housekeeper leaves. Using the passcode to get in, she sneaks to her room, grimacing at photos of herself and Minho. But instead of immediately searching for her seal, she pauses to rest on her bed. Eventually, she starts rifling through her drawers, though still distracted. Ji-hyun resists the temptation to take cash, remembering the scheduler's warning, but she still fails to find her seal. Minho unexpectedly arrives, claiming he wants to take some of Ji-hyun's favorite things to the hospital as a gift for her mother. His well-thought-out excuse, having been tipped off by In-jung, plays on her mother's emotions, and she allows him to pick a few items from Ji-hyun's room. With time running out, Ji-hyun hurriedly searches for the seal just as Minho enters the room. Ji-hyun desperately searches for her official seal before Minho arrives, but she can't find it. As he enters, she tries to escape through the patio door, only to fall from the ledge and injure her ankle. Meanwhile, In-jung visits a hospital to see a woman she refers to as mother, though it's unclear her actual mother. The woman has dementia and doesn't recognize In-jung, causing her to get upset. It's possible this woman could be Minho's mother. Back at Ji-hyun's house, her mom interrupts Minho's search, forcing him to leave with only photos and dolls. Ji-hyun watches him go, wondering if he found the seal, but feeling reassured by his frustration, knowing he didn't. As Ji-hyun watches Minho leave, she angrily scolds herself for trusting him and believing he loved her. It's a moment of realization for her that people can be untrustworthy and malicious. She reflects on her parents and feels lost, wandering the streets alone. In frustration, she starts hitting her head, berating herself, only to be called out by the scheduler, who reminds her that she's hitting Ji-hyun's head, not her own. Embarrassed, Ji-hyun finds the scheduler on a balcony sipping coffee, and she runs up to him, glad to have someone to talk to. He scolds her for hurting Ji-hyun, but she apologizes and smiles, happy for the company. Ji-hyun grabs the scheduler's hand as she sits next to him, causing a hilariously exaggerated reaction from him, as if she's some kind of slime monster. She seems to think they're friends, while he's frantically trying to get her hand off. He makes it clear that they don't have that kind of relationship, but she insists she has no one else to talk to about her troubles. She vents about Minho, In-jung, her seal, and the tears she's supposed to collect, but he interrupts her. The scheduler reminds her that he's not a person and isn't concerned about her. He only came because his injury detection alarm went off. Ji-hyun sighs, realizing that's why he showed up, and a tear falls. He insists he's busy, but she reminds him of the hint he gave her about opening doors. Confused, he gasps and wonders when he said that. As she tries to prove their friendship to him, the scheduler dramatically jumps up and walks away, pretending Ji-hyun is just making things up about the hint he gave her. Ji-hyun pouts, convinced that he'd give her the hint. As he walks off, he looks back at her, sighing and muttering that she's slow to catch on, which is why she keeps getting hurt. It's clear he's breaking rules to help her, showing a soft side. Meanwhile, Minho visits the hospital to drop off Ji-hyun's things, earning some favor with her father. However, Her dad announces that he's going back to work, which may complicate whatever plan Minho has in motion. Ji-hyun wanders aimlessly and ends up outside Seo-woo's bakery, where she realizes how lonely she is without her friend. Seo-woo recognizes her from Kang's restaurant and, noticing she's hungry, offers her some pastries. It's a good thing Ji-hyun has connections in the food industry, or she'd be starving. Meanwhile, at Kang's restaurant, the other waiters complain about Ik-young being late again, wondering what's going on with their usually cold boss. The manager hints that there's more to people than meets the eye. When Kang hears Ik-young is still absent, he storms off, ready to fire her again. He sees her walk in, eating a pastry, and assumes she's taking advantage of his kindness and slacking off. Kang takes Ji-hyun's actions personally, wondering if she thinks he's a fool for thinking she's taking advantage of him. But true to her fashion, Ji-hyun gets caught off guard and ends up choking on the last piece of bread. Kang's concern immediately takes over his anger, and he calls for help. The staff rushes out with water, and after she drinks, the choking is resolved. There's a tender moment when Ji-hyun looks up to see everyone's concerned faces, showing they care about her well-being. After Ji-hyun throws up in the bathroom, overwhelmed and exhausted, she breaks down in tears. Outside, Kang is waiting for her and tells her to follow him, grumbling that she keeps making him worry. Clearly annoyed by his own concern, she worries he's gonna fire her again. But instead, Kang brings her a bucket of ice water and a towel, having noticed she sprained her ankle. Despite pretending not to care, his actions show he's concerned. Ji-hyun smiles, realizing it's a cold compress for her injury, and reflects on how she taught him that. He brings her purse from the day before, and she doesn't recognize it at first. When he asks about the whistle inside, she explains it was given to her for protection and blows on it. Kang recalls his first meeting with Ji-hyun when they rolled down a hill together while trying to retrieve her bike. She had blown a whistle, saying it was for emergencies, a moment that now feels a bit silly to him. When Ji-hyun gets up, claiming she's better, Kang stops her and offers her an envelope of money, explaining he can't deal with complicated situations. Since she arrived, he's had no peace. He offers her pay for the 49 days she wanted to work and fires her again. Ji-hyun gets upset at the offer and insists she's not a beggar. Kang argues he's just trying to help because she seems to have family and fiancé issues, and she's struggling financially. Still, Ji-hyun refuses the payout and walks away, feeling defeated. Kang can't let her go like that, and exasperated asks what she wants from him. Ji-hyun, with tears in her eyes, says all she wants is to stay. In her mind, she thinks, if you kick me out, I'll be truly alone. Kang tries to insist Ji-hyun take the money, but she refuses, saying she'll be okay and that he's truly helped her. Eventually, he gives in when her stomach growls and sends her upstairs to eat. Overcome with gratitude, Ji-hyun starts crying, which flusters Kang. When he asks why she's crying, she answers, "Because I have tears," and explains it's because she's grateful. Meanwhile, In-jung visits a bridal shop to retrace Ji-hyun's steps in search of her seal. The shopkeeper gives her a harsh reality check. Ji-hyun had been focused on making In-jung's bridesmaid dress perfect, even picking a handsome groomsman for her. In-jung realizes how much Ji-hyun had cared about her, making her betrayal all the worse. Meanwhile, Minho's land deal's on the brink of falling apart, and he begs for more time. Minho unexpectedly shows up at heaven, and despite her anger, can't hide her reactions around him. She glares at him from a distance, but is also visibly shaken by his presence. He notices this and tells her not to make a fuss about him. He then steps outside to take a call from Secretary Shin. Ji-hyun, suspecting it might be In-jung, follows him to eavesdrop. She overhears Minho mentioning her name and telling the caller to stop crying. He also reveals that this plan has been in the works for 2 years. Ji-hyun is confused, as she only met him less than 2 years ago. Ji-hyun realizes that her meeting with Minho may not have been a coincidence, though she hasn't fully connected the dots yet. Minho notices her nearby as he's finishing his call and tells her to stop, implying that he knows she's up to, but claiming she's not his type. Ji-hyun scoffs at his arrogance, retorting that he's delusional and calling him out for being insincere and manipulative. As she insults him, her tear necklace starts glowing red, causing her pain. The scheduler suddenly appears between them, warning Ji-hyun that she's dangerously close to revealing her true identity. If she does, the necklace will break and her 49 days will end. Ji-hyun nods in understanding of the scheduler's warning, but Minho stares at her like she's lost her mind. Kang approaches, seeing the two of them together. Minho questions Ji-hyun, and she responds by accusing him of trying to seduce her, which causes her to storm off. Later, Ji-hyun, in her own body, notices her ankle injury and clean hair. As she checks herself in the mirror, a stalker-like figure enters. He reveals that he knows a lot about her, including why she went to a certain place and the scar on her wrist. Ji-hyun recalls him as a neurologist she saw near the time of her accident. The revelation adds to the eerie vibe, and the man's name is revealed Non Kyung-bin, MD. Ji-hyun finally remembers the stalker. Non Kyung-bin, but she doesn't seem to welcome the memory and warns him not to mess with her. It's unclear if she's in denial or if she actually has missing memories. Meanwhile, In-jung talks to Min-ho, revealing that she visited his mother and insists they have enough money to take her abroad. However, In-jung is concerned about Ji-hyun's dad and the potential consequences of losing his company, so she pushes for a hostile takeover. Min-ho confirms this was part of their plan all along. The story also reveals that Ji-hyun's rescue by Min-ho was orchestrated by In-jung, who set a trap for Min-ho to swoop in and play the hero. The theater encounter was also part of this plan. Ji-hyun, in her spectral form, watches as Min-ho and In-jung reveal their manipulation, including how long their plan has been in motion. Min-ho admits that if things had gone as planned, he would have been married by now, and reinforces the idea that Ji-hyun's father has given up on her. This sends Ji-hyun into a fit of anger and sadness, but she quickly gains a sense of vengeful determination. Back at the hospital, Ji-hyun confronts In-jung, accusing her of thinking that her meeting with Min-ho was fate, while In-jung reflects on the betrayal. In-jung silently acknowledges that Ji-hyun had a role in the events that led to this betrayal, making it unclear if she feels guilt or justification. Ji-hyun, as a ghost, confronts In-jung about her betrayal, blaming her for the accident and accusing her of doing it all for money. In-jung reflects on Ji-hyun's ability to avoid getting hurt, hinting at the depth of her feelings. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun notices a stuffed kangaroo Min-ho had brought from her room, triggering a memory of when she placed her seal in its pouch. Unable to retrieve it herself, she resists calling the Reaper for help, recalling his earlier warning about not interfering in human affairs. As In-jung sleeps, Ji-hyun seethes with anger, her fist clenched. The next morning, Ji-hyun wakes up in Ji-hyun's body and immediately calls the scheduler, only to find he's at a swimming pool, flirting with women. After he reveals his location, Ji-hyun shows up, amused by the idea of Reapers at a normal pool. She tells him her plan to recover her seal at the hospital and expose Min-ho and In-jung. The scheduler warns her about breaking all the rules at once and asks if she expects the express elevator to take her away. Ji-hyun begs him to stall the elevator for an hour, but he's soon called away on a soul-reaping mission, instantly changing into his suit. At the pool, an accident occurs when a woman falls and breaks her neck, causing her soul to emerge. The scheduler, being the cheeky Reaper he is, tells her about her deadness. She tries to run from him, but two hooded Grim Reapers appear and drag her into the elevator. Ji-hyun asks why this soul is being treated differently from the hospital patient, and the scheduler explains that people are treated in death based on how they lived. Ji-hyun asks him to delay her own elevator for an hour, and he agrees, remarking that lying is a human trait and she can trust him. Ji-hyun, emotional yet trying to stay composed, tells Reaper Boy she's grown attached to him, which makes him scoff. She wonders if the elevator ride will be as scary as the one she witnessed and asks if he'll be with her the whole way. Realizing time is running out, she hurries off, leaving him bemused by her lack of a request for a ride. Meanwhile, Min-ho picks up Ji-hyun's parents for what was supposed to be their wedding day. At the hospital, In-jung searches for Ji-hyun's seal, while others, including Kang and Seo-woo, are also present. The nurse informs Min-ho that the stuffed animals have to go due to health concerns. Kang is surprised to run into Ji-hyun in Ji-hyun's body at the hospital entrance, and she panics, yelling at him about closing the store. He assumes she's sick and being treated there. She doesn't have time to explain and rushes inside, where she hides as Min-ho leaves the room with a kangaroo toy. Outside, Min-ho calls In-jung, frustrated about her lack of progress in finding the seal. Meanwhile, In-jung, leaving Ji-hyun's house, sees a stuffed toy in her cabbie's rearview mirror, reminding her of the day Min-ho gave Ji-hyun the kangaroo with jewelry inside, which Ji-hyun had called her new treasure box. In-jung rushes to the hospital to find the seal, but it's already gone and Min-ho isn't answering his phone. Both In-jung and Ji-hyun hail cabs, racing towards different destinations, leading to a chaotic wild kangaroo chase. Ji-hyun in Yi-kyung's body beats In-jung to her parents' house to retrieve the seal. She introduces herself as Ji-hyun's online friend and explains her presence by mentioning a magic trick Ji-hyun performed at their anniversary. Although Ji-hyun's mom is suspicious, she accepts the explanation. Ji-hyun finds the seal in the kangaroo pouch, but in her rush, she doesn't notice the necklace being pulled out. She takes the magic CD and a digital camera, reassuring the upstairs boss that she's just borrowing them, not stealing. Ji-hyun in Yi-kyung's body feels emotional seeing her exhausted mother and reassures her, telling her that Ji-hyun always adored her and wanted to be like her. This lifts her mom's spirits. As her mom eagerly asks for more, In-jung arrives at the gate, forcing Ji-hyun to hide quickly behind a tree. A flashback reveals that Ji-hyun, using advice from the scheduler, realized her IQ improved in spirit form and cleverly decided to use Yi-kyung's body to retrieve the seal unnoticed. Confident and feeling victorious, she skips away, pleased with how she's outsmarted her fiancé. In-jung arrives at Ji-hyun's house, pretending to have forgotten her phone. But she finds nothing in the kangaroo doll. She casually asks Ji-hyun's mom about the dolls, but her odd behavior raises suspicion. Despite having lived with the Shin family for years, In-jung forgets that Ji-hyun's mom avoids certain foods, making her actions seem off. Mom, feeling guilty about not offering In-jung food earlier, mentions an unknown friend of Ji-hyun's, which piques In-jung's curiosity. In-jung shares her suspicions about Ji-hyun's mysterious friend with Min-ho, but he brushes it off, saying there's no motive for the friend to be involved. He also hints that everyone has secrets, which makes In-jung suspicious of him. Meanwhile, Min-ho assures her that he'll handle the Haemido land deal, promising a solution with more time. At the restaurant, Kang continues to be troubled by Yi-kyung, whom he encountered at the hospital. He wonders if she really is terminally ill and expresses regret for not sending her away earlier. Manager Oh is clearly amused by Kang's frustration over Yi-kyung, teasing him about his feelings, while Kang continues to deny it, claiming he's just bothered. Ji-hyun, meanwhile, comes to the restaurant on her day off to hide her seal, avoiding being seen by manager. Oh, she stumbles upon Kang's living quarters and overhears him singing badly in the shower, which she misinterprets as him not caring about his injured friend. She gets frustrated, not realizing that his cheerful singing might have a different meaning. In this scene, Kang's unexpected bad shower singing is followed by him finding Yi-kyung participating in cleaning day at the restaurant. He orders her to go home due to her illness, but when she resists, he firmly grabs her wrist and pulls her outside. Manager O's wife swoons, comparing him to a famous drama character, while Manager O laments how dramas are setting unrealistic expectations for women. Yi-kyung notices Kang's concern about her health and jokingly tells him he only has 42 days left to tolerate her. When he mistakenly thinks she's referring to her death, she clarifies, offering that he won't have to see her after those days. Kang, trying to mask his feelings, pretends to be grumpy and indifferent, but Yi-kyung sees through his facade. She realizes that he's actually considerate and kind to her, contrasting with his earlier heartless behavior toward her. Kang quietly watches Yi-kyung clean, trying to act indifferent but subtly helping her, which doesn't go unnoticed by Manager O and his wife. Meanwhile, Min-ho reflects on his earlier meeting with a doctor who confirmed that Ji-hyun is brain dead, though it's unclear whether Min-ho's distress is due to guilt, sadness over her health, or both. Min-ho overhears Ji-hyun's father arguing with the doctor, who shows signs of distress. Later, Min-ho takes him out for dinner and reveals that the contract wasn't completed before Ji-hyun's accident. He admits that Ji-hyun gave him lipstick instead of her seal, meaning her land cannot be sold without her declaration of incompetence. Min-ho feigns emotional hesitation, presenting himself as a bereaved fiancé while subtly revealing his true manipulative intentions. Min-ho submits his resignation letter, playing the role of a grieving fiancé while deferring the decision to Ji-hyun's father, claiming he just wants to stay by her side. Meanwhile, Manager O prepares a candlelit pasta dinner for his wife, but she opts for Korean food, sticking to her health routine. At a separate table, Ji-hyun picks at her food, and Kang notices her distaste for the bay leaf, which reminds him of Ji-hyun's similar dislike. Ji-hyun feels downhearted, comparing her love life to the happiness of a married couple. After noticing Kang staring at her, she teases him, lightening the mood. However, she becomes melancholic again, Wishing she had someone to cry in front of, the scheduler, sitting nearby on a swing dressed as a high schooler, mocks her in a playful text message. Ji-hyun confronts him, and he innocently claims he was just tweeting, lightening the scene with humor. Ji-hyun proudly shares with the scheduler that she found her seal and her memory is improving. The scheduler, annoyed about missing a concert for her, complains, but his irritation seems more like bluster. Ji-hyun reflects on how today should have been her wedding day, but instead, she took joy in defying her fiancé. The scheduler humorously comments that life's a comedy, highlighting the absurdity of her situation. Ji-hyun asks the scheduler about the other person who was given the 49-day challenge to collect tears, but he keeps it classified, telling her it won't affect her case. Despite her pouting, she accepts this and continues her mission. That night, she chats to Ji-hyun, who can't hear her, and it's both annoying and endearing at the same time. The scheduler, who dislikes Ji-hyun's apartment, calls Ji-hyun out and takes her to a department store where he suggests shopping to cheer her up. His expressions are hilarious, adding a fun dynamic to the scene. The scheduler uses his magic to put Ji-hyun in various outfits, which she finds too revealing and calls him a pervert. He teases her about her figure, and despite her protests, she eventually embraces the shopping spree. She even chops off her hair, feeling empowered. Ji-hyun reflects on how good she feels, realizing she has two people on her side, him and Kang. Though the scheduler denies being truly on her side, she's grateful for his help, taking what she can get. Ji-hyun reflects on how Minho, once seen as the ideal man, has turned out to be cold, while Han Kang, who seemed mean, actually has a heart. Meanwhile, Seo-woo feels sorry for the life Ji-hyun could have had if not for the accident, and complains about Ji-hyun's decision to show Minho the bridesmaid dress. In-jung, already upset, snaps at Seo-woo to drop it. Seo-woo, feeling frustrated by In-jung's behavior, starts crying and insists she's also Ji-hyun's friend, but In-jung ignores her and leaves. Ji-hyun, in Ji-hyun's spirit form, observes Ji-hyun working at the convenience store and notices how exhaustion is affecting her. Ji-hyun hopes Ji-hyun can get some rest soon. When Dr. No approaches and offers Ji-hyun breakfast, she ignores him. Ji-hyun initially thinks Dr. No is Ji-hyun's boyfriend, but Dr. No reveals he's responsible for the death of that person and has been living quietly in the area, feeling like he's been dead for 2 years. Dr. No, after recovering from his own emotional turmoil, urges Ji-hyun to release her pent-up feelings and offers to help her as a psychologist. However, Ji-hyun rejects his offer, telling him she hates the version of him who remembers the past. At home, Ji-hyun sympathizes with Ji-hyun, reflecting on the possibility that her parents could end up in a similar state. This thought brings Ji-hyun to tears. Later, when she is in her own body, Ji-hyun reviews family photos and vows to return to her parents, starting with her list of potential criers. Ji-hyun, unable to access anyone's phone numbers, asks Kang for permission to use his computer, which he grants without hesitation. She finds the phone numbers she needs online and plans to contact one person each day. However, her long work hours complicate scheduling these meetings. Meanwhile, Minho makes a fake phone call to draw Ji-hyun's father into a conversation, subtly pushing the need to declare Ji-hyun incompetent in order to proceed with the Haemido land deal. Minho manipulates the situation by returning his resignation letter to Ji-hyun's father and pretending he wants to quit to take care of Ji-hyun, which causes his father to become angry and push him to stay involved in the business. This tactic makes Minho appear like the good guy, deflecting suspicion. He then texts In-jung, assuring her everything is under control. Minho meets with director Jung to finalize a deal where they agree to cover the Haemido land deal payment with the condition that if Ji-hyun's seal is found, they'll proceed with the original terms. It seems Minho is setting up Ji-hyun's father for failure so he can take over. Ji-hyun approaches Kang with a proposal to make her work a freelance part-time job, pointing out that his original pay was below minimum wage. She lowers her hourly rate by $1, but emphasizes her limited time left. Kang initially calls her out for researching wage rates and assumes she's unlikely to get what she wants. However, Ji-hyun threatens to quit and find another job, which prompts Kang to stop her. He agrees to the freelance arrangement and even increases her pay to minimum wage, showing that he's clearly attracted to her. Minho arrives to talk business with Kang and notices Ji-hyun in Yi-kyung's body laughing, admitting she was joking. Kang laughs too, but later Ji-hyun's mood shifts when she sees Minho, turning from cheerful to glaring at him. Kang reprimands Ji-hyun for her behavior, saying she's sending mixed signals and asks for an apology. Ji-hyun begrudgingly complies, remembering the scheduler's warning about the necklace. Minho assumes her change in attitude is due to learning about his fiancé and asks how she found out. Ji-hyun, uninterested in his personal life, brushes it off. Kang overhears the awkward conversation and intervenes just as Ji-hyun walks away. Minho and Kang move downstairs where to ask about the relationship between Kang and Yi-kyung. Kang downplays it, but Minho suggests he should fire her because she's too disdainful. Kang counters, pointing out that Minho, who's typically charming with women, is unusually curt with Yi-kyung. Kang implies that Minho's behavior suggests he's attracted to Yi-kyung but is hiding it behind antagonism, calling it childish. Minho, upset by the suggestion, leaves, but as he walks away, he wonders if it could be true. He confronts Yi-kyung, asking why she looks at him so scornfully. She cheekily replies that he probably earned it. Provoked, Minho grabs her arm and mutters, "You're acting pretty funny," just as someone else approaches. Minho, overwhelmed by anger and curiosity, grabs Ji-hyun in Yi-kyung's body and accuses her of trying to manipulate him by making him think she knows him. While there's some truth to his perception, he's missing the point that she's a complete stranger. In-jung and Kang arrive, sensing the tension, and Minho holds onto Ji-hyun's arm until In-jung steps in, making her presence known. Ji-hyun apologizes and walks away, realizing she should heed the scheduler's advice and be more cautious about acting too much like Ji-hyun around her friends, and I use the term loosely, considering some are more like backstabbing ex-friends. At dinner, Kang informs Minho that he won't be working on the Haemido project anymore and tries to hand over his sketches. Minho refuses to accept this decision, insisting he's the only one who can do it. As much as I want Kang to distance himself from the whole manipulative scheme, Kang takes Ji-hyun downstairs and lectures her on customer service, making it clear that Minho is his friend's fiancé. Ji-hyun can't help but pout, feeling jealous of the kindness Kang shows Minho, especially considering how harsh he's been toward her. "Oh, sweet, naive Ji-hyun." In-jung, curious about how Minho handled the land deal, asks him to drive her home pretending to be sick. Minho is irritated by her boldness, both in asking for a ride and for calling him Papa in public, but she reassures him that they're in the clear. He tells her about the plan to declare Ji-hyun mentally incompetent, urging her to be patient as it will take time for Ji-hyun's father to accept the decision. In-jung, frustrated by the ongoing secrecy and their hidden relationship, complains that the wedding was supposed to be the end of their 2 years of sneaking around. Minho reassures In-jung with smooth lines, telling her that location doesn't matter if they're comfortable with each other and that they're going to be together for the rest of their lives. These lines, though, come off as hollow and insincere. In-jung, though reassured, is hurt when Minho unknowingly turns away as she tries to hold his hand. Despite her being a cheater, there's a hint of sympathy for her, as she's deep in lies due to her love for him, only to be met with emotional distance. As Ji-hyun rides the bus home, she deletes all the pictures of her and Minho from her camera. But when she reaches the photos of her girlfriends, she can't bring herself to erase them. She cries, asking In-jung when they stop being friends, feeling heartbroken. Then, realizing something, she calls the scheduler, asking if the phone can be used to talk to the living as well. The scheduler, exasperated, points out how she's only just now figured it out. Ji-hyun calls the people on her list while heading home, but is spotted by the landlady, leading her to flee to avoid another confrontation. As Ji-hyun goes to sleep, her soul exits her body, and Yi-kyung wakes up to the landlady knocking on her door for rent. The landlady mentions seeing Yi-kyung outside and recalls her being there the day before, making Yi-kyung start to suspect something strange is happening. She looks at her reflection, bewildered by the situation. Ji-hyun, feeling nervous, quickly presses her panic button to call the scheduler for help. However, she receives a video message from him instead, where he humorously tells her this is not an emergency situation, wagging his finger at her. Yi-kyung grows suspicious, but doesn't press the issue, and Ji-hyun breathes a sigh of relief. The next day, Ji-hyun cheerfully enters work and asks Kang to sign her time in her notebook to calculate her freelance pay. He agrees with a smile, and she thanks him in an exaggerated way, calling him Sissa Jang Nim's, a playful version of boss. He asks her to stop calling him that, but she jokingly suggests calling him Han Kang or just Kang, even drawing comparisons to American names like Jenny and John. Kang looks unimpressed, but Ji-hyun sheepishly pulls back, realizing the awkwardness of calling him that in Yi-kyung's body. Despite the awkwardness, Kang can't help but smile as she walks away. Ji-hyun's words about wanting to become a mother like her linger in Mom's mind. So she heads to the hospital with a thermos of ox bone soup, something she doesn't usually eat because it's Ji-hyun and Dad's favorite. Meanwhile, Manager Oh's wife arrives at the restaurant with a pot of the same soup for the staff. Ji-hyun devours her portion, savoring every drop, and when Kang sees her enjoying it so much, he offers up his rice so she can have more. It's such a sweet, small gesture from Kang, and it also beautifully ties Ji-hyun to her mother through the soup. Outside, a little kid breaks a glass and cries, so Ji-hyun steps in to clean up and cheer him up with a magic trick, making him smile. Kang watches, clearly moved, and the moment triggers a memory of high school when he joined the magic club and Ji-hyun showed him the same trick repeatedly. As he watches her smile, he starts seeing Ji-hyun and Yi-kyung. Later, Kang sits with Manager Oh, pointing out the many similarities between Ji-hyun and Yi-kyung, their eating habits, nervous tics, word choices, and now the magic trick. He notes, and by feelings too, implying that while she feels like Ji-hyun, his feelings for both are starting to blur. Ji-hyun embarks on her first mission to collect tears and visits an old high school friend at a gallery. She introduces herself as Ji-hyun's friend and requests to film a video message to help Ji-hyun connect with her friends and encourage her to wake up. The friend agrees to share a tear-jerking story, but no tears are shed. Instead, she bluntly comments that Ji-hyun isn't dead and brings up the subject of her engagement. Ji-hyun leaves, realizing that this task is going to be more challenging than she expected. It's puzzling why she starts with distant friends rather than COO, one of her closest friends. Even if she doesn't believe Kang would cry for her, why not start with someone she's closer to? Kang visits Ji-hyun in the hospital, bringing her favorite roses and covering her exposed toes with a smile. He wonders aloud why he keeps seeing her, even though she's here. He calls himself crazy, trying to convince himself of it. Ji-hyun heads to Seowoo's bakery, realizing that gathering tears from her close friends is tricky since they already know her as Kang's employee, making it harder to be seen as Ji-hyun's friend. She tries to ask Seowoo about a friend, but her eager questioning inadvertently scares her off, leading Seowoo to misinterpret her intentions. Ji-hyun buys some pastries and heads back to work. On her way back, she spots Kang, but he ignores her. Driving past, Ji-hyun runs to catch up, asking why he didn't stop, but Kang brushes her off, pretending not to have seen her. Ji-hyun comes downstairs with his favorite pastry for him, but he reacts with an outburst, clearly trying to suppress his feelings. He yells at her to leave and stop bothering him, which almost brings her to tears. If only he'd follow his own advice and figure out why he's acting so hot and cold. Meanwhile, In-jung, feeling ignored by Minho, invites Seowoo to dinner. They head to Kang's, where they briefly cross paths with Ji-hyun. Manager Oh sends Ji-hyun home, noticing she doesn't look well. In-jung then asks another waitress if Wi-kyung is a good worker, since she seems to get special treatment. The waitress explains that it's because the boss likes her. She comes and goes as she pleases. Ji-hyun returns home, tired, and calls the scheduler to repay the 49 he lent out her earlier, surprised that she's paying him back so soon. He's busy with a songwriting session, but tells her to come to him since she's the one who owes him. She reminds him that she won't be able to access the money once she leaves Yi-kyung's body, but the scheduler introduces a new rule. If it's meant for him, she'll be able to touch it. She jokes about whether that means she can touch Ji-hyun too. She meets him at a club where he's performing his song Scarecrow. Ji-hyun listens and claps, which the scheduler appreciates. She then plays around with the piano and mentions that being a singer was once her dream. This makes the scheduler laugh, but she teases him by singing a line from his song, which surprises him. She shares that her dad didn't let her pursue singing, as he wanted her to focus on getting married instead. Clearly, that didn't go as planned. She shares with him that she made her first attempt at gathering tears today, but felt utterly pathetic. He reassures her, saying it's to be expected for someone in her position, and reminds her that humans are complicated. He adds, but you're better off than a scheduler because you have the hope of coming back to life. Curious, she asks how he became a scheduler. He reveals he volunteered. When she asks why, he answers, "I don't know what it is, but I think I died with something truly important left to do. That's why I volunteered. If I finish my 5-year term without incident, I can do that thing. That's the reason why I live as a scheduler." She asks what that thing is, and he responds, "If I can, you." Why would I be a scheduler? Realizing it was a silly question, she adds that he's got it pretty tough for someone so young. Ji-hyun doesn't make it to work that night due to food poisoning from something Ji-hyun ate. The doctor, Kyung-bin, comes by and asks about her, but the boss informs him she didn't show up. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun waits outside, wondering why Ji-hyun hasn't returned, and calls the scheduler, saying it's an emergency. They find Ji-hyun in pain, and the scheduler tells Ji-hyun to take her to the hospital. At the hospital, Ji-hyun tells the doctor what she ate, but he's shocked she didn't throw up. Meanwhile, Kang is at work, reflecting on whether he was too harsh on Ji-hyun the day before. Minho presents a land deal to his dad with a financial backup plan in place for a potential hostile takeover. At the same time, dad begins throwing up as well. Ji-hyun realizes she's late for work, heads to the drugstore for medicine, and rushes to the bus stop. Minho, leaving the hospital, spots her as she trips while crossing the street. He instinctively goes to help her but stops himself. Minho watches as Ji-hyun limps to the bus stop, taking her medication before deciding to offer her a ride. She sneers and refuses, but he tells her he's headed to Kang's place anyway and asks why she won't accept. Ji-hyun bluntly replies, "Because I don't like you?" When he presses her, asking why, she shrugs and says there's no reason, she just dislikes him. She adds that he probably needs a reason for everything, like or dislike, to understand it. Minho doesn't let it go, though, and for some reason drags her into his car. In the car, Ji-hyun spots a picture of him, herself. She comments without thinking she looks stupid, then quickly corrects herself, saying she looks trusting and gullible instead. Kang waits outside, clearly frustrated when he sees Ji-hyun getting out of Minho's car. The jealousy brewing between the two is palpable. Once Minho comes downstairs to his office, Kang confronts him, demanding to know why Ji-hyun was in his car. He asks where they met, why Minho gave her a ride, and if he's given up on Ji-hyun already. Minho counters by questioning why they're discussing Ji-hyun when it's really about Kang's feelings for Ji-hyun. Both deny having feelings for the other, shouting that they have no interest in Ji-hyun, but the back and forth just continues with neither one admitting their true feelings. It's a classic case of denial, with both trying to act uninterested while clearly being caught up in the confusion and tension. Minho leaves and Kang calls Ji-hyun or Ji-hyun in her body down to fire her for the last time. He explains that Minho is his friend's fiancé and that he has a responsibility to protect her. Ji-hyun starts to realize that he's doing all of this for her, though she's still missing the fact that he's also acting out of jealousy, refusing to admit it. Kang hands her an envelope of money, but she refuses to take it. With tears in her eyes, she thanks him, acknowledging the care he's shown to his friend's friend. She tells him she'll consider it hers, and with a quiet farewell to the staff, she walks out. Outside, Minho overhears that Ji-hyun has been fired and waits for her to come out. He asks what she plans to do next, and then offers her a job as his housekeeper. While frustrating because she's leaving Kang's to work for him, it makes sense why Ji-hyun accepts the offer to spy on his secret life. She asks about the pay, and once she hears the terms, takes the job. Ji-hyun agrees to work as Minho's housekeeper, seeing it as a chance to gather information about his shady dealings and her father's company at risk. Minho is surprised by how easily she accepts, expecting some resistance since it's the only way he's been able to engage with Ji-hyun. He gives her his address, and she agrees to meet him the next morning. As Minho drives off, he vows to see how long Ji-hyun will continue to glare at him. Ji-hyun, observing his frustration, realizes he's a petty man who can't stand being ignored, especially by Ji-hyun, the only woman who's ever challenged him. Kang tells manager that he sent Yi-kyung away without any regrets, insisting he feels absolutely nothing. Manager however, doesn't seem convinced. He brings up another topic, revealing that he's recommended Kang for an architect role in a cafe gallery project. This is because Kang has distanced himself from the Haemido Resort project and needs a little nudge to get back into work. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun has scheduled a meeting with a friend under a fake name to continue her 3 Tiers project, only to find that her friend has been delayed at work. Feeling dismissed, Ji-hyun is frustrated with how easily her friend blows her off. Starving, Ji-hyun stops for a bite to eat, but is disappointed by the small portion. Despite the doctor's warning about Yi-kyung's unhealthy diet, she considers ordering more food. She remembers the warning against noodles and the worry that Yi-kyung's eating habits will continue. Later, she returns home early to rest her body, and Yi-kyung wakes up earlier than usual. She quickly leaves to use a phone at a nearby store, apologizing to her boss for being ill the previous day, but receives some bad news. Meanwhile, Kang meets with a potential client but is turned off by the man's attitude and rejects the job. As he leaves, he notices Yi-kyung hurrying to the store, and for a brief moment, he almost follows her but decides against it. This near encounter makes it hard for him to sleep that night as he reflects on firing Yi-kyung and how she left without taking his money. Yi-kyung returns home dejected and sleeps through the night after losing her job, while Ji-hyun anxiously hovers over her. In the morning, Ji-hyun panics when she realizes Yi-kyung is awake, meaning Ji-hyun can't take over and meet Minho for her new job. The scheduler appears irritated and scolds Ji-hyun for getting Yi-kyung sick and fired. He reminds her that the powers that be granted her permission to use Yi-kyung's body with the condition that she doesn't harm it and works around Yi-kyung's life. Now that Yi-kyung's schedule is disrupted, Ji-hyun can no longer predict when she'll fall asleep, and the scheduler warns her to stay close or risk losing her chance. Meanwhile, Minho waits for Ji-hyun at home, growing increasingly frustrated with her absence. He eventually arrives late to work, where In-jung suggests they have lunch together, but he turns her down sharply. She's hurt, but he reminds her that they've always kept up appearances at the office, even when no one's watching. In a flashback, we learn how Minho and In-jung first met. One night, while walking through the neighborhood and talking to her mother, In-jung was kidnapped by thugs. Minho, coming back from a hiking trip, saw her struggle and chased down the car, rescuing her. After ensuring her safety, he walked her home and they exchanged names and numbers. Minho reassures In-jung that their deal will close soon, allowing them to date openly, but asks for her patience until then. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun's father is hiding a serious illness. Dr. Jo advises him to undergo surgery immediately, but he refuses, citing Ji-hyun's condition and his wife's fragile state. The doctor bluntly tells him there's no hope for Ji-hyun, even threatening to tell his wife about his health issues. However, Ji-hyun's father remains determined, unwilling to give up on his daughter. Minho wraps up the paperwork for the multi-million-dollar real estate deal before heading to Kang's restaurant to convince him to take on the Haemido project again. Minho thinks Kang's unique, eccentric design style would be perfect for one of the resort's vacation guest houses, but Kang turns him down. Minho insists, though, trying to push his point. Minho's mood has noticeably soured, and both Manager-o and Kang are beginning to notice. Minho's pitch about the pension is his excuse for visiting. The real reason he dropped by was to check if Yi-kyung had returned, something he isn't proud of. After leaving, he mutters to himself, questioning his own intentions. Ji-hyun stays at home, reflecting on how Yi-kyung is wasting her life and pondering what happened 5 years ago that led to her current state. As she searches for a photo album, she suddenly loses her grip on Yi-kyung's body and is thrown out. Yi-kyung wakes up on the floor, fully dressed, and starts recalling the strange occurrences in her life, like her washed hair and twisted ankle. Sensing that something is off, Yi-kyung goes through her hidden belongings and finds the shampoo, but she can't make sense of the oddities. She laughs bitterly, fed up with everything. And in a moment of despair, she grabs a piece of rope and attempts to make a noose, contemplating ending her misery. In a panic, Ji-hyun calls the scheduler, pleading for help to stop Yi-kyung from ending her life. To Ji-hyun's shock, the scheduler responds coldly. Again, he tells her to leave Yi-kyung alone, stating that whether she chooses to end her life is her decision, not theirs to intervene in. Just as Yi-kyung prepares to hang herself, there's a knock at the door. It's Dr. No. She initially ignores him, but his persistence finally forces her to open the door. Dr. No, having been worried when he couldn't find Yi-kyung at the convenience store, is relieved to see her alive. He returns her dried rose, although he doesn't fully understand its significance. The gesture softens Yi-kyung's anger, and she accepts both the rose and the card he offers, which invites her to talk if she wants. Back inside, Ji-hyun anxiously waits, hoping Yi-kyung won't go through with her suicide plan. Thankfully, Yi-kyung doesn't, and Ji-hyun tearfully thanks her for staying alive. She doesn't know the cause of Yi-kyung's misery, but she urges her to find strength. Ji-hyun shares her perspective, telling Yi-kyung how precious life is, the ability to touch, feel warmth, have a voice, and smile with others. She pleads for Yi-kyung to be strong so that Ji-hyun can live too. However, time passes, and over the next 4 days, Ji-hyun remains stuck in the apartment as Yi-kyung does nothing but eat ramen. As her days dwindle, Ji-hyun pleads with the scheduler for help, but he can't intervene directly since he's unable to influence the will of the living. However, annoyed by her constant requests and curious about Yi-kyung's situation, he contacts his senior Reaper to ask if he can use Tactic Dalvin 3 in this case. Tactic Dalvin 3 turns out to be the scheduler dressing up like a carefree hippie, adopting quirky mannerisms, and speaking in a falsetto voice. It's a sight to behold. He visits a late-night coffee shop where he begins to complain about the bad energy in the place. Using his Reaper knowledge, he reveals personal details about the manager's life, like how the manager's dog passed away last month. Then, with a dramatic shudder, he loses his spirit sense and switches back to normal, all while keeping the manager on edge. Before leaving, Psychic Hippie delivers a few parting words of advice. If the manager hires a woman under 30, thin, and hard to make smile, he'll enjoy a long life. It's both strange and hilarious. The scheduler's quirky tactic to 3 proves to be both hilarious and oddly fitting, revealing that it must have been used enough in the past to earn a nickname. Meanwhile, Yi-kyung, who's been bombarded by mysterious job flyers only she can see, finally notices one that's practically tailor-made for her, a massive poster with strict requirements, female to 8am, 28-29 years old, 170 cm. Under 51 kg, it even lists the perks like a familial atmosphere and minimal supervision. Despite the absurdity, Yi-kyung reluctantly takes the flyer to the cafe, but when she tries to show it to others, no one else can see it. The cafe manager, however, is eager to hire her based on her fit for the role. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun vows to be more careful when using Yi-kyung's body and asks the scheduler for another favor, more information about Yi-kyung's life. She feels sympathy for her loneliness and is determined to track down her family if they exist, despite the schedulers grumbling about how women always ask for more after receiving kindness. The scheduler, although reluctant, agrees to help Ji-hyun track down Yi-kyung's family, despite it being outside his usual duties, citing his growing curiosity about Yi-kyung. With only 33 days remaining, Ji-hyun finally gets a turn in the body and heads to Minho's apartment to start her new job. No longer expecting her, greets her coldly but doesn't send her away. He asks for her ID card, which she doesn't have, so she provides her phone number instead. He then tells her to wait for him to return by 11 p.m., an order she reluctantly agrees to, though she's annoyed about spending the day stuck inside. Once settled, she starts searching through his things, hoping to find some incriminating evidence. Seo plans to visit Ji-hyun with In-jung on their day off, but In-jung has other plans, which Seo assumes are related to a new boyfriend. In-jung gets annoyed at Seo for constantly bringing up Ji-hyun, and asserts that their lives can't revolve around her anymore. Seo, however, argues that not much time has passed since the accident, but In-jung is determined to move on. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun, searching through Minho's files, finds a photo album of Minho and In-jung together, dating back to 2006, before Minho studied abroad and before she knew him. This confirms her suspicions about their past and their deception. At the restaurant, manager Oh forces Kang to do some calisthenics to break his isolation, and it's in this situation that Ji-hyun unexpectedly finds him after leaving Minho's apartment. Still upbeat as ever, Kang is surprised by Ji-hyun's upbeat attitude and her casual tone, calling him Hang Kang Shi since he's no longer her boss. Ji-hyun, now a paying customer, enjoys her meal and chats with the manager's wife, while Kang pretends not to listen but overhears her conversation. He learns that she has a new, better-paying job, though she admits she was more comfortable working at his restaurant. Kang doesn't directly address her, but orders manager Oh not to charge her. As Ji-hyun leaves, she insists she paid for her meal and makes it clear that she has no interest in his engaged friend. Ji-hyun is initially skeptical of Kang's concern, but is surprised when he genuinely asks about her health and her comfort with her new job. She softens and promises the manager's wife to return for pasta before heading out. However, the curious waitress, Soon-jung, speculates that Yi-kyung's new job must be at a bar due to the high pay and afternoons off, which leads to the assumption that Yi-kyung has lost all hope. Kang, alarmed, rushes after Yi-kyung, but misses her. As she's hiding just around the corner watching him search, Ji-hyun Ji-hyun feels touched and relieved, thinking to herself how grateful she is to have someone like Kang, even if his concern is for Ji-hyun. As Kang continues searching for Ji-hyun, Ji-hyun struggles with her emotions, torn between wanting to approach him and the pain of knowing he's worried about Ji-hyun, not her. She runs off, fighting back tears. Meanwhile, Minho is preoccupied with Ji-hyun waiting for him at home, debating whether to leave work early. When In-jung calls to confirm their dinner date, he makes up an excuse about needing to work late. However, In-jung decides to surprise him by heading over to make him dinner, inadvertently complicating things. In-jung walks into Minho's apartment and is shocked to find Ji-hyun in Ji-hyun's body glaring at her. Ji-hyun, having the upper hand, questions In-jung about her secret relationship with Minho and how she knew the lock code. In-jung lies and leaves, feeling uneasy. Minho arrives home, flustered after Ji-hyun confronts him about In-jung's visit. He later calls In-jung to suggest dinner for damage control. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun sneaks into Minho's room, trying to investigate the mystery file he brought home, but it's locked away. In-jung is confused by Minho hiring Ji-hyun as a housekeeper, especially since he usually does help people like that. Minho brushes it off and asks if In-jung ever truly loved him. She says no, and he dismisses the idea of ever falling for someone like Ji-hyun, showing his disdain for her position and further probing his complex and hypercritical nature. Ji-hyun returns home and is pleased to find her new schedule offers more free time. She decides to go for a run, thinking that the best way to repay Ji-hyun is by staying healthy and active. It's such a sweet gesture, and I love how she talks to Ji-hyun like an older sister. During her run, though, she starts hearing the sound of someone or something chasing her and panics. It's your scheduler, Ji-hyun. And hey, you're a ghost too. Reaper boy appears, decked out in workout gear with sneakers that even have wings. Seriously, his wardrobe deserves its own highlight reel. He teases her about not having any friends to gather tears from, and she justifies it by saying her friends are busy and don't understand how serious her situation is. He notices she's juggling her job with Minho while also sticking to her routine and teasingly raps about it as seriously, can he get any cuter? Ji-hyun asks if he's ever just thought about his life for 4 days. Of course, he hasn't since he's not alive. She opens up, saying that being stuck in Ji-hyun's house made her realize how precious each day is and how much can be done in just one day. And now I'm feeling like I need to get more done. Thanks, show. Ji-hyun promises to make each day count, and the scheduler is proud to see her growing up a bit. He warns her not to get into any more trouble, but she affectionately puts her arm around him. Thankful for his concern, he jokingly says he's more worried about himself since she's his last duty before his 5-year term ends. He reminds her that it'll be smooth sailing from here, sure, no more trouble at all. After he disappears, Ji-hyun calls out she'll keep in touch, but he scoffs, thinking she believes they're friends while still holding his arm out as if she's still there. Meanwhile, In-jung visits Kang's restaurant to do some snooping. She asks the waitress why Kang fired Ji-hyun if he likes her, and the answer doesn't sit well with her. Ji-hyun made a move for Minho. She also uncovers that Kang has a high regard for Ji-hyun, possibly because he wants to protect Minho, even though they all assumed he disliked her. Kang continues to worry about Ji-hyun, mistakenly thinking she's working at a bar because of him. Manager Oh catches him daydreaming and suggests he go find her if he's so concerned. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun heads home and thanks Ji-hyun sweetly before heading to a new coffee shop, where Ji-hyun gets her first customer of the night. Dr. Na, he jokes about seeming like a stalker, and she reassures him that he did his best as a doctor and that it wasn't his fault. Dr. Na agrees, acknowledging that he did everything he could, and adds that when he met her 5 years ago, he was a new lead. Dr. Na reflects on how he met Ji-hyun during the lowest point in her life while he was at his happiest. 3 years ago, he experienced a personal tragedy when his wife died in a car accident, and he shares that some things in life can only be understood through experience. He tells Ji-hyun that if she can't forget, then she should at least allow herself to miss him, just as he did because he missed her deeply. This moment reassures Ji-hyun that he's not a stalker. Inspired by his words, Ji-hyun finally allows herself to reminisce. At home, she takes out an old picture from grade school, showing her with her younger brother, Yusu. She lets herself remember and miss him, crying as the song Scarecrow plays in the background. The next day, Ji-hyun heads to Minho's apartment to officially begin her work. He gives her a list of tasks, including hand washing his clothes. treating her like a servant. Minho notices the burn on Ji-hyun's hand from the espresso machine the previous night, and it starts to bother his conscience. He unexpectedly leaves work early and heads home. In-jung spots him and catches him in a lie, so she rushes to Kang's place, claiming that Minho is pushing forward with the Haemido project and that Kang should clear things up. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun uses the time to search for the secret file and finds Minho's hidden safe. However, before she can try to open it, Minho returns. He pretends not to have come back specifically for her burn, offering oatmeal instead. As they argue, the pot Ji-hyun left on the stove begins to burn. Minho rushes to open the door just as Kang arrives unexpectedly, setting up a tense moment. Kang is furious when he sees Ji-hyun there and tries to physically drag her out. However, she stands firm that this is where she wants to stay. Even Minho is taken aback. In Ji-hyun's mind, she apologizes to Kang, knowing she still has unfinished business. Kang is a mix of jealousy and protectiveness, but he feels completely rejected. Angrily and disappointed, he asks, was it this all along? Ji-hyun doesn't respond, turning her back to him as she silently cries. Kang leaves, berating himself for worrying about Ji-hyun, even planning to search for her. Ji-hyun, in the bathroom, weeps as she realizes she can't fix things with him. Meanwhile, Kang returns to work in a terrible mood and destroys his office, replaying her words about having no interest in Minho. Now doubting they were lies, Minho, on the other hand, is pleased, thinking that Ji-hyun's declaration to stay proves she has feelings for him. He suggests they go out for dinner and takes her to a cozy family restaurant, a place Ji-hyun realizes he's never brought her to. Minho takes Ji-hyun to a family restaurant his mother used to frequent, and when she jests that he must have brought his fiancé there, he calls her bluff, pointing out that if she wasn't interested, she would have left with Kang when he offered her a job. His condescending comment about not trusting a poor woman's pride seems to come from personal experience, suggesting he's familiar with struggling and the lengths people go to rise above it. After the meal, Ji-hyun wonders why he brought her to a place special to him, a place he never brought Ji-hyun. She starts to question Minho's feelings, wondering if he might like her or Ji-hyun. At home, Ghost Ji-hyun asks Ji-hyun if Minho likes her or Ji-hyun, unsure about the situation. She follows Ji-hyun to work and calls the scheduler to meet her, complaining about how long he makes people wait, but he reminds her to be grateful that he even meets her at all. The scheduler asks why they're at Ji-hyun's house, and Ji-hyun reminds him that he's the one who dislikes being there. He brushes it off casually, saying, here, they're suggesting it's not the location but the third party involved that makes him uncomfortable. She then asks him to help track down Song Yusoo, but he refuses, saying he's not a help center and that she should handle it herself. With his remaining days as a scheduler, he has a lot to take care of before his term ends. He casually mentions his plans, hinting he might be off to rock out in Hongdae. Ji-hyun retorts, calling him a cold bastard, pointing out that he must have loved someone when he was alive. The scheduler reveals that he died young at 23 and never had the chance to love anyone. He asks Ji-hyun if she knows what it feels like to die at 23. Ji-hyun, frustrated, responds, why wouldn't I know? It feels awful, but the scheduler confesses that it doesn't just feel awful, it feels unfinished, crazy unfinished. He explains that while his memories are gone, the feelings remain, and now, as a scheduler, he's living out the life he never got to have. Ji-hyun sympathizes with the scheduler, feeling bad for him after he opens up about his untimely death and unfulfilled life. However, he quickly shuts down any further talk about Ji-hyun, urging her not to waste his time. Just as he turns to leave, they share an intense, emotional moment, their closeness visibly affecting him. He tells Ji-hyun not to call him when Ji-hyun is around and leaves. Meanwhile, In-jung is curious about what happened when Kang went to Minho's and decides to use Kang's birthday as an excuse to find out. She knows Seo-woo has a present for him and suggests they stop by. Little does Seo-woo know, Kang has feelings for her best friend, Ji-hyun, which makes it even harder for Ji-hyun to get Seo-woo's tears for her task. Minho is alarmed when his father unexpectedly visits the office and later vomits for the second time. After a visit to the doctor, he learns that his father has a brain tumor and refuses surgery until Ji-hyun's condition improves. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun struggles with cracking a safe 6-digit code, calculating the number of possibilities but still feeling frustrated. While searching for clues, she notices today's date on Minho's calendar, which marks Kang's birthday at the same time. Manager wakes Kang up from his downward spiral following an argument with Ji-hyun. He informs him it's his birthday and gives him a traditional birthday soup, surprising Kang with mussels in the dish. Manager O reveals that Ji-hyun made the soup having prepared extra and dropped it off earlier. Kang, staring at his birthday soup, has a flashback to high school when his mother brought him soup on his birthday. He rejected her and threw it on the ground. Ji-hyun does a magic trick in class and bets Kang, forcing him to do whatever she says if he loses. After he loses, she makes him join her for lunch. When he notices the soup, he gets angry and embarrassed, asking if she saw everything. Ji-hyun scolds him for treating his mom poorly despite being grown. She forces him to eat the soup, and he reluctantly agrees, only if she turns around while he eats. He smiles as he eats, and Ji-hyun, unaware, turns her back happily. Kang, utterly flustered and emotional, exclaims in frustration, "Why the hell is this woman like this?" Kang asks Manager O if Ji-hyun really brought the soup, and Manager O confirms it, adding that she specifically asked him not to mention it. This only confuses Kang further as he says, "This is my mother's birthday soup. I don't know what I'm feeling, whether it's because of Shin Jae-in or Song Ye-kyung. I just don't know." He bolts out, rushing past In-jung and Seo-woo, and heads straight to Min-ho's apartment. He rings the doorbell and bangs on the door, shouting Ye-kyung's name. After a moment of hesitation, she lets him in. Kang demands to know why she's here. "If you're interested in Min-ho, just say it, and we're done." He waits for her response, but she stays silent. That's enough for him. He tells her to stop and drags her out, ignoring the laundry. She's torn between staying to find out what's in Min-ho's safe and being touched by Kang's concern. Kang explains his actions by saying he can't let her stay in Min-ho's place, referring to Min-ho as his friend's fiancé rather than just his friend. This shows his loyalty to Ji-hyun. Ji-hyun, moved by his words, tears up, and when he asks if she plans to stay, she shakes her head no. Kang then relaxes and takes her back to continue her job at Heaven. Still gruff, he tells Ji-hyun not to slack off, but reminds Manager O that she shouldn't be doing the dishes due to her burn. He confesses to the manager that having Ji-hyun back gives him a sense of comfort, though he can't figure out why. The manager gives him a skeptical look, silently questioning him, probably echoing what everyone else is thinking. Silly boy, it's like he's completely clueless about human emotions. But it's more complicated than just being interested in Ji-hyun. His internal struggle comes from feeling Ji-hyun's presence in her. He realizes he's reacting to that familiar resemblance, but he can't make sense of why it affects him this way, and really, who can blame him? It's not every day your true love nearly dies and then comes back in someone else's body, even temporarily. Min-ho comes home, rings the doorbell, so even though he owns the place and is alarmed to find it empty and messy, he's upset and brushes off a call from In-jung, who expresses concerns about Ji-hyun's father hiding meetings from them, which could jeopardize their plans. Min-ho, however, is distracted by his growing obsession with Ji-hyun and dismisses her worries. He hurries to Kang's restaurant to ask for Ji-hyun's address and learns that Kang took her away out of anger. Kang explains he feels responsible for introducing Ji-hyun to Min-ho and reminds him that Ji-hyun is his fiancé. Min-ho coldly responds that he no longer feels the need to love someone he can't be with, effectively dumping Ji-hyun. Kang is shocked by Min-ho's quick acceptance of the situation, but Min-ho insists that he can turn his feelings off like a switch, much to Kang's disbelief. This mirrors the tension between Seo-woo and In-jung, hinting that Kang and Seo-woo may be the first two people to shed tears for Ji-hyun. Afterward, the guys join the women for birthday cake, and Kang looks adorably awkward as the center of attention. Ji-hyun sings along from a distance before stepping forward to greet Seo-woo warmly, deliberately ignoring the other two who've been dishonest. She cheerfully returns the soup thermos to Seo-woo, who's clueless about how she got it in the first place. In-jung had used the thermos to bring Min-ho dinner, and Ji-hyun, with a playful tone, suggests, "Ask Shin In-jung," sparking everyone's curiosity. In-jung tries to brush off the topic, but Ji-hyun isn't letting her off the hook. She begins to explain the story, only for In-jung to cut her off and ask to speak with her privately. Outside, Ji-hyun pretends to be innocent and asks In-jung why her visit to Min-ho's apartment needs to be such a secret, urging her to explain. Ji-hyun guesses the secret, saying, "I got it. You weren't there on an errand, were you? So he's not just your friend's fiancé. I get it now why you want me to keep quiet." In-jung denies it, But Ji-hyun just nods and says, okay, I won't tell anyone that Kang Min-ho is your boyfriend. Kang comes out to check on them, and Ji-hyun makes my lips are sealed gesture, which reminds him of Ji-hyun doing the same thing. It's a common gesture, but paired with her smile, it makes Ik-young seem familiar, something In-jung also notices. Seo-woo, curious about the odd behavior, later pesters In-jung for the full story. She makes a few educated guesses, suspecting it involves In-jung's mystery boyfriend, but she's still a few details fall short of the truth. Min-ho calls In-jung out, urging her to be patient until everything settles. But In-jung, fed up with all the secrecy, responds that she'd prefer if everyone knew the truth so they could date openly. Even if Ji-hyun's father found out, what could he do to them other than potentially ruin the plans they've spent 2 years building and leave them with nothing? Min-ho realizes that In-jung, driven by jealousy, sent Kang to his place to find Ik-young there. In-jung admits it, saying she couldn't stand the thought of Young lingering around him. Min-ho apologizes for hiring Ik-young, acknowledging that it was a cruel thing to do. In-jung's increasing evasiveness raises suspicions, and Seo-woo sneaks outside to have her talking with Min-ho, though she can't hear their conversation. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun shares with Ik-young how Kang took her away from Min-ho, and she feels relieved to be away from the stress of being around him. She's in a good mood since she has an appointment with 3 free friends the next day, hoping to get at least one tear from them. Feeling grateful for Ik-young's listening ear, Ji-hyun decides that if her scheduler doesn't track down Yisu, she will do it herself. Meanwhile, Daddy Shin is quietly arranging his affairs. He keeps his illness a secret from his wife, but tells her he's leaving the company to Min-ho, which she disapproves of since he's not their son-in-law yet. Despite this, he remains firm in his decision. Min-ho, unaware of the president's plans, is concerned about his health after learning the truth from the doctor. Though he hopes for the president's recovery, part of him may want to win the company fair and square. President Shin, touched by Min-ho's concern, feels reassured, but he also believes that Min-ho is a good person. On her way to meet her friends, Ji-hyun spots Kang walking by and calls out, "Hen Kang," before quickly remembering he's her boss. Kang, however, is struck by how Ik-young's way of saying his name mirrors Ji-hyun's, prompting him to ask about her high school and why she cooked mussels in the soup if she doesn't like them herself. Though Ji-hyun considers several possible explanations, she senses a hint of suspicion in his questions. He casually mentions that Ik-young reminds him of a friend. While they weren't particularly close, he feels he owes her for a lot. Ji-hyun is left wondering what exactly he could mean by that. What could he possibly owe her for? In-jung learns about President Shen's plans when the lawyer delivers the will, revealing that the president intends to leave the company to Min-ho. Min-ho remains silent, not revealing his thoughts as In-jung wonders about the will, leaving everyone curious about his next move. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun meets her friends at a coffee shop. Noticing their somber mood, they express their shock over the situation, realizing just how dire it is. Seeing them on the verge of tears, Ji-hyun encourages them to say something heartfelt, hoping it'll help register in Ji-hyun's almost comatose state. She records their emotional words, and the friends begin to break down in tears. However, Ji-hyun's hope falters when she notices her necklace is still empty, leaving her wondering why she hasn't gotten any tears yet. Ji-hyun reflects on the scheduler's warning that not all tears are pure, and starts to question the motives of her friends. As they each express their own selfish reasons for crying, Ji-hyun realizes that their tears may not be genuine. One is upset about her thesis, another feels resentful over Ji-hyun's supposed perfect life, and the last one sees her accident as a wake-up call after contemplating suicide. Despite their grievances, the friends admit Ji-hyun was always nice, though sometimes to a fault. Feeling shaken, Ji-hyun leaves the meeting and heads to work, disheartened by the loss of her friends. Kang notices her distress, but before they can discuss it, Seo-woo informs them that President Shen plans to finalize his will, leaving the company to Min-ho. Ji-hyun, desperate to stop it, rushes to the scheduler for help. The scheduler jokes about the Shin family's trust issues, but refuses to interfere directly with human matters, warning Ji-hyun that doing so would result in punishment. Despite his reluctance, He's moved by her tears and consults his death phone for a loophole, hitting the chance button. The deal he offers is this: in exchange for being able to touch one item just once while in spirit form, she must give up one of her 49 days. She eagerly accepts, fully aware of his warning that she'll have to handle everything else on her own with no further help from him. As Ji-hyun speaks, she doesn't notice the manager's wife and the cafe waitress watching her from across the street, thinking she looks like a crazy woman talking to someone invisible, the scheduler. They report this to Kang, telling him that Ji-hyun's lost her mind and went home. Ji-hyun quickly heads back to the apartment to drop off the body, piecing her plan together as she goes. She stuffs a newspaper into an envelope, addresses it to her father's office, and arranges for a courier to deliver it immediately. Once everything is set, she exits the body and hurries away. Ji-hyun follows the deliveryman to office building where In-jung accepts the envelope and takes it to Daddy Shin just before he's about to finalize the will. Inside, Dad finds a newspaper, dismissing it as a prank until he reads an article about a woman who woke up from a coma after 20 years. Ji-hyun desperately pleads with him not to sign the will, but he proceeds, unaffected. In a last-ditch effort, Ji-hyun uses her one-time only power to knock the seal off the table, hoping to stop him. Though Dad senses something is odd, he still tries to continue. At that moment, an unseen force knocks a framed photo to the ground, and the scheduler appears, breaking the rules to help her. Regretful, Ji-hyun watches as Dad finally takes the hint, looks at the photo, and questions if he's been treating her like she's already gone. He decides to hold off on signing the will. Ji-hyun thanks the scheduler repeatedly, but he's distracted, worried about being caught for breaking the rules. A motorcycle suddenly arrives and a leather-clad grandma confronts him. She puts him in a headlock, scolds him for meddling with human affairs, and sends Ji-hyun away. The scheduler denies being romantically involved with Ji-hyun and tries to explain himself, but Grandma Scheduler adds a week to his term as punishment, making him beg for mercy. Meanwhile, Kang, concerned about Ji-hyun's sudden departure, searches for her. He arrives in her neighborhood just as Ji-hyun rushes home. Ji-hyun, noticing her door is open and unsettled by strange events, hurries out, clutching the doctor's business card. As Ji-hyun heads out to use the neighborhood store's phone, she passes right by Kang, who's asking for directions and misses her entirely. When he arrives at her door, he's confused to find the place empty, wondering where she could have gone. Later, Ji-hyun meets Dutter No at a coffee shop and confides in him about her growing fears that she might be losing her mind. She lists strange occurrences, unexplained ankle pain, her landlady claiming to have spoken with her, vomiting food she didn't eat, and waking up in the middle of the room with the door open. Daughter No suggests sleepwalking as a possible explanation for her memory lapses and advises her to come to the hospital for tests the next day. That night, Kang is lost in thought, clutching a charm bracelet that hints at a past rift between him and Ji-hyun, leaving viewers curious about the details. The next morning, he brings Ji-hyun's favorite pink roses to the hospital, where he's been faithfully keeping her room stocked with them. However, Ji-hyun's father is suspicious of his frequent visits, seeing Kang as just a distant acquaintance who quit working on their project. He disapprovingly tells Kang to stop coming to the hospital, which leaves Kang visibly hurt. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun arrives at work to find the restaurant closed for the day. She sits at the piano and hums a tune, which catches Kang's attention. As he listens, the melody triggers a memory of a time back in high school when he had been napping in the auditorium and overheard Ji-hyun playing, unaware that he was there. He spots Ji-hyun at the piano, but in his mind, Ji-hyun's image overlays hers. The feeling is undeniable now. With suspicion and disbelief in his eyes, he steps closer and asks, "Who are you?" Then, as if trying to confirm the impossible, he adds, "Are you Ji-hyun?" Kang, overwhelmed by the sound of Ji-hyun's song, confronts her at the piano, asking, Who are you? Are you Ji-hyun?" Ji-hyun is stunned and stammers, unable to deny or explain herself. Her hesitation only strengthens Kang's suspicions as he lists all the ways she reminds him of Ji-hyun. Panicked, Ji-hyun grabs her tear necklace, which she knows will expose her true identity if anyone figures it out, and insists that she doesn't know what he's talking about. Manager Oh enters just in time to stop Kang from shouting at Ji-hyun, explaining that the piano is the only memento Kang has left of his mother and that he's just acting out due to his sensitivity. As they stand apart, each lost in their thoughts, Ji-hyun wonders, Hen Kang, how did you know? Kang thinks, it doesn't make sense. Ji-hyun worries, what if Kang keeps suspecting? Kang reflects, I must have seemed like a total crazy person. Later, Kang finds her and asks for her phone number, trying to act cool but hiding his embarrassment. He's concerned about her well-being and mentions he went to her place the night before, realizing she wasn't home. Ji-hyun, a bit slow on the uptake, concludes that Kang must dislike her because he got angry at the similarities between Ji-hyun and Ji-hyun. She doesn't realize that Kang's shouting was just masking his true feelings. Ji-hyun visits Seo-woo and gets a rare moment to relax over pastries with her friend. However, Seo-woo keeps steering the conversation toward In-jung and the mystery boyfriend, making Ji-hyun feel like Seo-woo has already forgotten about her. Meanwhile, Min-ho and In-jung are out on a date, and In-jung reveals that she's quitting her job the next day. She mentions the rumors about a ghost preventing the president from signing his will and expresses her desire to be rid of any reminders of Ji-hyun. At the hospital, Ji-hyun arrives to find her father collapse. Seeing him beside her comatose body, she assumes he's just exhausted from the stress and worry, her tears flowing as she watches. Ji-hyun exits the hospital lobby in tears and Min-ho sees her. He grabs her arm and asks why she's there, but Ji-hyun just tells him to let go and walks away, thinking he's just there to get the will signed. When Min-ho goes upstairs, he finds her father hiding his condition from her mother. He decides to intervene and tells her mother that her father needs surgery immediately. Ji-hyun watches but doesn't hear the conversation. Meanwhile, Seo questions In-jung about her secret boyfriend again, causing In-jung to panic. Seo confesses to following In-jung and wonders if her boyfriend looks a lot like Min-ho, not realizing the deeper connection. The next morning, Ji-hyun grows impatient waiting for Ik-young to return from work and calls the scheduler for help. The scheduler, still angry over his extended sentence, shows up in person to yell at her for causing trouble. He complains about the consequences of helping her, but Ji-hyun apologizes, knowing he only has himself to blame. The scheduler angrily tells Ji-hyun that if she's truly sorry, she'll stop calling him. As seeing her face annoys him, Ji-hyun asks if he can find out when Ik-young will return, but the scheduler refuses, yelling no before vanishing. Meanwhile, Ik-young is asleep in Dr. No's office, being monitored for sleep apnea and other issues to explain her memory gaps. As she sleeps, we see a flashback of Ik-young and Yusu, not siblings, but a couple in love, enjoying a picnic and talking about their dream home, the same one marked in the book Ik-young still possesses. Kang listens to the song Ji-hyun played on the piano, his mind racing with all the connections he's drawing between Ji-hyun and Ik-young. He asks if Ik-young's come to work yet, frustrated that she made him worry yesterday and hasn't shown up. The waiter reminds him she's freelance, but the worry continues to eat at him, especially since she is not answering her phone. Kang goes to Ik-young's house, finally encountering her without Ji-hyun's soul inside. He tries to get her attention, but Ik-young doesn't acknowledge him and walks past him, leaving him confused. He wonders if she might have a twin, but recalls her saying she has no siblings. Just then, Ji-hyun in Ik-young's body rushes out and leaves before Kang can speak to her. Meanwhile, Dad goes ahead and signs the will, which pushes Min-ho to take action. He decides to halt the land deal and reverse the hostile takeover. Aiming to inherit the entire company instead, Min-ho meets with a contact to block the deal, using blackmail to force cooperation. Back at home, Mom calls In-jung and Seo to ask for their help in convincing Dad to undergo surgery. She reveals that he has a tumor, and In-jung quickly puts the pieces together, connecting the will and Min-ho's involvement in these matters. She calls Min-ho, insisting they meet immediately. When he mentions he's heading home to grab a file, she decides to meet him there. But Ji-hyun is already at his place, attempting to access the safe. When Min-ho arrives, she quickly grabs a handful of laundry and walks out, feigning surprise. She explains that she came back to return the key and, feeling guilty for leaving the laundry behind, decided to do a load before heading out. Min-ho barely has time to question Ji-hyun's excuse before In-jung arrives. Panicking, he hides Ji-hyun in his room and asks her to stay quiet. In-jung confronts him about knowing everything. Ji-hyun's father, the tumor and the will, and Ji-hyun overhears the entire conversation on the verge of tears. Min-ho tries to calm In-jung, who accuses him of keeping secrets and insists he go through with the land deal. She expresses her frustration over waiting for Ji-hyun's condition to improve. Min-ho lies, saying he'll take care of it before leaving to change. Ji-hyun silently glares at him as he opens the safe and takes a file, leaving without an explanation. Overcome with emotion, Ji-hyun collapses in tears. She later returns to heaven in a daze, her phone buzzing with calls. Minho keeps calling Ji-hyun, but eventually calls Kang, asking if Ji-hyun is at work. Kang lies, saying he doesn't know her address, and both men continue to stew over their unanswered calls. Meanwhile, Kang finds Ji-hyun on the patio, visibly distressed. He insists she eat and presses her about what's wrong, suspecting something is wrong with her father. When she denies it, he grows more confused, and she quickly makes an excuse to run off. At home, In-jung gets confronted by Seo-woo, who is frustrated by her behavior towards Ji-hyun and her family. In-jung, now cold, snaps back, revealing her disdain for Ji-hyun and admitting she never liked her. Minho then assigns his secretary to track down Ji-hyun, unaware that her phone line is a direct-to-Reaper connection, making it impossible to trace. Ji-hyun complains to the scheduler about the whole tears gathering task, questioning why it has to be tears at all. Why can't people just love her without crying? The scheduler explains that tears are the most direct way humans express deep emotions, and though the types of tears vary, they always come from intense feelings, whether happiness or sadness. He points out that Ji-hyun herself doesn't shed genuine tears for others either. Defending herself, Ji-hyun insists she does, but the scheduler mocks her, saying this is why he dislikes humans. He tells her to stop assuming things she hasn't even experienced. Ji-hyun then asks if anyone genuinely loves her, and the scheduler, with his jaded view on human emotions, responds that he can't know. Human hearts are fickle, constantly shifting from love to hate, warmth to coldness, resentment to understanding. His cynical view is poignant, especially as it foreshadows his own discovery of a forever kind of love. Kang storms around his office, clearly agitated and confused. Manager Oh watches him quietly, then finally suggests that Kang should go find Ji-hyun to figure out what's really going on. As one, is he just curious if Ji-hyun lied? Two, does he keep seeing Ji-hyun in Ji-hyun? Or she, three, is he genuinely worried about Ji-hyun because something's clearly wrong with her? Kang, flustered, responds, all of the above, and decides to follow the advice. This should be interesting. He waits outside Ji-hyun's apartment, and just before midnight, Ji-hyun arrives. She heads inside, and Kang is left wondering what to do next. But then, unexpectedly, Ji-hyun steps out and walks right past him, completely ignoring him. A bewildered man follows a woman, Ji-hyun, to Purple Coffee, realizing she works 2 jobs. When he approaches her, she doesn't recognize him at first, leading to confusion and frustration on his part. After she finally remembers him, he becomes angry and rushes out, heading to Manager Oh's house to seek answers. There, they humorously speculate about Ji-hyun's strange behavior, including her insistence on working for only 48 days. Manager Oh mentions a belief that 49 days is the time a wandering soul has to complete a task to live, but Kang dismisses this as illogical. The passage reflects Kang's growing confusion and the mystery surrounding Ji-hyun's actions, challenging previous assumptions like the twin theory. Ji-hyun returns home in the morning where Ji-hyun, in a vulnerable state, expresses her gratitude and sorrow. Ji-hyun admits she feels unloved and believes she must have lived her life poorly. She apologizes for failing to find Yusu and prepares for her final day. Waking up in Ji-hyun's body, she cleans the house as a gesture of thanks and leaves heartfelt letters for Ji-hyun and her father, explaining her decision to give up her 49-day journey to save her dad. The scheduler discovers her plan to abandon her mission. Ji-hyun then dresses up, gifts her coworkers, and surprises Kang at his desk, cheerfully greeting him. It's a lovely morning, and Kang, as he wakes up startled. The scene captures Ji-hyun's emotional farewell and her resolve to make her final day meaningful. Ji-hyun cheerfully engages with Kang, teasing him about using informal speech, a bamma, since she is technically older than him as Song Ji-hyun. She enjoys playing the role of his Nuna, older sister friend, and her lightheartedness contrasts with Kang's bewildered reaction. She then shares a heartfelt reflection on love, explaining that true love sometimes means allowing someone to misunderstand you to spare them pain, even if it hurts deeply. However, Kang fails to grasp the deeper meaning behind her words. Ji-hyun resigns from her job and hints at leaving, but Kang misinterprets her intentions, likely due to Minho's earlier phone call assuming the worst. The scene highlights Ji-hyun's emotional maturity and Kang's inability to fully understand her feelings. Kang accuses Ji-hyun as in Yik-young's body of returning to work for living with Min-ho. Despite her denial, frustrated, he yells at her for causing confusion and not being honest about her feelings. Ji-hyun questions why Kang is so protective of Ji-hyun's fiancé if they weren't close. But Kang insists his concern is about Yik-young, which hurts Ji-hyun as she assumes Kang only cares about losing Yik-young to Min-ho. Their conversation highlights the emotional complexity of their situation. Compounded by Ji-hyun's soul being in another's body, Kang grows suspicious, demanding to know her true intentions and who he really met the previous night. Ji-hyun responds by revealing Yik-young's lonely life as an orphan with no one to rely on or love. She then bids him farewell with a childish insult, adding a touch of humor to the tense moment. Kang, left frustrated, shouts after her to leave and never return, though his words lack any real effect. The scene underscores the misunderstandings and emotional turmoil between the characters. Ji-hyun walks away in tears, upset that Kang didn't send her off with a smile despite their final goodbye. Meanwhile, Kang retreats to his room to brood. Ji-hyun then goes to the hospital to find her parents but discovers they are at home. She overhears her father refusing to undergo surgery, insisting he must either let Ji-hyun go peacefully or be there to hold her if she wakes up, leaving him unable to proceed while she remains in limbo. This deeply affects Ji-hyun, who struggles with her plan to save him. Simultaneously, Kang finds the seal Ji-hyun had hidden among the plants, revealing the name Shin Ji-hyun, which shocks him. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun, unable to follow through with her plan due to her father's stubbornness, stands in the street, watching people pass by. In a moment of desperation, she pleads to the heavens, "Someone save me. I have to live. I want to live," expressing her deep desire to survive and overcome her predicament. The scene captures the emotional turmoil and pivotal moments for both Ji-hyun and Kang. And then, as if the heavens had heard her plea, a single drop appears in her necklace. She glances down and sees it, her first genuine tear. Ji-hyun, feeling hopeless and unloved, prays for help. At that moment, a tear appears in her necklace, her first sign. The narrative then flashes back to Kang discovering Ji-hyun's seal and realizing it must have been Yik-young, who had previously denied it, who brought it to heaven. Since Ji-hyun never entered his quarters, Kang goes to the unconscious Ji-hyun and confirms his suspicion, causing his own tear to finally fall. As Kang's tear falls and the necklace gleams, Ji-hyun's vitals briefly spike. He takes her hand and expresses his relief at seeing her, admitting he doesn't understand the situation. Learning a woman recently visited Ji-hyun, Kang suspects Yik-young. He rushes to Ji-hyun's house and confirms with the housekeeper that a tall, slender friend had indeed been there. Ji-hyun, still in Yik-young's body, is happy and grateful for the mysterious person who loves her. The scheduler appears and celebrates with her in an adorably over-the-top fashion. She hugs him, causing him to comically protest, though he seems a little unsure of his own feelings. He reminds her they can't show affection to avoid further penalties, especially after his recent extra week as a Reaper. Ji-hyun believes Seo-woo's tear is the one that appeared in her necklace. Feeling deeply grateful for this perceived act of love, she visits Seo-woo at the bakery, thanking her for past kindness and implying it helped her friend in the hospital. Seo-woo reciprocates the sentiment, further convincing Ji-hyun of her theory. The encounter is then interrupted by In-jung's arrival, creating tension as both women are aware of secrets the other is keeping. In-jung's affair with Min-ho and Ji-hyun's knowledge of In-jung's plan against her father. Away from Seo-woo, Ji-hyun confronts In-jung sarcastically, revealing her knowledge of In-jung's relationship with Min-ho and her connection to his company. In-jung is left speechless and Ji-hyun exits with a menacing glare. Meanwhile, Min-ho is anxious, fearing Yik-young overheard In-jung's incriminating remarks. He's unable to contact Yik-young and attempts to trace her phone number fail as it's untraceable. Kang, now certain Ji-hyun, searches for her, even accidentally calling her Ji-hyun before correcting himself. Min-ho overhears Kang's inquiries about both women, sparking In-jung's suspicion. Kang visits Yik-young's empty apartment. Reflecting on her past words, Ji-hyun arrives home as he leaves, and he calls her Shin Ji-hyun. She pretends ignorance, but her pendant burns as a warning. She insists she's Yik-young and tries to flee. Kang realizes she can't reveal her identity and surprisingly backs off when she harshly tells him to stay away, saying he was mistaken. Ji-hyun flees home, panicked, while Kang remains outside her apartment. Contemplating the situation, safely inside, she prepares to leave Yi-kyung's body but realizes her cleaning efforts have created a new issue. Her continued presence will be obvious. She frantically messes up the apartment, accidentally scattering a box of collected cards. Reading them, she discovers notes from Song Yusu, one from middle school and another heart-decorated from age 20. Ji-hyun realizes Yusu isn't her brother as she'd thought and remembers Yi-kyung is an orphan, possibly hinting at a shared orphanage upbringing. Ji-hyun, realizing Yusu is the dead person she needs to learn about, vows to investigate. She returns Yi-kyung's body, forgetting to mess up the bathroom. The clean bathroom makes Yi-kyung uneasy, and she goes to Kang, still waiting outside, sees Yi-kyung leave and wonders about Ji-hyun's silence and Yi-kyung's role. At the hospital, Ji-hyun's mother surprises everyone by telling her father he doesn't need surgery if he doesn't want it, but that she'll take care of the family herself, not Min-ho. This newfound strength in her mother touches Ji-hyun. The next morning, with 24 days left, Ji-hyun in Yi-kyung's body greets Yi-kyung returning home. Kang, who's been waiting all night, sees Yi-kyung enter. Then a short while later, a different, more vibrant version of her exit. He deduces that Ji-hyun is using Yi-kyung's body. Kang, having realized Ji-hyun is using Yi-kyung's body, finds her looking at job listings. He pretends not to know her secret and offers her a job at his restaurant, explaining his strange behavior from the previous day as a drunken dream where Yi-kyung claimed to be Ji-hyun and asked for help. His explanations are unconvincing, but Ji-hyun, not suspecting his true knowledge, eventually accepts the job offer, swayed by a 50% raise in freelancer status. Kang rehires Yi-kyung, pleasing everyone except Soo-jin, who initially misinterprets Yi-kyung's gift of a cactus. Yi-kyung's explanation of the gift, however, touches Soo-jin, making them friends. Kang cautiously inquires about the 49 days theory. He's adorably eager to please Ji-hyun, readily granting her time off and anxiously confirming her return. Min-ho, finally reaching Yi-kyung, complains about being ignored. Ji-hyun returns his key, surprisingly saying it doesn't mean she won't see him. She acknowledges his villainy, his affair, and plans to bankrupt her father's company, and he readily admits his wrongdoing. She then states she doesn't care about his relationship with In-jung, leading him to mistakenly believe she still wants to be with him. Min-ho receives a call from a factory manager in Jinan, whom Ji-hyun recognizes as her father's business associate. She overhears Min-ho's side of the conversation, which ends with plans to meet the manager the next day. Min-ho plans an overnight business trip to Jinan, refusing In-jung's offer to join him, which upsets her. In-jung, suspicious of Min-ho's interest in Yi-kyung, visits Kang, who is adorably obvious about his interest in Ji-hyun, much to manager Oh's amusement. In-jung questions Kang about Yi-kyung, which he denies, and learns he's also going to Jinan for his mother's memorial. In-jung then suggests that she, Kang, and Seo-woo go to Jinan together, giving her a cover to follow Min-ho. As In-jung leaves Kang, she speaks with Ji-hyun, again attempting to justify her relationship with Min-ho. This time, Ji-hyun accepts the explanation and promises to keep it secret, relieving In-jung despite lingering tension. In-jung works on warming up to Seo-woo, who initially declines the Jinan trip. However, In-jung uses Kang's presence as bait, knowing Seo's attraction to him, and successfully convinces her to join. Yi-kyung undergoes hypnosis, and while initially calm, a flashback to her suicide attempt occurs. This time she sees Ji-hyun's spirit pleading with her not to do it. She's disturbed but can't explain what she saw to Dr. Na. The next morning, Ji-hyun prepares for her Jinan trip. The scheduler disapproves, warning against overnight trips with men. Even if she plans to return by midnight, Ji-hyun argues that he's being overprotective of Yi-kyung and that she needs to save her father by disproving Min-ho's trustworthiness, as the tears are beyond her control. The scheduler warns that her trip is her own responsibility. Ji-hyun, no longer afraid of death but fearful for her father, believes saving him is her only option. The scheduler retorts that life and are beyond human control. Ji-hyun surprises Min-ho by joining him on his Jinan trip. He's pleased by this, and they drive together. Ji-hyun questions him about his fiancée, whom he describes as simple and innocent. She counters that he's also transparent, except for his motive for pursuing bankruptcy. He claims no ill will towards the family, attributing it to bad luck. Meanwhile, the girls Kang also can head to Jinan separately. Kang seeks a monk knowledgeable about the 49-day theory. questioning him about the rules governing a soul's return to life and whether they're allowed to reveal their identity. Minho leaves Ji-hyun and Janan before meeting with manager Seo, planning to meet her for dinner. Ji-hyun misses her chance to follow him and spends the day revisiting familiar places. Minho's meeting with manager Seo is tense due to his stalling on the bankruptcy, leading to suspicion among the involved parties. Minho silences Seo by threatening to expose their plans to President Shin. The girls arrive in Jinan, reminiscing about their past. Seo has positive memories, while In-jung's nostalgia seems tinged with sadness. Ji-hyun visits her old high school and is spotted by Kang, having learned something from the monk. Kang feels more empathetic towards Ji-hyun and her lonely situation. A flashback shows a high school club meeting where Kang, aloof as always, declined to participate in partner selection. Ji-hyun had chosen him but expressed dismay, calling him unlucky, which insulted him. Back in the present, Ji-hyun encounters Kang at the high school and struggles to explain her presence. Kang, assuming she's still attached to Minho, offers understanding. Ji-hyun clarifies she's not interested in engaged men or Minho. Kang then suggests it's possible to like someone who's engaged and that hiding feelings can be more painful than ignoring them. Ji-hyun is surprised by Kang's understanding demeanor, expecting jealousy instead. Minho plans to meet Ji-hyun for dinner, unaware everyone else is in Jinan. He lies to In-jung about business drinks when she texts. In-jung, undeterred, gets his hotel room number and ditches the dinner with Kang and Seo-woo, pushing Seo-woo toward Kang. In-jung also receives a text from Ji-hyun Ji-hyun with Minho's dinner location. Kang and Ji-hyun spend time together before dinner, with Kang stealing glances at her while she remains oblivious to his feelings. The meeting place, Kang drops Ji-hyun off, wishing her a good time with Minho. Minho is happily waiting for their date, unaware In-jung is also coming. As Ji-hyun prepares to confront him, she suddenly becomes dizzy and loses control of Ji-hyun's body. Her soul wavers and Ji-hyun collapses, throwing Ji-hyun's soul out. Minho calls out to Ji-hyun, who, regaining consciousness, looks at him and asks, "Who are you?" Before the situation escalates, In-jung arrives, spotting Minho with Ji-hyun and dragging him away to talk, leaving Ji-hyun confused and alone. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun frantically calls the scheduler for help, while Kang, who has been watching from a distance, steps in to assist Ji-hyun, showcasing his caring and heroic side. The scheduler scolds Ji-hyun for causing trouble and takes her away while Kang comforts Ji-hyun, who recognizes him and begins to calm down. However, as Ji-hyun takes in her surroundings, she experiences a brief flashback, hinting at deeper memories resurfacing. The scene highlights the chaos, emotional tension, and Kang's protective nature. Oh no, the show tugs at the heartstrings again. Ji-hyun and Yusu stroll hand in hand in their high school uniforms, looking like the most adorable couple ever. Ji-hyun says, "Oh no, what am I going to do? This place is so pretty." Yusu responds, "What am I going to do?" And she playfully finishes his sentence, "Because I'm so pretty." It's so sweet, it's almost sickening, but their charm makes it work. They walk together for a moment before vanishing like a fleeting dream. Meanwhile, In-jung confronts Minho, demanding to know why he's with Ji-hyun and if he came here with her. Minho avoids giving a direct answer, but his concern for Ji-hyun takes over and he rushes off to check on her, leaving In-jung behind, seething and feeling utterly rejected. It's clear that this moment is stirring up some deep-seated issues for her, hinting at more drama to come. The scheduler scolds Ji-hyun for the day's events, and she worries about the consequences of not returning to Ji-hyun's body by midnight, as the penalty is losing 1 day per minute she's late. However, the scheduler reassures her that since her ejection wasn't her fault, she won't face the penalty this time. This leads him to question why Ji-hyun woke up, speculating that the location might have triggered something significant for her, though he doesn't fully understand the depth of it. Using his Reaper smartphone, the scheduler finds a solution. He can make Ji-hyun believe the entire day was a dream, but it will cost Ji-hyun another one of her 49 days. Ji-hyun protests, already frustrated at losing days, but they have no other choice. They rush to catch up to Ji-hyun, who is wandering along a path she once walked with Yusu, seemingly in a trance, while Kang follows her silently. When Ji-hyun and the scheduler catch up, Ji-hyun stops upon seeing 2 kids with tarot cards, triggering a memory for Kang, who flashes back to a past moment. The scene sets up a deeper exploration of Ji-hyun's memories and Kang's connection to her past. After their magic club paired up partners, Kang and Ji-hyun were tasked with raising money for charity by running a tarot card booth in the park. Ji-hyun enthusiastically worked to attract people, calling out and trying to get them to stop, while Kang lingered awkwardly to the side, stealing glances at her but too shy to join in. In a bold move, Ji-hyun even started singing to draw attention to their booth, much to Kang's utter embarrassment. Despite his discomfort, her efforts paid off when a couple, two kids from another school, finally stopped at their table. The memory highlights Ji-hyun's determination and Kang's quiet admiration for her. Even as he struggled to hide his feelings, a surprising connection is revealed. Ji-hyun and Yisu knew each other as far back as high school, not just as adults living in the same creeper district. The scene flashes back to a moment when all four main characters, Ji-hyun, Kang, Ji-hyun, and Yisu, are in high school, dressed in uniforms and standing face to face, alive and unaware of their future fates. Ji-hyun, running a tarot card booth for charity, convinces Ji-hyun and Yisu to participate. Yisu is skeptical, calling it a hoax, but Ji-hyun insists on playing for fun. As Yisu pays, Ji-hyun notices his worn sleeves and reads Ji-hyun's name tag, realizing they're from another town. Yisu draws the lover's card, which depicts two naked figures, causing both him and Ji-hyun to blush. Ji-hyun, however, is unsettled by the card, sensing it's not the fortune she wanted to deliver. When the couple notices her reaction and asks if the card is bad, Ji-hyun lies, assuring them they're destined to be together, marry, and live a long, happy life. She then performs a magic trick, producing a pink rose and handing it to Ji-hyun with a smile. The scene is bittersweet, foreshadowing the complexities of their futures while capturing a moment of youthful innocence and connection. Ji-hyun tells Ji-hyun that the pink rose is her favorite flower, revealing the origin of Kang's habit of bringing Ji-hyun pink roses. This same rose is later seen in Ji-hyun's apartment, returned to her by Dr. Naul, tying the past and present together. In the present, Kang, Ji-hyun, Ji-hyun, and Yisu stand together near the tarot table, each lost in thought, with the scheduler observing them, puzzled by their deep reflections. The moment is poignant as the living Kang and Ji-hyun are flanked by the spirits of their lost loved ones, Ji-hyun and Yisu. The scene then shifts back to the past, where Ji-hyun and Yisu sit by the water, dreaming of building a pension together. Yisu promises to build it for her by next June, naming it June Love. He kneels, gives her the pink rose, and declares his love for her, sealing the moment with a kiss on her forehead. This memory overwhelms Ji-hyun in the present, causing her to tear up as she recalls their love and dreams. The scheduler, visibly shaken by her emotional reaction, watches as Ji-hyun collapses, marking a dramatic and heart-wrenching turn in the story. Without hesitation, the scheduler materializes to catch Ji-hyun as she collapses. Ji-hyun, in a daze, looks up and sees Yisu's face before passing out. The moment is intense and emotional, leaving the scheduler visibly shaken. As he holds her, Yisu, in the scheduler's form, gently wipes her tears, deeply moved by her pain, though he can't remember why it affects him so profoundly. Meanwhile, Kang remains oblivious to the scene, still lost in the memory of the past with Ji-hyun as they stare at the young couple. In the flashback, Kang scolds Ji-hyun for lying to Ji-hyun and Yisu about their tarot reading. Though he often half-heartedly participates in things, he knows enough to realize that Ji-hyun read the card upside down, meaning the true fortune was far darker. The lovers were destined to part forever. The contrast between the past and present highlights the tragic irony of their twined fates. Ji-hyun defends her decision to lie about the tarot reading, saying she didn't want to ruin the young couple's happiness with bad news. Kang, stubborn as ever, argues that lying is wrong and that she shouldn't decide what others should or shouldn't hear. Their argument escalates when Ji-hyun brings up how Kang rejected his mother's birthday soup, which angers him. As he starts packing up, she grabs his arm, but he shakes her off so forcefully that she falls into a bucket of roses, causing her bracelet, the one he still keeps, to come off. She tearfully yells at him to leave, marking a dramatic but somewhat underwhelming fallout. The scene then shifts to a continuation of the flashback. Kang returns to the booth but finds Ji-hyun gone, though he picks up her bracelet the next day. He arrives at school with a giant bouquet of pink roses, hoping to make amends, but his timing is terrible. Seo-woo announces to the class that Ji-hyun has left for Seoul and won't be returning. Kang rushes out to find her, only to be intercepted by his parents, who inform him that he's being sent to the States to live with his father. The flashback reveals that their separation wasn't due to a major fight, but rather missed opportunities and unfulfilled first love. Kang's emotional immaturity and the abrupt end to their connection explain why he clung to this memory for so long, shaping his feelings and actions in the present. The scene adds depth to Kang's character and his lingering attachment to Ji-hyun. The character's flashbacks suggest that present-day Ji-hyun and Kang haven't fully connected the dots about Ji-hyun and the scheduler's past relationship. Ji-hyun doesn't yet realize that Ji-hyun is the girl from the tarot booth memory or that the scheduler was her boyfriend, Yoo-soo. The scheduler urgently tells Ji-hyun to return to Ji-hyun's body while Ji-hyun is unconscious. Kang witnesses the transition and immediately recognizes Ji-hyun but plays it cool, blaming her fainting spell on hunger. Meanwhile, Minho frantically searches for Ji-hyun in the crowd, calling her name while In-jung remains behind, hurt and rejected, as a tear falls. During dinner, Kang stares at Ji-hyun, revealing that he had secretly followed her after dropping her off with Minho. He saw In-jung's arrival, Minho dragging her away, and her calling Minho Appa. Kang's behavior becomes increasingly odd. He's unusually kind and doesn't react angrily about her being with Minho. When Minho calls her during dinner, Kang snatches the phone, half joking and half serious, yelling that people shouldn't call during mealtime. The scene highlights Kang's growing protectiveness and his internal conflict over Ji-hyun's connection to Minho. Kang urges Ji-hyun not to meet Minho again and instead return to Seoul with him. Ji-hyun, misunderstanding his intentions, assumes he's confessing his feelings for Ji-hyun, though she's only half right about his emotions. Meanwhile, Minho gives up searching for Ji-hyun and realizes he left In-jung behind. By the time he finds her, she's at her parents' house, reflecting on her humble, impoverished upbringing, which likely fueled her resentment toward Ji-hyun's privileged life. In-jung hesitates to go inside, and Minho catches up to her there. At the same time, In-jung receives a call from the restaurant where he is drunk and passed out after being stood up by Kang. The scene highlights the tangled relationships and emotional struggles of the characters, with In-jung's past and present insecurities coming to the forefront. In-jung makes a sarcastic remark to Minho, telling him to leave since he has someone waiting for him at the hotel. But he cancels the rest of his business trip to take her and Seo home. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun and Kang stop at her dad's favorite restaurant in Jinan, where Ji-hyun's excitement catches Kang's attention. He uses it as an excuse to buy food for the others. As they leave, Minho drives by and sees Ji-hyun, actually Ji-hyun in her body, happily carrying food with Kang, sparking his curiosity about their connection. Though he can't act on it, back in Seoul, Ji-hyun arrives at work, but it's clear it's not her, it's Yoo-soo, the scheduler, temporarily taking over her body to help her keep her job. He sasses her boss, makes a caramel macchiato for himself, and scolds some kids trying to buy cigarettes. When Dr. No arrives, Yoo-soo reveals himself in his own body and dismisses him rudely. Hinting at his disdain for men, this interaction raises questions about whether revealing his face to Dr. No was a mistake. Meanwhile, Minho helps Seo home, leading to a confrontation with In-jung. She points out that this is the first time he's been to her place and that she's never experienced normal couple activities with him, yet he's taking a woman he's known for only a month to Jinan. Her frustration and jealousy highlight the growing tension in their relationship. The scene weaves together the characters' intertwined lives, revealing their insecurities, secrets, and unresolved emotions. Minho bluntly tells In-jung he's drawn to Ji-hyun despite trying not to be, and tells In-jung to wait for him. In-jung is shocked and hurt, having already waited 5 years. They argue, and In-jung, tired of C-Claire's, she no longer cares about keeping their affair hidden. Seo, though nearly unconscious, briefly sees Minho leaving. Kang walks Ji-hyun home and insists on watching her go inside, leaving her suspicious of his unusually kind behavior. When he questions why she followed Minho to Jinan, she vaguely replies that there must have been a reason but doesn't elaborate. As Kang watches her, he internally berates himself, recalling that Ji-hyun as Ji-hyun had seen Minho with In-jung in a hotel room, yet still seems drawn to him. This realization solidifies Kang's understanding of the situation. Fueled by anger, Kang confronts Minho, punching him twice, once for Ji-hyun and again for her. He raises his fist a third time but stops, seeing Minho accept the blows without resistance. Inside, Kang tends to Minho's injuries, applying ointment while questioning how long Minho's affair with In-jung has been going on. Minho lies, claiming it started after Ji-hyun's accident, but Kang sees through it, accusing him of being involved with In-jung even before the accident. Kang expresses his disappointment Unable to reconcile the man he once respected with the deceitful person Minho has become, the scene underscores Kang's loyalty to Ji-hyun and his growing disdain for Minho's betrayal. Minho questions Kang's past admiration, which Kang attributes to Minho's strength in overcoming poverty. Minho dismisses this, implying Kang misunderstands the true implications of growing up poor. Kang warns Minho to leave Yikyung alone. Kang confides in manager Oh, discussing Ji-hyun's 49 days, the condition of hiding her identity, and the need to prove true love. They speculate about her hidden seal. Ji-hyun, after a tiring day, wakes up in Yikyung's body and, remembering the food, visits her parents in the hospital as Week-young. She delivers the soup and a message from Ji-hyun expressing her love for her father and wishing him a long life. In-jung finally questions who texted her to meet Minho. She calls the number and Ji-hyun answers, having clearly expected the call. They meet, and Ji-hyun clarifies that while she agreed to keep In-jung's secret, she didn't say she wouldn't see Minho. Ji-hyun suggests that Minho won't leave In-jung easily due to their long partnership, hinting at In-jung's role in getting Minho his job. Ji-hyun then sarcastically implies that sharing Minho shouldn't be a problem, given she shared him with In-jung for 2 years. Kang visits Seo-woo to get some answers and confirms several key details. In-jung and Minho have been together for 5 years, though Seo-woo dismisses it as a misunderstanding. In-jung has a secret boyfriend, and Ji-hyun's dad doesn't have much time left. On his drive back, Kang pieces it all together. Ji-hyun isn't still in love with Minho. Instead, she has a plan to expose his true nature before her father signs everything over to him. Meanwhile, In-jung hands Minho her resignation and mentions that Iki-young texted her to meet him at the park. Suspicious, Minho orders his assistant to dig up everything on Song Iki-young, determined to find out why she's playing him. At the hospital, In-jung intends to resign but grows suspicious when she hears that Ji-hyun's friend has been interviewing people except Seo-woo and herself. When Ji-hyun's mom mentions that her friend recently brought soup from Jinan, In-jung starts putting the pieces together. Back at the restaurant, Kang watches Ji-hyun deep in thought and hopes she doesn't know about her father's illness, worried about how she would handle it. He counts the days and sighs. She only has 23 days left. Yikyung heads to work and reflects on what she believes was just a dream. Seeing Yisu and feeling him catch her, she tells herself, "You shouldn't have come even in my dreams. Don't come." On day 20, something unusual happens. As Ji-hyun begins to take over Yikyung's body, Yikyung briefly wakes up and catches a glimpse of Ji-hyun's face. It seems she's getting closer to realizing what's happening. At work, Ji-hyun arrives to find Kang looking sharp in a suit, leaving her stunned. Just as she's processing his new look, a delivery boy arrives with a bouquet of pink roses. Kang casually tells her he's going on a date. Shocked, she asks if he has a girlfriend, and he defensively replies that he's allowed to like someone. Ji-hyun, still surprised, wonders if he was flirting with Yikyung while secretly dating someone else. Ji-hyun calls Kang a playboy, annoyed that the girl he likes even prefers the same flowers as her. Kang tries to clarify that she's not his girlfriend, just someone he likes, but Ji-hyun isn't interested in hearing it. At the hospital, Kang attempts to rejoin the Haemido project, but Ji-hyun's father reacts badly and kicks him out, calling him unreliable. Mom follows Kang out to apologize, and he takes the chance to ask what Ji-hyun was doing on the day of her accident. Mom reveals that Ji-hyun was on her way to give Minho her seal, a crucial factor in the Haemido land deal. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun meets Minho and admits to sending In-jung the text. She tries to bait him by claiming she wants the same thing he does, but Minho doesn't fall for it. He coldly states that he has no interest in figuring her out and walks away. As she wanders, Minho's minion secretly follows her, snapping photos like a stalker. Driving back to Haven, Kang pieces everything together. Minho never intended to marry Ji-hyun. She discovered his true nature after the accident, and she hid her seal for a reason. Overwhelmed with sympathy, he wonders what he can do for her. Just then, as if fate is answering him, he sees Ji-hyun walking alone. Without hesitation, he gets out of the car and walks toward her, and he pulls her in for a hug. Kang surprises Ji-hyun with an impulsive hug, driven by his desire to comfort her and frustration at his inability to do more. Ji-hyun, startled, pushes him away and demands an explanation. Kang playfully claims he was sleepwalking and doesn't remember hugging her, which Ji-hyun doesn't buy. He then explains it was a comfort hug, citing his time in the US as justification, joking that hugs are commonplace there and she wouldn't understand since she hasn't lived in America. Ji-hyun remains suspicious, So Kang reminds her of her earlier claim about being an orphan with no one to rely on. This makes Ji-hyun inwardly pout, assuming Kang is smitten with Ji-hyun. She scolds him, saying a man with a girlfriend shouldn't hug other women. Kang clarifies that he never said he had a girlfriend, only that there was a woman he liked. When Ji-hyun brings up the bouquet of roses he gave Ji-hyun, Kang claims it was just to lift her spirits. Ji-hyun exclaims, "But you just hugged Emmy to give me energy," failing to connect the dots that Kang's feelings might be directed at her. Meanwhile, Minho's lackey, watching from a distance, snaps a photo of the hug, gathering evidence to report back to his boss. The scene blends humor, misunderstanding, and growing tension as Kang's feelings for Ji-hyun become more apparent even as she remains oblivious. The not quite a couple returns to heaven where Kang orders a full meal for the two of them. To keep up appearances, he pretends the food is all for himself, but he only takes a bite of each dish, leaving the rest untouched. He uses this as an excuse to get Ji-hyun to eat, saying it would be a waste otherwise. Reluctantly, she starts eating. Kang, still subtly trying to motivate her, asks, "Why are you eating right now?" Ji-hyun replies, "Because you told me to." Kang shakes his head and corrects her, "No, it's because we eat to live. To live. Levianji is more important than anything." His words carry a deeper meaning, subtly encouraging her to find strength and purpose, even as he masks his concern with his usual playful demeanor. Kang's cryptic advice about living and the importance of life leaves Ji-hyun confused. She understands his words, but can't grasp their deeper meaning. Kang elaborates that love, revenge, and even eating lose their significance after death, but he quickly backtracks to avoid raising her suspicions, reminding her that she had mentioned having limited time to live. Later, Kang discusses Ji-hyun's situation with Manager Oh, focusing on how she hid her seal on her wedding day and his investigation into the Hamido project. While Manager Oh thinks Kang should prioritize saving Ji-hyun, Kang worries about mishandling her secret and decides the immediate priority is ensuring her father undergoes surgery. Manager Oh's wife suggests that true feelings can be seen through one's gaze, as the eyes reflect the soul, which Kang finds insightful. Meanwhile, the scheduler finally gets a moment to himself, basking in the sunlight while listening to music, only to be interrupted by Ji-hyun, who fears Kang has discovered her secret. The scheduler reassures her that her secret is unlikely to be believed and that as long as she doesn't reveal it herself, she's safe, though others can figure it out on their own. He also reveals that even if Ji-hyun survives her 49 days, she won't remember this period as it would disrupt the balance of the world. The scene ties together the characters' growing awareness and the delicate balance of secrets and truths. Terrified that she might forget everything she's learned, Ji-hyun realizes she must deal with Minho before the 49 days are up. Otherwise, she might revert to her old trusting self and still end up marrying him. The scheduler offers a cryptic response, "You might, or you might not." Adding to her worries is Minho's sudden shift from chasing her to completely losing interest. Determined to uncover the reason, she decides she needs to crack his safe code as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Injun grows suspicious after hearing about Ji-hyun's so-called new friend Jung-un, who has been questioning Ji-hyun's friends. When she confirms that neither she nor Seo has been contacted, she starts digging for more information. Ji-hyun panics upon hearing that the restaurant's plants have been repotted, fearing for the safety of her hidden seal. When she checks in with Kang, she sneaks a look at his plant and asks if he repotted them all. Sensing her concern, he lies, reassuring her that the pot will remain untouched. Her obvious relief makes him smirk. Kang then proudly declares, "I'm a man too, you know," which immediately reminds Ji-hyun of their recent hug. Flustered, she tries to leave, but Kang insists she stay. To break the awkward silence, she asks about a ceramic box on the table. He quickly changes the subject, it holds her seal and bracelet, and suggests they leave together. In his hurry, he grabs her hand, then awkwardly covers it up by calling it a hand-claw clasp of encouragement. Oh, meanwhile, Minho's minion updates him on Ji-hyun's latest activities, complete with photos. Fueled by jealousy, Minho heads to Haven that night and sees Kang and Week-young walking out together. To his horror, they literally fall into each other's arms, said by accident. But still, he calls out angrily, and while Kang steps forward to intervene, Ji-hyun stops him. Though reluctant, Kang backs down this time. When Minho jealously accuses her of taking Kang's side, Ji-hyun fires back, "Any woman with good judgment would naturally choose Hen Kang over you. I was foolish and blind to character," which is why I fell for you. Minho presses her about why she was in Jinan with Kang, and Ji-hyun calmly tells him that she knew he would return. His cold act was just his way of convincing himself he was done with her. She assures him that she hasn't exposed his scheme or his connection to In-jung to anyone. From a distance, Kang watches as Minho leads her to his car, fists clenched, wondering what she could possibly need from him. Minho takes Ji-hyun to a bar, now calmer and showing concern for her health. Recalling her blackout in Jinan, she claims to have narcolepsy, adding to the list of characters in this drama with serious sleep issues or using them as excuses. She brings up the restaurant he used to take his mother to, expressing a desire to go again. Though reluctant to talk about his mother, Minho eventually shares that she's been hospitalized for years, revealing to Ji-hyun that the woman at their engagement was an imposter. Sensing his emotional vulnerability, she gently places a hand on his in sympathy. When she refuses to let him take her home, Minho doesn't push, but secretly orders his minion to follow her. The scheduler appears on the bus, teasing Ji-hyun about her follower and joking, "Are you shooting a Bourne movie?" She recognizes the minion as her father's driver and Minho's friend. Realizing she's being tracked, panicked, she wonders what to do, but the scheduler playfully suggests we'll just have to become Matt Damon and Franka Potente. His brilliant escape plan. Running really fast off the bus. Not exactly high-tech, but his excitement is priceless. The minion gives chase on foot, but loses them. The scheduler celebrates, though the guy couldn't see him anyway, proving he just enjoys the thrill. He then calls out Ji-hyun for neglecting her Three Tiers project, pointing out that she's more focused on exposing Minho. Ji-hyun counters that searching for cheers won't change whether she was truly loved in life. She also questions if the 49 days are just a gift for souls who died too soon. Her words seem to hit a nerve. Scheduler squirms, unable as or unwilling to answer. Declaring the topic, crossing the line, he warns her once more, don't disrupt Yi-kyung's life any further. Minho comes home drunk to find In-jung waiting for him, anxious about this mysterious Jung-un. She's convinced Jung-un is behind the missing seal, and after learning she was also in Jinan, suspects she's been tracking them. Minho, however, isn't too concerned and casually suggests that if In-jung is so worried, she could go abroad for a while. Offended, she accuses him of trying to push her away. He admits he likes Yi-kyung but insists she isn't the real issue. Their relationship was falling apart long before she came into the picture. He reminds In-jung of the exact date she first pitched the destroyed Ji-hyun plan to him, his birthday, October 5, 2009. Since then, their relationship became all about strategy, studying Ji-hyun's personality, habits, and family to manipulate her. For 2 years, what we had was business, not love. Cold as it sounds, he's not entirely wrong. Ji-hyun's spirit struggles to leave Yi-kyung's body, a recurring issue since the Jinan trip. Yi-kyung, back in control, meets with Dr. Na, who mentions her day off, making her realize her dream was real. The scheduler appears, regretting his accidental reveal to Dr. No and fearing a penalty. Yi-kyung undergoes more hypnosis, reliving a painful memory of Yusu breaking up with her, saying people change, which deeply upset her. The flashback reveals Yi-kyung working at the hotel around the time of Yusu's death. His breakup line, "People always change," which was defensive then, becomes derisive when he's the scheduler. During hypnosis, Yi-kyung's memories merge with Ji-hyun's, showing Minho and In-jung together at the hotel. Yi-kyung recognizes herself in the memory but feels disconnected from it, flashing to other scenes of Ji-hyun in her body and even seeing Ji-hyun's spirit. Duffert knows explanation for Yi-kyung's merged memories as past lives, which the recap finds absurd. It questions why a medical professional wouldn't offer simpler explanations like dreams are illogical or consider other psychological possibilities. Yi-kyung insists it's not a past life and describes a strange feeling of wanting to discuss it but being unable to. Upon returning home, Yi-kyung and Ji-hyun's spirits briefly touch and both feel it. In-jung obtains Jung-un's phone number, noticing a familiar pattern. To test her suspicion, she takes Ji-hyun's mother to lunch at Heaven Restaurant, claiming it was Ji-hyun's wish. Kang, thinking Ji-hyun would like to see her mother, also calls her there. The plan is to see if Ji-hyun's mother recognizes Yi-kyung as Jung-un. Kang, however, doesn't explain his reasoning to Ji-hyun, leading to a potentially awkward situation. Upon Ji-hyun's arrival, her mother calls Yi-kyung Jung-un, revealing Yi-kyung's past identity and baffling everyone. Ji-hyun flees and In-jung pursues her. demanding an explanation for the name change and why she pretended to be Ji-hyun's friend, accusing her of lying. Kang, realizing Ji-hyun's distress, intervenes, confirming Yi-kyung's story. He claims Jung-eun is a nickname and dismisses In-jung's concerns. He then confronts In-jung, questioning her motives for involving Ji-hyun's mother and revealing he knows about her affair with Min-ho. He calls her shameless and warns her to be careful, allowing them to defuse the situation with Ji-hyun's mother. Kang innocently asks Ji-hyun if she was truly friends with Ji-hyun, explaining that's why he saw similarities between them. Ji-hyun questions his intervention, and he says he owes Ji-hyun and that she always helped others. He sensed she was in trouble. He then reveals his dislike for In-jung and asks if Ji-hyun knew about In-jung and Min-ho's relationship, which she confirms. Anticipating In-jung's retaliation, Ji-hyun calls Min-ho first, arranging a later meeting. When In-jung calls immediately after, he ignores her. After lunch, Kang drives Ji-hyun's mother back to the hospital and speaks with her father, who, while still gruff, seems to have softened his stance towards Kang. Kang tells Ji-hyun's father about his own mother's death, which he learned of a year later after she'd sent him abroad without revealing her illness or divorce. He argues that he still does understand his mother's choices and asks how Ji-hyun would feel waking up to find her father dead because she prevented his surgery. Ji-hyun reveals her double identity to Min-ho, explaining her initial friendliness and subsequent hatred were due to his relationship with In-jung. Min-ho is stunned. In-jung arrives to expose Ji-hyun but is too late. Min-ho, overwhelmed, dismisses In-jung and her concerns by revealing her past connection to Ji-hyun. Ji-hyun fears she's lost her ability to gather information from Min-ho, at least while in Yi-kyung's body, thus jeopardizing her father's health. Seeing Min-ho leave his building hurriedly, she wants to follow him but hesitates, concerned about leaving Yi-kyung's apartment door open for her spirit to travel. Ultimately, Ji-hyun decides to wait for Yi-kyung's sake. This proves wise as Yi-kyung awakens and is relieved to find her door closed, just as she'd left it. Min-ho questions Kang about his knowledge of Yi-kyung's connection to Ji-hyun. He argues that if Kang had been upfront, they could have avoided complications. Kang counters that he trusted Min-ho's love for Ji-hyun and then admits his own feelings for her. As Ji-hyun's spirit prepares to leave, she finds herself unable to due to growing concern for Yi-kyung. Instead, she follows Yi-kyung to a church where she sits alone. Ji-hyun reflects on their shared loneliness, hers stemming from not being able to connect with loved ones as herself, and Yi-kyung's from seemingly having no one to meet. Ji-hyun leans in to touch Yi-kyung's hair and Yi-kyung reacts as if she feels her presence. Ji-hyun's spirit follows Min-ho to his apartment, hoping to access his safe, but her lack of a physical body makes this impossible. She's forced to wait for him to open it himself, which doesn't happen. She remains there for days, until her remaining time is down to 16 days. When Ji-hyun returns home from Min-ho's apartment, Yi-kyung seems to hear her greeting. Both women then brood separately Ji-hyun over her situation, and Yi-kyung feeling haunted specifically by Yoo-soo. Yi-kyung breaks down, crying out to Yoo-soo. Ji-hyun is moved to tears by Yi-kyung's pain. When Ji-hyun next inhabits Yi-kyung's body, she searches for Yi-kyung's college yearbook, hoping to reconnect her with friends. She then sees Yoo-soo's picture next to Yi-kyung's and realizes he looks familiar. Ji-hyun, ignoring the scheduler's warning, finds him at his studio and excitedly shows him Yi-kyung's yearbook. When he sees the picture next to Yi-kyung's, his eyes widen in shock and he exclaims, "But that's me." Ji-hyun starts to piece things together and confronts the scheduler with a graduation photo of him, revealing he's Yoo-soo, Yi-kyung's boyfriend. Shocked, he stammers, recognizing himself in the photo. Ji-hyun continues, telling him about their love, providing a birthday card as proof, and mentioning Yi-kyung still mourns him. The scheduler is stunned, realizing he loved Yi-kyung. But the oddity of the situation hits. He's talking about her in the third person while her body is right there. The scheduler is initially shocked but denies that Yi-kyung could be the woman he loved. Ji-hyun reminds him that he mentioned having unfinished business, possibly with Yi-kyung. His memory fails and he spirals into denial. After a moment, he humorously asks if he borrowed his face, to which Ji-hyun, still naive, asks if that's even possible. He then wonders why Ji-hyun is the one who found him, believing something went wrong, while Ji-hyun suggests he simply appears before Yi-kyung to confirm everything, though the scheduler worries it might give her a heart attack. The scheduler dismisses Ji-hyun's suggestion to appear before Yi-kyung, explaining there's a failsafe that prevents him from showing his true face to anyone from his past life. Ji-hyun insists he should try anyway, as it's his unfinished business, but he denies it's about Yi-kyung, suggesting it could involve his parents or revenge. Ji-hyun, frustrated, reminds him he's an orphan and tells him to stop denying the truth. Their argument escalates, and he asks for time to think. On her way out, Ji-hyun expresses her anger, upset that he doesn't remember Yi-kyung, and defends her Unnie, showing how much she's grown attached to Yi-kyung. Meanwhile, the scheduler reflects on moments with Yi-kyung that felt oddly significant. He contacts biker Granny to ask about his Reaper wish, but she scolds him. He mutters about her, still feeling unsure about everything. As Ji-hyun walks, she reflects on Yi-kyung's sorrow and wonders if anyone will remember her after she's gone. She regrets wasting 3 days at Minho's place and thinks about Kang-e, whom she misses. Checking her phone, she finds no messages from him, concluding he's not worried but angry instead. Minho learns from his lackey that Yi-kyung has been living off the grid since her boyfriend's death, which explains why Ji-hyun and Kang have helped her. He then meets In-jung, who confronts him about Kang and Yi-kyung knowing their plan. Minho's response is that he trusts them and plans to continue seeing Yi-kyung. This doesn't sit well with In-jung, who reacts by crying and accusing him of not loving her anymore. Minho coldly explains he can't control his feelings. In-jung, now with nothing to lose, threatens to expose him to Ji-hyun's parents if he keeps seeing Yi-kyung. She's furious and ready to cause trouble, and it's clear she's no longer holding back. In-jung starts investigating Yi-kyung's online alias, Jung-un, and discovers that Jung-un died a year ago, threatening the credibility of their cover story. Meanwhile, Kang looks into the Haemido project and uncovers a suspicious shell company involved in buying the land. He also sends manager Oh to investigate the 49-day participants, but finds nothing. When Ji-hyun returns, Kang isn't angry at all. He even covered for her, saying she was on a trip and is just happy to see her back without pressing for explanations. On her way out to take a call from In-jung, Ji-hyun drops a letter she wrote to her dad when she was considering giving up on her 49 days. Kang picks it up, intrigued. Later, Ji-hyun meets In-jung, who confronts her about pretending to be her friend with an ulterior motive. Ji-hyun in turn asks In-jung why she went so far to hurt her, and In-jung reveals it was because she wanted Ji-hyun to experience what it feels like to have nothing, just like her. At heaven, Kang reads Ji-hyun's letter and realizes she knows about her father's condition and his refusal to undergo surgery. He reflects on when she quit and left, finding her resignation letter, which reads, "I was wandering alone in an endless desert, and then I found the Aces, like Hang Kang, boss, thank you. On my final path, you were my only friend, a friend called Song Yi-kyung." He understands that Ji-hyun intended to say goodbye forever and reveal everything to her dad. He rushes upstairs. In-jung arrives shortly after, looking for Kang, and is directed to his office. There, she sees the letter on his desk, reads it, and notices the familiar smiley face at the end, which is Ji-hyun's handwriting. She copies the letter to take with her. Kang, dressed in another suit, hurriedly leaves. In-jung returns home and compares Ji-hyun's resignation letter to her old cards from Ji-hyun. She notices they're signed the same way, with a smiley face, and starts to suspect something, though she tries to dismiss it. Kang visits Ji-hyun's dad again to convince him to undergo surgery. He suggests that Ji-hyun's spirit might still be wandering and could be watching over him, worried that her father's refusal to get surgery could make Ji-hyun want to give up on life. This idea shakes Ji-hyun's dad, who asks Kang if he has feelings for Ji-hyun. Kang denies it, saying she's not his type, and continues to urge him to reconsider. Ji-hyun's mom watches, teary-eyed and grateful for Kang's persistence. Meanwhile, Minho visits his mother in the hospital but can't bring himself to enter. He watches her from a distance, and when she calls out his name, he hides, unable to face her. Tears fall as he listens to her voice but stays hidden, unwilling to meet her. Kang meets Ji-hyun for a date, and after asking if she has any more secrets, tells her to quit working at Heaven if she plans to keep seeing him. Just when it seems like he might soften, his controlling nature shines through, reminding us why he's the antagonist. Ji-hyun doesn't respond directly, but instead suggests they go back to his mother's favorite restaurant, hoping to get him to open up about his mom. She manages to learn his mother's birthday. That night, when Ji-hyun's soul leaves her body, she tells Yi-kyung she'll get the scheduler to visit her and expresses hope that they can meet again if Yi-kyung gets a second chance at life. She promises to make Yi-kyung less lonely. Yi-kyung senses someone's presence and looks around cautiously. Yisu, in a mystical disguise, stalks Yi-kyung outside the coffee shop, unable to resist watching her. Eventually, he goes inside to order a coffee, but as he waits, he starts to doubt his actions. His ego kicks in when he notices two girls in short skirts and thinks he would have loved someone like them, but quickly dismisses them as not his type. His focus shifts back to Yi-kyung, and despite his attempts to rationalize, he can't shake the strange feeling he gets when he's near her. After paying for his coffee, he leaves, still unsure of what's going on, and wonders aloud if they're really fated to cross paths, since she doesn't recognize him. In the morning, Ji-hyun repairs the hole in Yi-kyung's bag and puts her belongings back inside, only to realize she's lost her letter to her dad. Panicking, she worries someone might have found it and delivered it to him. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Ji-hyun's parents receive the letter. Her necklace flares up and shatters, causing her soul to leave Yi-kyung's body, and the scheduler appears in a black suit, telling her 49 days are over. However, this is just her imagination, as things can't end that way. We know Kang has the letter, and Ji-hyun's dad reflects on Kang's words, wondering if Ji-hyun is truly watching over him. In-jung digs deeper into Ji-hyun's past, asking the housekeeper about Jung, and the housekeeper was how close Ji-hyun and Jung-in must have been, as Ji-hyun knew that her mom doesn't eat ox-bone soup. In-jung starts to realize that her hunch might be right, wondering if Ji-hyun could actually be connected to Jung-in. This realization makes the situation much more intriguing. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun's dad decides to go ahead with the surgery, and when he announces it at the hospital, Mom calls Kang to thank him for his role in convincing Dad. Kang is thrilled and immediately calls Ji-hyun to rush to work, citing an emergency. Ji-hyun heads to the hospital to check if the letter has been delivered. When she sees her mom, she learns that there hasn't been a letter, but Dad has decided on surgery. Relieved, Ji-hyun asks what changed his mind. Mom reveals that Han Kang had a part in it, and speculating has feelings for Ji-hyun, pointing out the bouquet of pink roses he's kept fresh all this time. Ji-hyun, moved by her mom's support, rushes out after Kang's phone call, pausing in the hallway to bow in gratitude. In-jung sees her and confirms with Ji-hyun's mom that Jung-in knows about Dad's surgery. In-jung begins to question why she keeps sensing Ji-hyun's presence in Yi-kyung. At work, Kang is pacing, waiting for Ji-hyun. He tells her to change, and she heads to the locker room, amusingly labeled rocker room. Kang, in his rocker leather jacket, waits until she leaves to sneak in and place the letter in her purse. Ji-hyun, realizing she's forgotten her phone, comes back, sees him, and hides to check her purse, where she finds the letter. Panicking, she runs off and meets the scheduler in the park. She frantically tells him that Kang has read the letter and knows, but the scheduler, clearly drained from his earlier encounter with Yi-kyung, is not in the mood to deal with her. The scheduler half-heartedly tells Ji-hyun that her necklace is still intact, meaning Kang must have figured out the truth before finding the letter. He explains that it's not uncommon for humans to discover things like this about 11% of the time. He warns her not to discuss her afterlife with Kang, and she agrees for now. Ji-hyun then asks about Yi-kyung, but the scheduler doesn't remember anything and blames her for bringing up all these confusing feelings. Ji-hyun thought Reapers didn't have human feelings, but the scheduler explains that as his term nears its end, he starts to regain them. Frustrated, Ji-hyun urges him to hurry up and remember her, but he disappears in exasperation. As Ji-hyun walks back, she starts putting everything together. She realizes that Kang must have figured it out, and his awkward sweetness, his bad excuses, it was all him being there for her without letting on. She even puts together that the girl he likes, the flowers, the hug, it's all because he likes her, not Yi-kyung. Finally, Kang is pacing anxiously, losing his mind over not knowing what's going on. He starts talking to himself and finally shouts, "We're Aereo," right as Ji-hyun appears. In his adorable worry, he asks her to please tell him where she's going next time so he doesn't go crazy. Ji-hyun asks what the emergency is, and he tells her that Ji-hyun's dad is getting surgery. Ji-hyun replies that she already knows, as she stopped by the hospital on her way in. She thanks him on behalf of Ji-hyun for convincing her dad to go through with the surgery, and Kang responds, "Shin Ji-hyun is my friend too." Ji-hyun smiles and says, Shin Ji-hyun is quite lucky. She's got two people insisting they're her friends. Ji-hyun, holding back what she knows, smiles at Kang gratefully with tears in her eyes. He looks at her curiously, but is interrupted by another waiter he had sent on a secret errand. Meanwhile, Kang confronts Minho over drinks, admitting that he knows about Minho's plans involving Hamido and Ji-hyun's father's company. Minho realizes that Kang has been investigating him and stops being polite. He doesn't deny anything, and when asked why Ji-hyun and her family, he casually says they're just unlucky. Minho argues that they're unlucky now the same way he was unlucky to be born into his station. Kang counters that no matter how bad things were for Minho, he can't take it out on innocent people who have done nothing wrong. Minho scoffs, saying that a privileged person like Kang can't understand what life is like on the other side. He opens up about his childhood, describing it as poor and destitute. He bitterly recalls the day his father died, calling it the best day because it meant they wouldn't be beaten anymore. Minho explained his fight isn't against Ji-hyun or her family, but against fate itself or any higher power that determined his life. He wanted to change his fate with his own hands, essentially playing God. While his traumatic childhood explains some of his motives, it doesn't make his actions any more justifiable or sympathetic. This is simply how Minho rationalizes his reasoning and crazy plans. Kang expresses sympathy for Minho's painful past, but makes it clear that he won't let Ji-hyun and her family lose everything because of him. Minho accepts the challenge with a confident smile, dismissing Kang as no threat. The tension is palpable as they prepare for their showdown. In-jung shows Yi-kyung's resignation letter to Seo-woo, who immediately recognizes it as Ji-hyun's handwriting. Concerned, In-jung asks Seo-woo if she believes in ghosts or souls inhabiting other bodies. In-jung then approaches Minho with the letters, asking him to investigate her suspicion. She insists that it's not out of jealousy, despite it sounding crazy, and urges him to meet Yi-kyung to confirm her theory. Ji-hyun is caught off guard by Dr. No, who visits to inquire why Yi-kyung has been skipping her hypnotherapy sessions. He notices the changes in her appearance, but Ji-hyun quickly tries to act like Yi-kyung and rushes inside to avoid suspicion. The next day, Ji-hyun tries to break into Minho's apartment again to access the safe, but he's changed the front door lock code, blocking her from getting in. Minho calls her for a date, and although he dismisses In-jung's theory as crazy, he notices her shoes when she gets into the car. They're the same ones she wore when she discovered him with In-jung, and he recalls picking up a bead that had fallen off them. Minho takes Ji-hyun shopping for new shoes, insisting she throw the old ones away, but his minion secretly picks them up. At home, Minho compares the bead he picked up earlier to the shoe and finds it's a perfect match. He waits outside Yi-kyung's place that night, and when she heads to the coffee shop, he follows her. Once inside, he confronts her, calling out, "Song Yi-kyung-shi." She responds, "Yes, Kang Minho-shi," leaving him stunned and confused. Minho approaches the counter and calls Yi-kyung by her name, which surprises both of them. Yi-kyung is startled, unsure why she recognizes him. He asks her if she knows him, but she quickly dismisses him and turns away. Just as Minho presses further, Dr. No arrives and intervenes, calling Yi-kyung by name and sending Minho away. Despite this, Minho remains suspicious, wondering if Yi-kyung is actually Shin Ji-hyun or someone else. After Minho leaves, Yi-kyung sits down with Dr. Na, who asks if she recognizes him. She responds ambiguously, acknowledging that she doesn't know him but feels he's bad news. Dr. Na then suggests she might have multiple personality disorder due to trauma, which is a logical conclusion, though still not accurate. The scene highlights how quickly people in the show jump to supernatural conclusions. While Dr. No is the only one to consider a psychological explanation first, Yi-kyung opens up to Dr. No, explaining that the feeling of another person living with her isn't a ghost or a made-up personality, but someone who truly cares for her. She shares her painful backstory of being abandoned at an orphanage at age 5, where Yusu, a fellow orphan, gave her a name and comforted her. She reveals that Yusu, who was like a sibling and friend to her, later abandoned her. As she speaks, the scheduler silently listens nearby, hinting at his connection to her story. The scheduler, surprised by Yi-kyung's confession, quietly listens as she explains her pain of being abandoned first by her mother, then by Yusu, whom she had relied on for comfort. Her trust in others was shattered. The scheduler, struggling with human emotions, wipes away a tear. Dr. Na suggests Yi-kyung consider moving, but she insists she feels the sincerity of Ji-hyun's spirit. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun starts feeling weak. Likely due to the increasing closeness of people to the truth, Minho returns home to find In-jung pressing him about whether Yi-kyung is really Ji-hyun. He denies it, trying to convince himself as much as her. Before dismissing her and going inside, Minho is left confused after his interaction with In-jung, repeatedly questioning the situation while staring at his engagement photo, Ji-hyun. Eager for Yi-kyung to go to bed early, subtly hopes to keep things on track for her father's surgery. Yi-kyung seems to send Ji-hyun's request and goes to bed. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun runs into Kang, who insists on taking her to the hospital. He awkwardly tries to hide his concern, jokingly claiming she'll be bored if she doesn't go with him. His comments about her not being their daughter and In-jung's potential spiteful actions add to the tension. Ji-hyun denies dating Kang, but he quickly shoots back, teasing her to stop pretending. It's an adorably awkward exchange full of unresolved feelings. Kang takes Ji-hyun to the hospital to see her dad before his surgery. He's moved by her loyalty to her friends and asks her to visit often after Ji-hyun wakes up, hinting that he might not always be there to do so himself. Ji-hyun, moved by the moment, asks if she can hug him. She hugs him gently, patting his back, which catches him off guard with its warmth. Overcome with emotion, Ji-hyun quickly rushes out into the hallway, unable to hold back her tears. Kang, trying to comfort her, urges her to stop crying and reassures her that he'll watch over her dad's surgery. Minho arrives just as Ji-hyun is crying and Kang is comforting her. His jealousy flares up and he confronts Kang, asking why he's there with this woman. This sparks Kang's jealousy, leading to a tense standoff between the two. They begin arguing over who should be there with Ji-hyun, sensing the tension. Ji-hyun steps in and places her hand on Minho's arm, trying to calm the situation. Ji-hyun asks to go with Minho, and he wraps his arm around her to assert his claim, leaving Kang frustrated and tense, wondering how long she will keep up the act. As Ji-hyun and Minho leave, Kang quietly struggles with his feelings. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun arrives at Heaven and finds manager Oh in the midst of an argument with his wife, who is upset about his secretive behavior and conversations with Kang on the anniversary of Kang's mother's death. He is busy preparing things despite her while asking not to observe the day. Ji-hyun reflects on how Kang is watching over her father instead. Meanwhile, Kang and Minho gear up for battle. Kang meets with a friend to investigate the Haemido project, suspecting money is being siphoned into a separate account. At the same time, Minho meets with the waiter from Kang's restaurant, offering him money for school and a job in exchange for his loyalty and proof. At the hospital, comments on how well In-jung is playing her part, and when she asks why he hasn't told Ji-hyun's parents about her and Minho, he brushes it off, saying they have enough to deal with. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun runs into a strange man who notices her tear necklace, revealing that he has one too, except his is empty. He's down to his last day and curious about how she got a tear. He warns her that as her 49 days wind down, it will get harder to switch in and out of Yi-kyung's body, and she'll start feeling weaker. The man wonders if he'll have time to see his family before his 49 days end, and Ji-hyun, ever the soft-hearted person, gives him money to wash up before visiting them. He thanks her, remarking how cruel the 49 days are, especially with regret hanging over him. In-jung, observing from afar, tries to bribe the man for info on Yi-kyung but gets nothing. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun's dad has made it through surgery but needs to wake up for everyone to feel reassured. Kang shares the news with Ji-hyun and suggests they go back to keep watch, but Ji-hyun feels they should first pay their respects to his mother. Kang sets up a memorial for his mother with wine by her piano, following her wishes in a non-traditional way, though still offering alcohol as is customary. He shares that his mother never left behind a single picture, just the piano she used to play after drinking wine. He opens up about their past, how his father would travel to the States for work, and his mother opened a wine bar, which Kang despised, thinking she was selling herself and divorcing his dad for another man. He admits he never considered that she might have been lonely, and when she moved them to Jinan one day, asking him to stay by her side, he rebelled and never treated her well. Kang tearfully reveals that his dying of cancer and he never knew. He regrets that her last memory of him must have been filled with sorrow. Ji-hyun comforts him, placing her hand on his and assuring him that if she left behind the piano, it meant she left him everything important to her. He smiles faintly at her, even laughing at her grumbling stomach. Meanwhile, Minho watches them from outside, clearly upset. The scene flashes back to when Minho followed Dr. Null, who had revealed Yikyung's claim of being possessed by a spirit, which Minho learns, much to his frustration. In-jung observes Minho watching Kang and Ji-hyun with jealousy. Meanwhile, Kang prepares pasta for Ji-hyun, and during dinner, she asks about his comment that he owed Shun Ji-hyun. Kang playfully suggests she should know since she's Ji-hyun's friend, but Ji-hyun doesn't realize it. He explains that he had planned to run away to America but ended up staying in Jinan after injuring his ankle due to Ji-hyun. He shares a touching memory of his mother making him birthday soup, which he initially threw a tantrum over. He now feels grateful for it, as it became a precious moment before her death. Ji-hyun is surprised by Kang's unexpected reaction and his admission of regret for never apologizing before leaving Jinan. He hands her a bracelet, asking her to give it to Shin Ji-hyun, which she accepts with a mix of emotions. As she looks at the bracelet, she recalls a memory of a tantrum Kang threw over birthday soup, a moment where his mother had given her the bracelet, intending it for Kang's future girlfriend. Ji-hyun, not realizing the depth of Kang's feelings, insists they're not close, though his mother had seen her as more than just a friend. The scene highlights the growing tension and unspoken feelings between Kang and Ji-hyun. The bracelet that Kang has cherished for years, which he thought was a memento from his mother, turns out to have originally belonged to Ji-hyun and was given to her by his mother as a gesture of warmth and gratitude. It's a sweet, sentimental moment. Meanwhile, In-jung confronts Minho about his denial of Yikyung being Ji-hyun, accusing him of letting his feelings cloud his judgment. Kang, still uncertain, follows Yikyung to work but sees nothing unusual. At the hospital, Ji-hyun calls to her father, and in a heartfelt moment, he hears her voice, wakes up, and they share a tearful reunion. It's an emotional, touching moment between father and daughter. Ji-hyun walks home after the buses stop running, and the scheduler, showing a soft side, offers her a ride on his bike. He even helps her change into a more suitable outfit for the ride. As they ride, they discuss the afterlife and fate. The scheduler explains that one's fate is determined by their actions in past lives, which influences their current and future lives. Ji-hyun expresses her wish for him to have a happy next life, but the scheduler responds with pessimism, hinting at his past mistakes, and revealing that someone told him he must have been a bad person in a past life. At home, Ji-hyun thanks Yikyung for her help and shares the good news about her father's recovery. Feeling relieved since Kang knows everything, she plans to spend her remaining days doing something nice for Yikyung to avoid living with regrets. Meanwhile, Seo-woo returns from the hospital in a good mood, only to see an incoming call from Minho on In-jung's phone. In-jung's guilty reaction raises Seo-woo's suspicions, and she finally pieces everything together. She confronts In-jung, angrily questioning how she could betray someone who's done so much for her. Kang receives the news that his dad has woken up and rushes to tell Ji-hyun. However, Ji-hyun beats him to it. Arriving at his door with a tray of food and already knowing the good news, she starts using informal speech with him, teasing him to adapt to cultural standards since Yikyung is a year older. She serves him sugared toast and strawberry milk, which he scoffs at, thinking it's for a kid only to remember it's exactly what he used to like. Surprised, he wonders if Ji-hyun ever met his mother, and she nervous hesitates before vaguely saying she might have mentioned something like that. Ji-hyun, playfully calling herself Nuna, teases Kang, telling him to ask her to make his favorite dish again if he likes it. Minho, meanwhile, makes a mysterious phone call, signaling that it's time to start something. Ji-hyun visits the hotel where Yikyung used to work and asks her coworker about Yikyung's past. She learns that Yikyung was always with Yusu, who later left to pursue a singing career, and after they broke up, he died, leading Yikyung to collapse and never return. The coworker gives Ji-hyun the contents of Yikyung's locker. On her way home, Ji-hyun reflects on Yikyung's life and the sudden halt it took. She receives a call from In-jung, and the scheduler's usual voice, alert, seemed less energetic than before. In-jung meets Ji-hyun with a bruised face, admitting that Seo found out the truth. She recounts how grateful she once was for Ji-hyun's selflessness, but over time it made her feel pathetic, as Ji-hyun was always giving but never understood what she took for granted. In-jung resented Ji-hyun's privileged life, wondering if Ji-hyun would have anything without it. In-jung drops a shocking revelation. It was her idea to have Min-ho bring Ji-hyun down to her level. Wanting everything Ji-hyun had, the company, the fiancé, Ji-hyun is stunned, and before In-jung leaves, she tells her that her love for In-jung was sincere. In-jung responds in kind, saying she sincerely loved Ji-hyun too. Outside, In-jung observes Ji-hyun weak-young crying, confirming her suspicions. Ji-hyun cries outside for a while, still confused. She opens Yik-young's box of belongings and finds cute pictures of Yik-young with Yisu. However, she soon discovers more pictures of Yisu with another girl, which infuriates her. Determined to defend Yik-young, she storms over to the studio to confront Yisu. She shows him the pictures and accuses him of being at fault. Yisu defends himself, insisting it's not what it seems. Ji-hyun, speaking from personal experience, challenges him, questioning if betrayal is just a common trait among people. The argument escalates into a typical couple's fight, where he repeatedly denies it, and she retorts that just because it isn't exactly what it looks like, it doesn't mean it's nothing. Yisu's memory is triggered when Ji-hyun accuses him again. He screams, "It's not! Song Yik-young! Why won't you believe me?" He begins to see past Yik-young before him, and the line between past and present blurs. He relives the same argument they had when he was alive over the same photo, with Yik-young saying the exact words Ji-hyun just spoke. Ji-hyun is shocked as she realizes what's happening. After a moment of confusion, Yisu finally understands. It dawns on him that he remembers. Yisu, the scheduler, finally remembers his past life with Yik-young, and the emotional weight of it is overwhelming. As he looks at her worn-out face, he is struck with grief and asks, "What have you done to yourself?" This shakes Ji-hyun, who reminds him that she's Ji-hyun, pulling him out of his memory. Yisu becomes distressed as he connects a missing piece regarding a photo found in Yik-young's locker. It triggers a heartbreaking realization. A flashback shows their painful argument. Yik-young had been accusing him of using music as an excuse to cover up a relationship, while Yisu felt understood and suffocated. In a fit of frustration, Yisu yells that he's tired of her, and the idea of marrying her fills him with dread, comparing her to the same person she was when she was 5. The emotional impact is immense as Yisu finally grasps the full weight of his past mistakes and their consequences. After their explosive argument, Yisu said the scheduler went away for a few weeks to perform with his band and worked construction during the day. Over time, his anger subsided, and he bought a set of couple rings engraved with a Hess Love Kea, symbolizing his love for Yik-young. On his way back to Seoul, he looked at the rings while riding his bike, thinking about reconciling with Yik-young. Unfortunately, his life took a tragic turn when he collided with a truck, leaving him twitching on the ground and reflecting on the happy moments of his life in his final moments. It's an incredibly heartbreaking emotional sequence. Yisu realizes that the photo of him and Yik-young was taken while he was asleep, and he wants to explain things to her immediately. However, he feels something is off about his memory returning. He calls his Reaper Sunbae to express his anger about Yik-young's suffering over the past 5 years, but instead of an answer, he receives a summons. Afterward, he sends Ji-hyun away with a heartfelt "take care," which takes on extra meaning as it literally refers to her physical well-being. On her way home, Ji-hyun reflects on the idea of truth and how love can be misunderstood, pondering how to convey feelings that remain unseen. In-jung seeks the help of a shaman, which is amusing given the drama's surreal tone. The shaman tells her that she's in a bind but at least hasn't died, as that would have resulted in a haunting. To resolve her situation, she must expel the soul from her body, though how to do so is unclear. Meanwhile, at Heaven, Manager Oh and his wife have an argument. She's upset about his secrecy regarding his discussions with Kang, feeling that their marital trust is being undermined. Manager O, overwhelmed, breaks down, explaining he has an important reason for keeping things secret and is just as miserable. His wife, moved by his tears, rushes back to his side, telling Kang he must really love me to cry like this. Kang has a realization after hearing about the proof of love puzzle. Recalling how Ji-hyun had clutched her tear-shaped pendant every time he mentioned she was Ji-hyun, the pendant's change sparks his curiosity, so he slyly asks about it, testing Ji-hyun's response. Ji-hyun admits it changed the day she submitted her resignation, which makes Kang connect the dots. He remembers visiting Ji-hyun in the hospital and crying that day, thinking, then is that My tear. Ji-hyun is stunned by his revelation, silently asking herself it was indeed Kang who left that tear. Ji-hyun's eyes fill with tears as she thanks Kang, who quickly sends her back to work when he notices her fear about her necklace. Meanwhile, Minho is fully committed to his evil plans, making moves with his business partner in a rival company. Kang, now realizing a key piece of the Ji-hyun is a ghost mystery, decides to swallow his pride and seek his father's help to tackle the Haemido issue. Kang's maturity is growing, and he's ready for action. Manager Oh suggests that Kang try to get to know the real Ji-hyun to avoid making his interests seem creepy. Ji-hyun is about to meet Minho outside when Kang grabs her arm, stopping her. They both continue pretending that she's Ji-hyun, though it's clear from their interactions that they both know more than they're letting on. Ji-hyun reassures Kang that she'll return after dealing with Minho, so he reluctantly lets her go. Minho, frustrated, demands that Ji-hyun quit her job, but Ji-hyun calmly responds that she has someone she likes there and doesn't want to see him anymore. Minho, hurt, asks if she ever liked him, and Ji-hyun firmly answers, no, not for one moment, adding that she had only fooled herself, just like he's fooling himself now. Kang can't hold back anymore and pulls Ji-hyun away from Minho, telling him to stay away from both her and his restaurant. Minho, suspicious, asks if Ji-hyun was the woman Kang had wanted to find when he returned to Korea. Kang acknowledges their past closeness but doesn't confirm anything and takes Ji-hyun away. In the car, Ji-hyun reassures Kang that she stood up to Minho, which calms him down. He insists she shouldn't be out alone at night and offers to drive her home. Ji-hyun, with only a few days left, quietly reflects on how long it took her to realize her feelings for Kang. Later, Ji-hyun wakes up and Ji-hyun happily tells her that the scheduler remembers her. Ji-hyun tests if Ji-hyun can hear her, calling her softly, but Ji-hyun doesn't respond. Ji-hyun continues, reassuring her that Yusu loved her deeply. Ji-hyun begins to wonder how Ji-hyun knows Yusu, and it's revealed that she can hear him. Yusu follows her as she walks to work, staying by her side and metaphorically lighting her way. He watches her as she works, remembering her pain from being abandoned by him, and apologizes, which she hears. She clutches her chest in response, feeling the emotional weight of his apology, but Yusu holds back from comforting her. At the same time, Kang enters the cafe unaware of the spiritual connection between Yusu and Ji-hyun. There's a poignant moment where both Yusu and Kang, in their own ways, express their love for Ji-hyun. Ji-hyun shows a flicker of recognition when Kang enters, but they interact as if everything is normal, maintaining the dynamic of a customer and employee. In-jung watches Ji-hyun and is puzzled by Kang's behavior, which leads her to overhear conversations and notice strange dynamics. Kang, upon leaving the cafe, realizes that Ji-hyun doesn't remember him, though her nervous glances suggest otherwise. Back at Ji-hyun's apartment, Ji-hyun's spirit energy is fading. Yusu returns after seeking permission from higher powers to appear before Ji-hyun in his true form, but his request is denied. They explain that Yusu's regained memories are due to Ji-hyun's influence. Yusu warns Ji-hyun that if she harms Ji-hyun during her remaining time, there will be severe consequences, both literally and figuratively. In the morning, a hungover Minho is confronted by In-jung, who acts like his girlfriend despite their broken relationship and serves him breakfast. She claims she's the only one who would do such things for him, which is both true and sad. In-jung asserts that Minho wouldn't have been able to be with Ji-hyun even without Ji-hyun's spirit inside her, implying he can't get rid of her. She hints that Kang is aware of Ji-hyun's true identity and suggests they could find a way to get rid of the spirit host situation, sounding almost like a threat. When Ji-hyun returns home, Seo informs her that she wants to live separately, showing a newfound clarity and decisiveness. Seo, once blind to the truth, now confidently calls out In-jung for her wrongdoings. Refusing to make excuses, she reflects on how, after the accident, she felt guilty for not grieving as deeply as In-jung, only to realize that In-jung's sorrow was a facade. In-jung admits her jealousy of Ji-hyun, but her reasoning feels petty and shallow. She tries to manipulate Seo by revealing that Kang is in love with Ji-hyun, and that he's caring for Ji-hyun because of his feelings for Ji-hyun. In-jung hopes this will make Seo question her loyalty, but Seo remains unmoved. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun, inspired by the regret of a fellow 49er, makes a list of people to whom she wants to express gratitude, ultimately crossing In-jung off the list, realizing she doesn't owe her anything. Ji-hyun realizes that Seo hasn't shed a tear, giving her hope for the future. She excitedly goes to the bakery to cheer up Seo, But Seo-woo is hurt and accuses Ji-hyun of deceiving them about knowing Ji-hyun's true identity. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun's father is recovering well after surgery and will be able to go home soon. He shares with Mom and Kang that he met Ji-hyun during the surgery, which tugs at the heartstrings, as Ji-hyun played a role in bringing him back to life. In a happy turn of events, Mom and Kang visit Ji-hyun, and Kang asks for a seaweed soup recipe. Mom reveals that she has some because it's Ji-hyun's birthday, adding to the sweet timing of the moment. Kang invites Ji-hyun over to his place, claiming he made too much food and needs her help to clear the table. To avoid raising suspicion, he tells her it's because of Children's Day in America, where people eat seaweed soup. Surprisingly, Ji-hyun catches on and realizes he made it for her. As she eats, she recognizes the taste of her mother's cooking and tells him Ji-hyun would be thankful, while both silently share a moment of connection. Kang wishing her a happy birthday and her silently thanking him. Kang then suggests they shift from a polite, formal way of speaking and gendarme to a closer, informal way, a bemol. He updates her on her father's recovery, and Ji-hyun promises to pass on her thanks him when she's back. Kang visits Seo-woo, hoping both of Ji-hyun's remaining friends will remember her birthday. But Seo-woo is still upset after discovering that Kang is in love with Ji-hyun. She asks when he became interested in her friend. Meanwhile, Minho uses his money to force Ji-hyun out of her apartment by offering the landlord triple the rent. He kicks her out immediately, a classic villain move to put pressure on Ji-hyun and make her more vulnerable. He uses this situation to force her into meeting him for dinner, and she agrees, fearing the complications it might cause for Yik-young. At dinner, Minho catches Ji-hyun off guard when he mentions her dislike of Sujibi, realizing that she's not truly Yik-young. He confronts her about her true identity, demanding to know why she approached him. Panicked, Ji-hyun runs away, considering calling Kang, but ultimately deciding against it. Instead, she goes to Yusu for help, but he is upset and distances himself, as he now only sees Yik-young when he looks at her. Ji-hyun, not backing down, challenges him, asking who took her life prematurely with the suicide attempt, and if they were punished for it. Yusu vaguely answers that she was probably punished. Ji-hyun, sensing his evasion, guesses that Yik-young was the one who caused her death, realizing she was made to enter the body of the person who killed her. Ji-hyun, overwhelmed with frustration, screams about the challenges she's facing. She has only 11 days left. In-jung has betrayed her, and Minho has discovered her true identity. She feels alone, unable to talk to anyone, not even the scheduler, because she now carries Yik-young's appearance, the person who caused her death, and yet she's come to care for her. Yuzu tries to empathize with her pain, but Ji-hyun fires back, expressing her own heartbreak, particularly her love for Kang, which she can't reveal because it might lead to her death. She begins to cry, and Yusu, clearly uncomfortable and unable to handle her tears, tries to offer comfort, but Ji-hyun pushes him away, telling him to stay away from Yik-young unless she calls for him. Yuzu and Ji-hyun both question why Yik-young's body had to be the host, but the answer seems obvious. It creates conflict. Ji-hyun is resentful, especially since she was once so concerned for Yik-young. One night, while sitting beside her, Ji-hyun angrily cries out, blaming Yik-young for everything. In a moment of intense emotion, Ji-hyun unknowingly makes contact with something solid, flinging chopsticks from Yik-young's hand. Yik-young, startled, senses something strange and looks in the direction of the disturbance, seeing Ji-hyun's blurry form. Yik-young asks why Ji-hyun is doing this, but before Ji-hyun can respond, the landlord arrives, informing Yik-young that she must vacate the apartment in a week. Ji-hyun feels sorry, but Yik-hyun, frightened, runs away. Later, at the cafe, Minho meets Yik-young, knowing she's not Ji-hyun. He offers her a job at a pension in Busan, trying to get her out of his life and hinting at the situation with her body. Yik-young visits Dr. Na in the morning, seeking his advice about the strange situation with Ji-hyun's soul inhabiting her body. No agrees with the concern that two souls sharing one body might not be sustainable and that one soul could try to take over permanently. Later, Yik-young senses Ji-hyun's presence and can make out her image. When she opens her door, she asks Ji-hyun to leave, and feeling guilty, complies. Outside, Ji-hyun struggles with her diminishing energy. Yik-young, preparing to leave, packs only a small bag and tells her landlady to dispose of the rest of her things. Ji-hyun, worried about Yik-young's departure, confides in Yusu, but he harshly reminds her that it's her fault. He compares her situation to his own and, despite the emotional weight, refuses to intervene, fearing it would jeopardize his chance of resolving his own issues with Yi-kyung. Kang arrives in the neighborhood just as Yi-kyung hurriedly gets into a cab, seemingly fleeing. Noticing her change in appearance, he confirms with the landlord that she has moved out. Realizing that no host means no Ji-hyun in her physical form, he urgently runs outside, calling her name. Meanwhile, Ik-young boards a train to Busan, and Ji-hyun, losing her energy, collapses on the sidewalk. Kang, in a state of panic after seeing Ik-young leave, desperately runs through the streets shouting Ji-hyun's name, unaware that she is a ghost. He then contacts Ik-young's taxi, trying to track her down, all the while referring to Ik-young as his wife, which adds emotional weight to his actions. Meanwhile, Yisu finds Ji-hyun collapsed from exhaustion and takes her to Seoul Station, where Ik-young is heading. Yisu gives Ji-hyun a somewhat cold and distant warning, urging her to bring Ik-young back. On the train, Kang boards ahead of Ji-hyun, who follows just before the train departs. When she approaches Ik-young, she tries to explain, but Ik-young, already aware of the situation, coldly refuses to help, saying she won't lend her body to a ghost. Kang explains to Ik-young that Ji-hyun needs her help to survive, and just as he speaks, Ji-hyun enters the car, sitting beside Ik-young. She apologizes and tearfully begs for help, saying she just wants 10 more days to live, to see her parents and Kang once more. Ik-young, sensing Ji-hyun's presence and hearing her voice, becomes visibly affected. Kang, noticing the change, asks if Ji-hyun has arrived. Moved by Ji-hyun's desperate pleas, Ik-young softens, understanding the gravity of the situation, but remains conflicted. Meanwhile, Minho meets with Ik-young's new landlady and learns that someone had come looking for her, causing a fuss, but was unable to catch her before she left. Kang drives Ik-young and Ji-hyun back in his car, where Ik-young shares that she started to hear and see Ji-hyun recently. She also has fragments of Ji-hyun's memories, though her understanding is incomplete. Kang asks about Ji-hyun's condition, and Ik-young relays Ji-hyun's message. Tell him I'm fine. The scheduler, Yusu, joins them, and Ji-hyun worries about the implications of Kang knowing everything, especially since Ik-young can now perceive her. Yusu reassures her, explaining that this happens when two souls are compatible, attributing it to Ik-young's pure nature. Ik-young and Ji-hyun have a heart-to-heart conversation for the first time. Ik-young apologizes for the accident, but Ji-hyun reassures her it's not entirely her fault. Ji-hyun can't reveal the details of her 49-day mission, but assures Ik-young that she wasn't sent for revenge. Ik-young agrees to host her for the remaining 10 days to repay her debt for the accident. Outside, Kang is waiting and the two share a happy reunion. However, they both continue to pretend, with Kang knowing the truth, but still acting as if Ji-hyun is Ik-young. Ji-hyun explains she has family matters to attend to, promising to report for work the next day, and Kang agrees to pick her up in the morning. While Ji-hyun is grocery shopping, Yisu shows up and acts playful with her. She reminds him that she's Ji-hyun, and he jokingly grumbles that his sunbae is testing his patience. He also teases her about her budding relationship with Kang and forbids her from any skinship while she's in Ik-young's body. Later, Ji-hyun spends the afternoon cooking, and when Ik-young wakes up, she finds a table full of food with a note from Ji-hyun saying she wanted to cook for her and had thrown away the instant ramen. Ji-hyun joins her, encouraging her to eat and mentioning that Yusu had advised her on the side dishes. Ik-young is startled when Ji-hyun mentions Yusu's name, and Ji-hyun reveals that Yusu has been waiting 5 years to meet her again. She also explains that there are things happening in the spiritual realm that Ik-young and others are unaware of. To prove she knows about Yusu, Ji-hyun shares details about his preferences, like how Yusu pretended to like Vienna sausages because Ik-young liked them, and how he worked multiple jobs to support them while still packing Ik-young's lunches. Moved by these memories, Ji-hyun asks if Ji-hyun has seen Yusu. Ji-hyun confirms she has, but explains that Yusu didn't know about the photo with the other girl. She can't reveal more, but assures Ik-young that Yusu will tell her everything eventually. Ik-young, filled with hope, asks if she can really meet Yusu, and Ji-hyun reassures her that she will be able to see him soon, asking her to wait. Meanwhile, Kang waits outside Ik-young's apartment to make sure everything is okay. This prompts a second lurker, In-jung, who hides when she sees Ik-young leaving and notices Kang observing her. The scene humorously points out how characters in this drama often can't see beyond a small radius, making In-jung's hiding behind a telephone pole a bit too convenient. In-jung informs Minho that Yi-kyung didn't leave as planned, and Minho finds her at the cafe talking to Dr. Na. Yi-kyung tells him she has rid herself of her ghost, but Minho doesn't trust her and thinks it's still Ji-hyun in her body. Yi-kyung confidently explains that she'll pretend to be Ji-hyun while working at Heaven, but won't let the spirit fully take over her body. She asserts that Minho doesn't have the right to control her or threaten her. It's a moment of empowerment for Yi-kyung, which feels poignant given her previous depression. Minho, still skeptical, comments that Ji-hyun's spirit is very similar to Yi-kyung, noting her hateful glare. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun and Yoo-soo watch, with Ji-hyun noting that this fake-out was Yi-kyung's idea, to which Yoo-soo humorously agrees. Kang receives a call from Daddy Shin revealing that JC Consulting is a scam and his company is going bankrupt. Kang rushes to the hospital to inform his mom, who is concerned about Minho's lack of action. At home, Kang reflects on Ji-hyun's seal and the Haemido deal, which relied on selling her land. The next morning, Kang arrives to pick up Ji-hyun, and she prepares herself before letting him in. He gives her the seal, confirming that Ji-hyun entrusted it to her for company business. Ji-hyun starts to cry, realizing the bankruptcy, but her pendant warns her, signaling something deeper at play. Kang and Ji-hyun seek out his mom, who struggles to tell his dad the bad news about the company's bankruptcy. Kang reassures her that there's a way to stop it, and Ji-hyun produces the seal Ji-hyun had entrusted to her on the day of the accident. This seal will allow them to secure a loan using Ji-hyun's land and prevent the bankruptcy, but they must keep it secret from Minho and the company. News about the company's impending bankruptcy spreads, but Ji-hyun's seal helps her mom sign documents to secure the loan. Meanwhile, In-jung is pleased to see the media reports and the stock price drop. Team Kang holds secret meetings with Kang's employee acting as a double agent for Minho. Minho's spy reports on Yi-kyung's mundane activities, leading him to believe she's telling the truth about denying Ji-hyun control of her body. However, Team Kang manages to raise 4 billion won, thwarting the bankruptcy, and they celebrate the victory. Ji-hyun is so excited she almost hugs Kang, but both hesitate at the last moment, with Ji-hyun recalling Yisu's rule against any skinship in Yi-kyung's body, causing her to pout. Kang notices Ji-hyun's disappointment and cheers her up by calling her Song Yi-kyung Nuna in a teasing way, which makes her smile. She's frustrated because she doesn't want to be called Nuna by him, as she feels he's more of an oppa than anyone else. This playful exchange is endearing, and they share a sweet, unspoken understanding about their feelings. Ji-hyun admits she can't express herself fully or acknowledge him in her current body, but Kang reassures her that he understands, saying he's already heard and seen everything. Later that night, In-jung waits outside Ji-hyun's door and comes in to search for Ji-hyun's soul, still in Yi-kyung's body. Ji-hyun plays along and pretends to not understand the confusion. In-jung assumes she's Ji-hyun and confronts her, questioning why she's doing all of this. Ji-hyun, frustrated, knows In-jung doesn't understand the deeper reasons behind her actions, especially given how In-jung has been destroying her family. Ji-hyun confronts In-jung, revealing that if she were truly Shen Ji-hyun, she could haunt In-jung forever, using Yi-kyung's body or even wandering as a spirit. She uses In-jung's fear of being haunted as leverage, knowing it will unsettle her, especially since no one else understands the rules of the spirit world. In-jung gets scared at the possibility of being tormented forever by Ji-hyun. Meanwhile, Minho struggles to understand why his plan was thwarted when Yi-kyung hadn't allowed Ji-hyun to use her body for 3 days. In-jung, however, believes Ji-hyun could have still taken over. She's also worried that Ji-hyun may have recovered her seal to secure the loan. When In-jung returns home, she finds Seo-woo packing and confronting her about causing the bankruptcy. Seo-woo angrily declares that their relationship is over, and no amount of regret will change that. In-jung's plea for forgiveness is rejected as too little, too late. In-jung reflects on her past, admitting she deceived Minho by claiming to be the daughter of Daddy Shin when she was struggling and her lies spiraled out of control. She acknowledges she can't stop Minho now, but vows to prevent him from completely ruining Ji-hyun's parents. Seo-woo, unmoved, tells In-jung to go live with Minho instead of clinging to her. Ji-hyun worries that the bankruptcy setback won't be enough to stop Minho for good. Yi-kyung comments on the value of family, noting that even in the face of death, you can't just think of yourself. She asks Ji-hyun what she plans to do about Kang, sensing their feelings for each other. Ji-hyun fears that the closer she gets to Kang, the more painful it will be to part from him. And the thought of leaving him behind fills her with dread, making her feel hopeless about surviving. Ye-woo meets with Kang and informs him that she's moved out, remarking that Ji-hyun is lucky to have her as a friend. She also asks if Kang would ever look at another woman if Ji-hyun never wakes up, surprising him by referring to herself in the question. Kang is caught off guard but remains quiet. Unable to reach Ji-hyun on the phone, Kang tracks her location through GPS. The scheduler's voice unexpectedly provides not only her location but also the room number and the owner's name, Kang Min-ho. Ji-hyun, using Yik-young's birthday as Min-ho's new door code, arrives at his apartment. She tries Min-ho's mother's birthday for the safe code, and it works only to find the safe empty. As she searches, she runs into Min-ho, who addresses her as Ji-hyun with certainty. Shocked, she stumbles back, fainting, which causes her soul to eject from Yik-young's body, leaving Yik-young standing in her place. Yik-young quickly regains her composure now that she's aligned with her ghost. Pointing out that Min-ho fell for Ji-hyun while she was in her body, she asks, "Can't you even recognize the woman you love?" Min-ho, frustrated, admits, "I'm going crazy. Not knowing who I love." Min-ho warns Yik-young that he will destroy the company and claim Hamido to compensate for the turmoil Ji-hyun caused him. Yik-young remarks that Min-ho is still in love with Ji-hyun. Min-ho brings in a group of cronies, one of whom is a shaman tasked with exorcising the spirit from Yik-young's body. The scene becomes unintentionally humorous as Yik-young sits bored while the shaman tries to assess the spirit. The shaman declares that there's no other soul in the body but pauses when he senses something near Ji-hyun, who is frozen in shock. Just as the shaman declares that the spirit has been found, the doorbell rings. It's Kang, but Min-ho ignores him. Then a man disguised as the police, actually the scheduler, arrives, claiming to investigate a report of someone being held against their will. When the driver steps outside to speak with the police, Kang sneaks inside and forces his way in. Ji-hyun manages to slip out, and Yik-young leaves with Kang. In the car, Kang scolds Yik-young for foolishly going to Min-ho's place, thinking she would Ji-hyun. Yusoo interrupts, yelling at Kang not to scold Yik-young. Yik-young reassures him that she's not possessed and that Ji-hyun is sitting next to her. She guesses that Ji-hyun went to retrieve the documents from Min-ho's secret safe, and Kang finally understands why Ji-hyun had been staying close to him all this time. Min-ho, furious, throws a bookshelf and vents to In-jung, feeling manipulated by the situation. Song Yik-young and Shin Ji-hyun are exactly alike. Who the hell am I in love with? He's clearly confused and obsessed. When meeting with Daddy Shin, Min-ho admits to being the cause of the problems, confirming his father's suspicions. However, he declares it's too late to stop him and intends to push forward with his plans. Min-ho's takeover partner is unhappy with the situation. Despite Min-ho's assurances that the plan is still on track, the partner demands ownership of Daddy Shin's company as part of the deal, and Min-ho agrees, stating he'll take Hamido and then hand over Shin's company. Kang helps Yik-young move her things into heaven. Ji-hyun, exhausted, is carried inside by Yusoo and set on the couch. Kang looks at the spot where Ji-hyun would be if he could see her, reflecting the parallel between Ji-hyun's situation and Yik-young's. Neither can see their respective guardians, Yusoo and Kang, who are both watching over them silently, longing to connect. At dinner, Kang expresses his gratitude to Yik-young for her help. Yik-young reveals that she felt Ji-hyun's desperation and realized how deeply someone wanted to live, contrasting her own feelings of wanting to die. She downplays her actions, and Kang doesn't press her for further details. Ji-hyun thanks Yusoo for rescuing her from Min-ho, but Yusoo dismisses her gratitude, explaining that schedulers are allowed to intervene in emergencies. The show continues to introduce quirky rules and exceptions, especially through the character of Yusoo, who always finds a way to bend the system. That night, Kang struggles to sleep on the couch while Yik-young and Ji-hyun are in the bedroom. Yik-young steps outside for some fresh air, but Ji-hyun stays behind, too weak to join her. As Yik-young passes by, she notices Kang pacing anxiously, reflecting on the limited time left, only 6 days. Yik-young conveys a message from Ji-hyun. She wants Kang to go inside and sleep, as just being in the same house as him brings her comfort. When Kang asks about Ji-hyun's condition, Yik-young shares her feelings of envy, but warns him not to grow attached to Ji-hyun, as she doesn't have much time left. Drawing from her own experiences, Yik-young explains that the more you love and trust someone, the harder it is to endure their eventual loss. Kang protests when Ji-hyun talks as if Ji-hyun will die, but Ji-hyun explains that Ji-hyun doesn't believe she'll survive. Kang refuses to give up hope, but Ji-hyun cautions him that clinging to that hope will only make it harder for Ji-hyun. She suggests he think of it as not being meant to be together in this lifetime and try to detach himself. Kang, feeling frustrated, declares that he won't give up until Ji-hyun is gone and asks Ji-hyun not to speak like that in front of Ji-hyun. His passionate plea moves her, and just as he turns to leave, she spins around and embraces him. Ji-hyun backhugs Kang, causing him to initially panic, but then he realizes it's Ji-hyun in Ji-hyun's body. She holds on to him, crying, asking for just a little more time. Kang, understanding now, gently responds, telling her to have Ji-hyun say everything she wants to when she wakes up, and to make sure she doesn't leave without saying goodbye. It's a poignant moment of connection and hope. Ji-hyun, unable to speak as herself, clings to Kang, silently agreeing with his plea to not leave without saying goodbye, just like his mother did. After their brief moment, Kang walks away, leaving Ji-hyun heartbroken. Minho witnesses the scene, his anger growing as he recalls being told that Ji-hyun had full control of her body. Downstairs, Ji-hyun expresses gratitude to Ji-hyun, who wishes she could give her life so Ji-hyun could be with Kang. Ji-hyun, however, feels disappointed, realizing that Ji-hyun's actions were driven by a mix of guilt and attachment, not just concern. In-jung, disturbed by a dream of Ji-hyun haunting her, wakes up feeling haunted, a sign of karma coming her way. At heaven, Yoo-soo watches over Ji-hyun as she sleeps, overwhelmed with emotion, gently brushing her hair and leaving his hand on her cheek, saying, "This is so cruel." But In-jung, panicked, calls Minho and waits for him all night. When he arrives, he confirms that Ji-hyun and Ji-hyun's souls are intertwined, though it's unclear what he means exactly. In-jung is terrified, especially after Ji-hyun's warning that she would haunt her forever. Minho proposes a drastic solution: eliminate Ji-hyun's soul, believing it's not a ghost but a wandering spirit. He insists that her father is aware of everything and can't help, so In-jung must handle it. He coldly tells her, "You started it, so you have to end it," leaving In-jung shaken and horrified by the suggestion. Ji-hyun reflects on her limited time with only 4 days left and asks Ji-hyun if she remembers their interaction from the night before. Ji-hyun smiles as she notes it's the first time she's seen Ji-hyun smile and wonders if she's no longer afraid of her. She questions why Ji-hyun isn't more concerned about Yoo-soo, who's coming to see her. Ji-hyun answers that she knows Yoo-soo is coming to take her with him. Meanwhile, Kang takes Ji-hyun to the market, teaching her how to choose vegetables. She's impressed by his knowledge, and he humorously boasts about his efforts to maintain his appearance. They tease each other playfully, with Ji-hyun joking about Kang Minho's presence, making Kang act petulantly. He eventually agrees to make her breakfast after a bit of back and forth, adding to their lightheaded banter. Kang makes Ji-hyun breakfast and teases her about working on such a beautiful day while she admits she's off to work. He hands her part-time pay and mentions he's going to the hospital to meet with her dad to file a lawsuit against Minho. Ji-hyun feels relieved after stopping the bankruptcy, expressing she has no regrets or grudges anymore. However, the company's situation is far from secure. Ji-hyun's dad reveals that Haemido's deal is still at risk, requiring a massive sum to ensure the guarantee, and without an investor, Minho's shell company will take over as planned. Minho disrupts the meeting, refusing to resign, and asserts his position, indicating that the fight is far from over. Kang is shocked that In-jung is still working with Minho and refuses to back down. He pleads with her to stop him, but she insists that she can't leave him now, as she's come too far and needs to see things through to the end. Kang points out that this path could lead to murder, but In-jung's justification that she has to keep going because she's already invested so much only frustrates him. Her rationale feels lazy, with Kang correctly calling her out for doing all this despite being Ji-hyun's friend. In-jung admits that, yes, she's been the villain in this situation. The scheduler arrives at heaven and flirts with Ji-hyun, still thinking she's Ji-hyun in her body. He comments on how he's only able to see her face now, as Ji-hyun is always asleep when she's not controlling the body. He jokingly mentions that at night it looked like a melodrama scene. Ji-hyun corrects him, reminding him not to confuse her for Ji-hyun. She explains that Ji-hyun suggested the mellow scenes, and then asks the scheduler if his one wish is to take Ji-hyun with him when he goes. Ji-hyun tells the scheduler that Ji-hyun thinks his wish is to take her with him when he leaves, which shocks him. He walks away upset, as he struggles with his feelings for Ji-hyun and his past attachment to Ji-hyun. Meanwhile, In-jung meets with Min-ho and urges him to back out of their plans and run off with the money. Min-ho, however, reveals that money isn't his main goal, it's about power and control. He admits to being in love with both Ji-hyun and Ji-hyun, and then uses this to manipulate In-jung, suggesting that as long as Ji-hyun is around, he'll never be able to be with her, as Ji-hyun might haunt or even possess her. In-jung, enraged by Min-ho's manipulation, goes to the hospital and attempts to harm Ji-hyun by tampering with her oxygen mask. Ji-hyun, in her spirit form, follows her, horrified. Just as In-jung is about to act, Kang arrives and stops her, furious. He confronts In-jung, questioning her sanity and accusing her of being heartless. In-jung, overwhelmed by guilt, breaks down and leaves without a word. Ji-hyun, emotionally shattered by the close call, is left crying in fear, traumatized by witnessing her own near murder. The next morning, Kang shows up at Minho's apartment, confronting him in a trench coat. He strips away any respect, calling Min-ho shameless and accusing him of becoming the very person his mother worked hard to prevent his father. Kang drives the point home by reminding Min-ho that he made the woman who loves him harm her friend Ji-hyun. Min-ho is visibly shaken by the harsh truths. Kang then taunts him, saying that when Ji-hyun is gone, Kang will be sticking around as both a soul and a body, ready to haunt Min-ho in his own way. Kang finds Ji-hyun's camera and looks through her old pictures, smiling at the memories. He comes across videos she recorded of her friends pretending to cry, which makes him realize that she has already gone through everything and spent her final days like this. Watching her work outside, his expression is full of unsaid emotions. Manager, noticing him, jokingly tells him it's weird to stare like that, highlighting the bizarre, almost stalker-like atmosphere surrounding everyone in the drama. Kang breaks down in tears in his office, expressing his desperate desire to save Ji-hyun and have her live. Manager comforts him while Ji-hyun, from the stairs, watches him cry for her. Later, Ji-hyun sobs to the scheduler, wishing she could live as herself for just a few hours to be with Kang. Even calling him Kanga, the scheduler explains there's no way to trade her remaining days for such an opportunity and asks if she's truly resigned to die. Ji-hyun reflects on how she won't even remember anything, including her feelings, and it's a heartbreaking thought for her. No matter the outcome, everything will be forgotten by her. The scheduler comments that it's common for those on the 49-day journey to experience sorrow in the end. Min-ho escalates his plans by pulling out a major investor from the Haimido project, leaving Daddy Shin scrambling to secure more funds to save his company. Meanwhile, Kang meets with Seo-woo and tries to remind her that Ji-hyun is still alive, reassuring her that people's connections don't vanish after death. Kang receives news from Ji-hyun's mom about the company's troubles and spots Ji-hyun walking back to Heaven. They share a warm moment, both visibly happy to see each other. Ji-hyun playfully pouts about Kang being busy now that she's free, and when he raises his hand towards her face, he stops himself, creating an intense and bittersweet moment. Kang and Ji-hyun walk together, their hands brushing but unable to touch, creating a sweet, bittersweet moment. Kang decides to take a bold step and asks his estranged father in the States to invest in Hamido, knowing it's a significant favor, but also seeing the opportunity since Minho has set things up well. However, Kang is unaware that Ji-hyun only has 3 days left, not the 5 he thinks. He plans his trip thinking he has enough time to both secure the investment and spend time with Ji-hyun, but he's unknowingly racing against time. Minho tries to send In-jung abroad, offering her money to leave before her presence causes more trouble. However, In-jung wants him, not the money, and protests. When Ji-hyun's mom shows up and runs into Minho, she's confronted with the situation. In-jung sends Minho away and then gets slapped by Ji-hyun's mom. Instead of feeling apologetic, In-jung becomes defiant, blaming her for everything, including the love Ji-hyun received from her parents. She accuses them of taking her in, making her feel that their kindness was the reason for her actions. Despite not being their daughter, Ji-hyun seeks advice from Ji-hyun on a nice gesture for Kang, and Ji-hyun suggests making kimbap, just like she used to do for Yusu. Meanwhile, Kang is quietly preparing to leave without telling Ji-hyun, not wanting her to worry about the company's problems during her last days. Ji-hyun, unaware of his departure, goes to Yi-kyung's apartment to secretly prepare kimbap, but Minho surprises her. He's there to arrange a contract for the apartment in Yi-kyung's name, leaving Ji-hyun puzzled. Meanwhile, the scheduler is training his replacement, reflecting on his final reaping task. Ji-hyun returns to Haven with the kimbap she made for Kang, only to find out from manager Oh that Kang has left for America. Manager covers by saying it's due to family matters and that Kang will be back in 2 days. Ji-hyun, distressed and heartbroken, runs outside calling for Kang, sobbing uncontrollably as she fears she won't be around when he returns. Her pain and helplessness are heart-wrenching. Ji-hyun is devastated, crying in her spirit form, and Yi-kyung tries to comfort her. But Ji-hyun knows she won't be around when Kang returns. Yi-kyung, feeling the weight of the situation, also expresses her sorrow about leaving. Yi-kyung then visits Dr. Na, saying goodbye and thanking him for his care. The scheduler arrives to deliver Ji-hyun's final notice, informing her she has only 16 hours left, with strict instructions to leave no trace behind. Meanwhile, In-jung, having lost everything, lies alone in her apartment. Seo sits with her, reflecting on Ji-hyun and Kang's bond. On her last day, Ji-hyun buys thoughtful gifts for Yi-kyung, including skincare products and underwear, as a way of caring for her Unai after she's gone. On her last day, Ji-hyun takes a walk, soaking in the world around her, noticing small things like a rock in her path, which she calls pretty. It's both heartbreaking and uplifting. She visits Seo to buy a cake for her parents' anniversary, and Seo gets playfully jealous that Yi-kyung knows Ji-hyun so well. Ji-hyun reassures her that they are best friends and shares how Ji-hyun once said she loved Seo the most after her parents. Later, Ji-hyun brings the cake to the hospital, wishing her parents a happy anniversary. They reminisce, recalling how Ji-hyun used to sing them a song, and she plays a CD she brought for them. Ji-hyun asks Yi-kyung to help her eject her soul, and as a song Kang's mother's favorite plays, she stands in her spirit form and sings, causing an emotional moment. Yi-kyung watches her and is moved to tears. Back at heaven, Yi-kyung reflects on the different types of parents, some who abandon their children and others who lose them. Ji-hyun counters that she was lucky to not be abandoned, but Yi-kyung shares her painful experience of being neglected by her mother after the birth of her younger brother. Yi-kyung opens up about her own deep feelings of abandonment and how she tried repeatedly to end her life, only to be stopped by something each time. She shares that it was on the anniversary of Yusu's death and apologizes to Ji-hyun for the struggles she caused her. Ji-hyun gives Yi-kyung the best gift she could offer, a heartfelt message to live well, find strength in tough times, and hold on to the lessons learned from regrets. Yi-kyung wakes up to find Ji-hyun gone, leaving behind a present and a breakfast set. The scheduler offers Ji-hyun a ride, and she asks for the elevator to take her now, not wanting to linger in the last moments. She thanks him, but he avoids her eyes, saving the goodbye for the elevator. Meanwhile, Seo visits Ji-hyun's mom at the hospital, where the doctor informs them that there's no hope left for Ji-hyun. Yi-kyung opens the present Ji-hyun left for her, finding a note from Ji-hyun thanking her and telling her not to worry as she won't be returning. The note encourages Yi-kyung to take care of herself, and she begins to cry, deeply moved by Ji-hyun's gesture. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun and the scheduler arrive in the garden. Ji-hyun urges him to hurry and call the elevator, as she doesn't want to change her mind. As the clouds darken, the scheduler calls the elevator, but then notices Ji-hyun's necklace light up. A tear falls, surprising both of them. The necklace glows again, signaling the third tier. At the hospital, Ji-hyun's mom holds her tightly, crying, while Seo stands behind her, finally shedding tears for her friend. Ji-hyun and the scheduler exchange stunned looks, and then Ji-hyun opens her eyes in the hospital. Ji-hyun receives her 3 tears, and the scheduler is impressed, commenting that she must have lived a meaningful life after all. Ji-hyun, still in shock, expresses disbelief, saying there's no one who would cry for her. The scheduler reassures her, explaining that it's the ability to change minds and hearts that defines humanity. At heaven, Manager O finds Yi-kyung leaving, and she tells him she has no reason to stay anymore. She moves back to her empty apartment, now devoid of her ghostly friend. Manager O calls Kang, who has just landed, to express concern that they must have miscalculated the days. Kang is initially left in suspense, but soon gets a call from Ji-hyun's mom, informing him that Ji-hyun has woken up. Ji-hyun's miraculous recovery baffles doctors and she undergoes tests. Kang arrives just as she's in the exam room and shares the good news that his father has agreed to invest in the company. Her parents are overwhelmed with gratitude. After Ji-hyun's tests, Kang visits her in her hospital room, but his excitement fades when he notices she isn't as thrilled to see him. She bluntly asks why In-jung and Minho aren't there, making her family uneasy. Outside the room, Kang, Ji-hyun's mom, and Seo-woo agree to keep news about Ji-hyun's father's surgery and business troubles from her. Mom promises to tell Ji-hyun about Kang's help, but he sadly dismisses it as unimportant. Meanwhile, Minho continues with his malicious plans for Haemodo's takeover and prepares to resign the next day, despite his actions being exposed and causing discontent within the company. His villainy is now widely known and other employees express their disdain. Instead of going to the hospital, Minho visits Yi-kyung's place but finds her there and she tells him to leave, stating that Ji-hyun is no longer connected to her. At the hospital, Ji-hyun's parents fill her in on what happened while she was in a coma, joking about who spent more time by her side. Ji-hyun remains surprised by Kang's devotion, but distances herself from him, treating him like a distant acquaintance. Kang leaves, feeling conflicted. Later, at Heaven, he confesses to manager that although Ji-hyun's recovery should make him happy, he's saddened by her lack of memory of their time together. He reflects on their growing connection over the past 47 days. In her lonely apartment, Yi-kyung reflects on Yisu's passing and waits for him to come back, feeling more isolated with Ji-hyun's recovery. Despite Yisu's presence beside her, she can't see him and her loneliness deepens. The next morning, Kang visits Yi-kyung with the news of Ji-hyun's recovery, but also the sad reality that Ji-hyun likely won't remember her. He offers Yi the job at his restaurant, but she declines, explaining that she's waiting for someone. She returns Kang's bracelet, which Ji-hyun had asked her to give him, revealing that it was his mother's, something Kang had never known. Yi-kyung relays Ji-hyun's message to Kang, apologizing for not returning the bracelet sooner and expressing gratitude for his support during her difficult time. Meanwhile, Minho is shocked to learn that Daddy Shun secured funds, which undermines his plans. His partner accuses him of being driven by greed after being named beneficiary in the will. Minho calls his mole, Ki-jun, to investigate the source of the funds and learns that Kang secured an investor in the States, which Minho didn't know. Ki-jun defends himself, stating he's capable of advancing without Minho's help. Soon after, Minho receives a call from the district prosecutor requesting his presence. In-jung waits for Minho at a lunch spot, but when he doesn't show, she ends up eating alone and crying. Meanwhile, Minho drinks with his friend Jin-young, feeling bitter about his situation. Jin-young, unable to watch Minho spiral, decides to quit. Minho, however, insists he won't go down like this. The next morning, In-jung visits Minho to say goodbye, informing him she's returning to Jinan. She apologizes and offers to help if needed. Minho responds coldly, claiming she's making it impossible for him to apologize, which reflects his twisted mindset. Kang visits Ji-hyun at the hospital with pink roses, declaring he'll come every day, much to her confusion. Meanwhile, her mom subtly tests her memory about her friend Yi-kyung, but Ji-hyun doesn't remember her. After physical therapy, Kang walks Ji-hyun through the garden and asks why she's uncomfortable with his attention. He also inquires about her 47 days in a coma, asking if she had dreams or if he appeared in them. Ji-hyun, being defensive, responds that she doesn't need to share those details with him. Minho continues lurking around, getting a bit too comfortable in his role. Ji-hyun insists on seeing In-jung, despite her mother and Seo making excuses. Eventually, they convince In-jung to visit, asking her to act normal, but In-jung struggles with the idea. Ji-hyun also questions Kang about his daily hospital visits, and he casually explains that he can manage his work without actually doing much. Ji-hyun tells Kang she'd wishes he'd use his architectural talent more, but Kang reveals he feels he has no one to share it with. He asks if she would watch him if he worked harder. Before she can respond, Mom interrupts with In-jung's arrival. Ji-hyun asks for a moment alone and Kang steps out. When In-jung enters, Ji-hyun recalls a dream where In-jung took off her shoes for her during the engagement ceremony. She interprets it as In-jung putting their friendship above pride despite the ceremony. Ji-hyun grows emotional as she speaks to In-jung, seemingly unaware of her betrayal, and sends her away to sob alone. Meanwhile, Yusu is eager to meet Yi-kyung but is held back by a 1-week penalty. After a conversation with his granny's grandson, he learns he'll be allowed to meet Yi-kyung tomorrow as his 5-year term ends. Yi-kyung, going through old letters from Yoo-soo, receives a new one inviting her to meet him, and she prepares eagerly for the long-awaited reunion, using the beauty products Ji-hyun left for her. Yoo-soo and Yi-kyung reunite, with Yoo-soo smiling and telling her she hasn't changed. After confirming he's real, Yi-kyung throws herself into his arms, crying, questioning why he came so late. Yoo-soo explains that it was only now that it was his time to return. He takes her to the site of his accident, revealing it was a place he had once been excited about, feeling trapped in his old life. He recalls how he wanted to show her how he felt through actions, though she was like his hometown. He retrieves the rings they once buried and places them on their fingers. They then head to an amusement park together. Yoo-soo takes Yi-kyung to an amusement park, fulfilling a promise he made to bring her there for her birthday. They enjoy a sweet, happy evening together. Afterward, he takes her back home and asks her to go grocery shopping while he stays behind to clean and remodel her room. Dr. No stops by, confused by the signs of new changes, but is warned off by Yoo-soo in his usual cheeky manner. When Yi-kyung returns, she's initially worried Yoo-soo has left, but is relieved to find him still there. She questions why he bothered with the room since she plans to leave with him, and he simply says he prefers staying in a clean space. Yoo-soo watches Yi-kyung sleep, as if memorizing her face, knowing their time together is limited. The next morning, while they walk, Yi-kyung is amazed that he's still there, but Yoo-soo's mood is darker. He tells her that after waiting 5 years to meet her and confesses love, his feelings have changed. He says that although he loved her, he no longer does, and he wants her to forget him and be happy without him. Yi-kyung refuses to accept this and wants to go with him, but Yoo-soo explains that death means they can't be together, and for her to be happy, he has to let her go. He expresses that if she's unhappy, it will torment him, and in the next life, he'll be a bitter, unloved person. Yoo-soo tells Yi-kyung to throw away the ring, as it no longer holds meaning and was only there to resolve their past misunderstanding. He removes his ring and throws it into the water, telling her how precious she was to him and how she'll become someone else's cherished person. He asks her to promise that she'll be happy for his sake, so he can leave the world without regrets and begin anew in the next life. He kisses her and walks away, holding back tears as she watches him disappear. Yi-kyung sobs, feeling guilt and sorrow, apologizing for never being able to repay him for his love. Min-ho visits his mother's hospital, reflecting on his past regrets and plans. However, he's arrested by the police and asks for a moment with his mother. She doesn't recognize him at first, but eventually remembers and warmly embraces him, crying that she knew he'd become important. Min-ho breaks down, showing his vulnerable side. Despite being led away in handcuffs, his emotional moment with his mother stands in stark contrast to his usual villainous demeanor. During his interrogation, he denies In-jung's involvement, taking full responsibility for his actions. Meanwhile, Yi-kyung reflects on Yoo-soo's last wish for her to live happily. She recalls Ji-hyun's similar request and decides to visit the hospital, though initially hesitant due to Ji-hyun's memory loss. Yi-kyung is surprised when Ji-hyun steps out and sees her. Ji-hyun surprises Yi-kyung by calling her Uni and hugging her, revealing that she remembers her despite previously not showing any recognition. Yi-kyung is confused when Ji-hyun doesn't remember Han Kang, but Ji-hyun cryptically responds that she's pretending not to remember him because she believes she's going to die again soon. This shocking statement leaves Yi-kyung baffled and concerned. Ji-hyun tells Yi-kyung that she remembers both her and Kang from her 49 days, but confesses that she's going to die soon. Later, in the hospital, Ji-hyun sees the scheduler and realizes something is wrong. She recalls her 49 days and wonders why the scheduler is appearing to her. He confirms bluntly that this is her last cruel gift and offers her a chance to refuse it, but she trembles and asks if this means she's going to die. The scheduler reveals to Ji-hyun that her death is already scheduled for 6 days from now, a date determined since her birth. He explains that because she experienced the 49 days and earned her 3 tears, the powers that be have granted her the ability to remember her time on the other side, but she has the choice to forget. Ji-hyun is devastated and through tears expresses her anger and frustration, knowing that nothing will change her fate. The scheduler, clearly troubled by the news, consoles her, but ultimately she must face her inevitable death despite everything she endured. Yi-kyung expresses her frustration at the unfairness of Ji-hyun's fate, having to die after everything she went through. Ji-hyun, now much more mature after her 49 days, shares a new perspective. She reflects on how her journey allowed her to find love, protect her father's company, and gain clarity about her life, something she might not have done if she had died without experiencing those moments. Ji-hyun explains that she's pretending not to remember to maintain the image of the naive, sweet version of herself for the people in her life, but she couldn't hide it when she saw Ji-hyun. Ji-hyun and Ji-hyun share a touching moment, sitting together and reconnecting. Ji-hyun reminds Ji-hyun that Kang remembers the 49 days and asked her to share her feelings with him before leaving. However, Ji-hyun decides that telling him will only cause more pain as she's meant to die, and knowing the truth will make it harder for both of them. From Ji-hyun's experience, Ji-hyun has learned that the living must continue living. She wants to leave as Kang's friend so he can carry on after she's gone, making the situation even more heartbreaking. Kang visits Minho in prison, telling him to repent and serve his time, hoping one day he can return to the person he once respected. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun goes home to her parents, forcing a smile while hiding her tears, deeply saddened by their happiness. Knowing it will soon be shattered again, the bittersweet moments between her and her loved ones, knowing they'll face more heartache, emotionally wrecks the viewer. The next morning, Ji-hyun arrives at Ji-hyun's house with a picnic basket. As she walks down the familiar stairs, she pauses to touch the rail, savoring the simple act of feeling the world she couldn't before. Ji-hyun helps Ji-hyun prepare a kimbap lunch, which Ji-hyun takes to Kang. She playfully asks to borrow his car MP3 player, and then jokingly says, Kang is taken aback but agrees to pretend to be her boyfriend for the day, with the condition she plays his girlfriend the next day. They have a fun and adorable picnic, play fighting like kids. During the playful moment, Ji-hyun's bracelet falls out of Kang's pocket, and she pretends to be surprised, asking if he's had it all this time. Ji-hyun tells Kang that the bracelet is actually his mother's, and that they were close when she was in high school. Flashback to those days where Ji-hyun would visit Kang's mother and chat with her about Kang. Ji-hyun had once asked why Kang was so mean to his mom, and his mother explained that sometimes it's better to let someone misunderstand to spare them pain. Ji-hyun had later repeated those words to Kang when she quit even before earning her first tear. In the present, Kang realizes that Ji-hyun had shared his mother's wisdom with him back then. He quotes Ji-hyun's words from her 49 days, acknowledging that hiding feelings is harder than not knowing them. This stops Ji-hyun in her tracks because the truth of her own situation mirrors those words. Kang then takes her to a wishing statue where she tosses a coin and makes a wish. While Kang watches her with an expression of deep sadness, Ji-hyun visits Kang and reveals the truth about Ji-hyun's condition, admitting that she wasn't supposed to tell him. But she couldn't bear to watch Ji-hyun suffer alone. She understands Ji-hyun's wish to go out smiling and to spare her loved ones the pain. Kang, with tears in his eyes, confesses that his greatest hope is for Ji-hyun to live, even if it means never seeing her again. He just wants her to live. This moment reveals the depth of Kang's feelings and his willingness to let go for Ji-hyun's sake. In a heartbreaking moment, Kang and Ji-hyun each make a wish. Kang wishes for Ji-hyun to live and stay by his side, while Ji-hyun wishes for Kang to forget her. They share a bittersweet smile before parting. Kang reassures himself that he did the right thing, but the sadness is palpable. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun spends a tender moment with her parents, expressing her gratitude before suddenly collapsing from a sharp pain. As her soul leaves her body, the scheduler appears, ready to take her. The tragic inevitability of it all hits hard. In her final moments, Ji-hyun acknowledges the scheduler, asking if he's been waiting for her all this time. As she takes his hand and they head toward the elevator, she looks back one last time at her father, grieving her lifeless body. The scheduler, silently guiding her, offers his hand for their farewell. She smiles at him in gratitude, and he acknowledges her with a tearful smile before opening the door to her next journey. As the elevator doors close, they share a silent, emotional goodbye, leaving the scheduler alone in the end. Ji-hyun's death devastates her family and loved ones. Her parents mourn over her covered body, and Kang rushes in crying. In-jung and Minho are also struck by grief, each showing regret in their own way. A simple but meaningful funeral follows, with her ashes being buried under a tree planted in her name, symbolizing new life. In-jung watches from a distance, filled with remorse, while Minho regrets his actions from his prison cell. Kang, Ik-young, and Seo will honor her memory with heartfelt tears. Later, her parents discover that Ji-hyun had prepared for her death, realizing that her final moments were spent saying goodbye. The emotional moment with her parents, especially her mother, is deeply moving and heartbreaking. Kang, still grieving Ji-hyun, finds a letter she wrote to him, asking him to return a box of belongings to Ik-young. The letter reveals Ji-hyun's final wish for Kang to be a friend to Ik-young, as he was to her. This gesture is both heartbreaking and beautiful, a last act of love and care. Kang delivers the box to Ik-young, who discovers a key inside that leads them to Yusu's abandoned music studio. Inside his locker, Ik-young finds old music notebooks and a child's backpack which holds a pink shoe and a bank book memories from and when she was abandoned at the orphanage. The flashback reveals Yusu's actions that day, further tying him to Ik-young's past and her painful history. Yusu opens a bank account in Ik-young's name, claiming he needs her student ID for something. Over time, he makes deposits into the account, each accompanied by a note that forms a letter or song lyrics. The notes express his love, promises, and dedication to her, building a dream of their future together despite hardships. When Ik-young reads these messages, she is moved to tears. In his final note, Yusu reveals that Ik-young is his guardian and the one person who has given him a reason to live. Emphasizing how much she means to him, Ik-young, moved by Yusu's heartfelt messages in the bank account, clutches the letter to her heart, crying. Yusu watches her, also crying. Kang visits Ji-hyun's parents, finding them in a heated argument. Mom clings to old photos of Ji-hyun, while Dad insists they must move on. Kang picks up a photo he doesn't recognize and asks about it. Mom explains it's a picture of Ji-hyun's older sister, Ji-min, who was kidnapped as a child and never found. Kang notices that the little girl's shoes in the photo are identical to the ones Ik-young had taken out of Yusu's locker. Realizing a connection between the two stories, Ik-young, hesitant at first, hands over the backpack when Ji-hyun's mom insists. Mom is immediately overwhelmed with emotion as she recognizes a star drawing on the backpack and the shoe inside, confirming that Ik-young is actually Ji-hyun's long-lost older sister, Ji-min. She tearfully exclaims that Ji-min was alive all along. Yusu, watching from a distance, is visibly shocked by this unexpected revelation. The plot takes a twist when Ji-hyun asks the scheduler about the 2 remaining tears she earned before her final journey. He reveals that Ik-young wasn't one of them, leaving a gap in the story. Flashbacks show In-jung, who once tried to kill Ji-hyun by tampering with her respirator. However, Ji-hyun's spirit calls out to her, which causes In-jung to stop, reflecting on her actions. Seeing her own reflection, In-jung is filled with regret and remorse for what she had become. Realizing that her actions were not out of malice toward Ji-hyun, but her own internal struggle, she kneels and apologizes, acknowledging her wrongs. In-jung, feeling the weight of her actions, confronts Minho about his feelings for Ji-hyun, accusing him of prioritizing his own interests over Ji-hyun's father's surgery. Minho refuses to acknowledge his attachment to them and insists on continuing his harmful path. In-jung, concerned for his well-being, goes to Minho's mother asking for the file he entrusted to her. Initially hesitant, Minho's mother eventually agrees, sending the file to the prosecutor in an attempt to stop Minho from spiraling further into destructive behavior. In-jung, reflecting on the past, expresses her wish to turn back time to when she and Ji-hyun shared joyful moments. She sheds a tear, unknowingly giving Ji-hyun her third and final tear, which brings Ji-hyun back to life. The scheduler reveals that In-jung was the source of this final tear, and Ji-hyun, full of genuine happiness, smiles, appreciating that In-jung's feelings were sincere despite everything. As Ji-hyun prepares to head to the elevator, Ik-young mourns, regretful of the things she couldn't do for Ji-hyun, unaware that they were sisters. Yusu observes her, realizing the profound impact of his Sunbae's words. The flashback shows Granny Sunbae asking the scheduler if his wish remains the same, to give Ik-young the rings and express his love. The scheduler dismisses the idea, having grown beyond being a lovesick fool. He then realizes Granny Sunbae deliberately restored his memory early to prevent him from wasting his wish on something trivial. She confirms his insight and hints that she broke the barrier between Ik-young and Ji-hyun for a greater purpose, suggesting that their connection might extend into the next life. In the present, Yusu bids a tearful farewell to Ikkyung, telling her to live happily for Ji-hyun's sake. He tries to touch her face one last time but pulls away, smiling as a tear falls before disappearing. He completes his journey and vanishes, leaving behind a sense of peace. In the following days, Ikkyung starts living again, making changes like eating rice instead of ramen and seeking a new job. Meanwhile, Han-kang visits the river to say his final goodbye to Ji-hyun. 2 years after Ji-hyun's passing, Han-kang reflects on Ji-hyun's final wish, understanding now why she chose to leave without saying goodbye. He acknowledges how her 49 days brought healing and restoration to those she left behind. Now in Jinan has a flashback to their high school days, adding another layer of emotional depth to the story. In-jung, now reflecting on Ji-hyun's memory, visits Minho in prison after 2 years. She updates him on his mother's situation, telling him she's been moved to a hospital in Jinan. Despite his wishes for her to move on, she insists on caring for his mother until he's released, taking responsibility for the situation. Minho acknowledges his own actions, and after a tense conversation, finally expresses regret, apologizing to In-jung. Kang is now working at a construction site, overseeing a building he designed, much to everyone's surprise. Ikkyung, on her last day at Heaven, is moving on while manager Oh and his wife prepare for a baby. COO is happily dating Ki-jun. Dr. No makes an unwanted return, but thankfully Kang shows up to save the day, bringing relief to viewers who feared the worst. It's hinted that Dr. No might be paired with a waitress, which offers a lighter conclusion to his character arcs. Ikkyung confirms her plans with Kang for the next day and heads to dinner with her parents. She's preparing to work at a new resort in Hamido, a project Kang is designing. While the storyline of losing and finding a daughter might not be everyone's favorite, it's heartwarming to see Ikkyung finally with a supportive family, with her parents doting on her and reminiscing about Ji-hyun. On their last day before leaving for Hamido, Ikkyung and Kang visit Ji-hyun and Yusu's graves, where they are buried side by side with identical trees. This poetic gesture highlights the bond between them, both in life and the afterlife. Kang and Ikkyung place a bouquet of pink roses by Ji-hyun and Yusu's graves, standing together as the two living individuals reflect on the two departed. In a voiceover, their thoughts reveal their gratitude and growth. Ikkyung, Ji-hyun, Kang has been good to me, just as you hoped, and because of your bright spirit, I've adjusted well to life. Kang, Ji-hyun, despite knowing death is inevitable, people live as though it's not. Your 49 days showed me how to live as if each day is precious, and I've witnessed changes that wouldn't have happened without you knowing your time was limited. Ikkyung, these are the two who changed our lives and left us beautifully. Kang, because of the 49 days with them, we cherish today as if it were our last. Ikkyung, because I met Yusu. Kang, because I met you, Ji-hyun. Ikkyung, I was happy. Kang, I was happy. The drama ends here.